extremely low financing. What's new from the new Dodge? Just catch the Dodge Summer Clearance.
Yes!
Shady Brook Farms. We're kind of freaks about freshness.
Victoria's Secret adds a new dimension to cotton lingerie. Stretch. Stretch cotton lingerie. This too is Victoria's Secret.
The pickup truck, the international symbol of rugged independence. In the Nissan Frontier Crew Cab, a man can go wherever his wandering spirit takes him. He can bring everything he needs, and he can do whatever he darn well pleases. Yes, the Frontier sure says a lot about a man. And his wife, and his 3 little girls. The new Nissan Frontier Crew Cab.
Watch Business Now, Sunday morning at 11:30.
Oh, wonder, how many goodly creatures are there here? How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in't.
Things are changing. And sometimes you don't know it until your world is upside down. As our tools move faster, so do we. We're climbing an evolutionary ladder. But what will humans be when man makes man in his own image? And what are we becoming as we put more of our machines into ourselves and more of ourselves into them? What does it mean to be a family? What does it mean to be a parent? What does it mean to be in love? You may be surprised at what you find. A musical universe knit together by dancing strings. A world where aliens live right before our eyes. A world that just might lose most of its living creatures, but where man somehow slips through. We haven't got many answers, but we've got some terrific questions.
Why, if we have faster and faster and faster machines, do we feel we're running out of time?
The trouble is, we're addicts to time.
Time! 1 second is cool.
2 seconds is a lot.
3 seconds is too long.
If we are wired for speed, what are we leaving behind?
We all secretly know that all those events we're shoving into those individual seconds don't really give us anything in the long run.
We've got some terrific questions. Plenty of questions on the road to a brave new world. What we have here is more than just a simple dilemma. This is the sort of information that can lead to panic among television anchors. I've been looking at the research, and I know that most viewers these days have the attention span of a gnat. Not all of you, of course. I certainly didn't mean you personally, but imagine the feeling of knowing that on the other side of each television screen, watching me right now, is someone holding a remote control, and now that was just plain rude. I simply wanted a few seconds to explain that this program is different, even if you'll just give us the time to prove it, provocatively different, interestingly, enjoyably different. But time is the problem, isn't it? We used to have scads of time, loads of time, oodles of time, until we became so inundated by time-saving devices that the thought of losing a few seconds is more than we can abide. We are aided and abetted by so many contraptions which improve our efficiency that everyone these days expects everything to be done right away. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. Robert Krolwich, who will be our guide tonight and over the next 7 weeks. He has this knack of helping us understand what we think we already know. Does that make any sense at all?
Well, let me ask you a question, Ted. In fact, let me ask everybody, why is this? 20 years ago, if I dialed the number 888-8888 on a rotary phone, sure, it took a little bit of time, but back then, this is how phones worked, and you know, it was fine. But then came the push-button phone. So you go up to the push button and go beep, 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 beep. Much quicker, much faster. But now comes the interesting part. Once I had the experience of the push button, and you know, I didn't ask for push buttons, I don't need the 5 seconds, but once the push button phone got into my head, now, anytime I happen upon a rotary phone and start to dial now,
this seems to take forever.
When you think of all the other machines beyond the telephone that are pushing us and driving us to go faster and faster, whether we want to or not, you wonder, what is it about speed that is so attractive? Maybe there's something deep in our brains that says go fast, something biological. Or maybe it is cultural. Maybe it's something that we learn. But as each generation goes faster than its parents, and then faster again, how do any of us learn to slow down? Well, I decided to put these questions to Michael Malone, who hosted his own public TV show, so he knows how to walk
Anytime.
on cue.
Perfect.
When we ask him to. He's also the author of any number of books on technology, and he grew up in Silicon Valley, which has produced so many speedy gadgets, and now he's the editor of a magazine, ASAP, which is short for As Soon as Possible. He likes speed.
I think we're wired for speed.
So speed is better.
Speed is somehow physically rewarding. It's emotionally rewarding. That's why the moment you get into a car and you know it's faster than the one you have, you try to see how fast that car goes. That's why you go on roller coasters. That's why kids play video games, because there's something about that rush that's absolutely enthralling. Now, is it good for you? Probably not. Is it beneficial to your life? Probably not. But somehow we're built for that.
Maybe. But here is a little problem. Whenever I get a tool that makes me go faster, the next thing is I want the whole world to catch up with me. I want to make everybody go faster, and I'm not alone. This here is a perfectly ordinary phone. I have this phone here. You'll hear a ring. Okay. Because I'm simulating the actual ring. You can go With my home-built ringing phone, I ask people, okay, you tell me, when you make a call, how many rings before you get irritated and how many before you just hang up? Frankly, I figured it would be something like 4 gets you ticked and 6 rings is when you hang up. But people got irritated very early.
Now, already? Come on, answer the phone.
Usually I'm already like on the email.
On the second ring?
Yes.
At 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sick of this. I don't want to wait
At 2,
anymore.
you're sick?
Time is valuable, man.
And unbelievably, a large number of these people hung up after 3 rings. 3.
3's a magic number.
The third one is like...
3 rings and you're out? But why? Well, some of them said people should have their phones with them at all times. We do. Well, are the 3 of you just peculiar where you live, or is this normal for the crowd you travel with?
I don't know anybody else who would install another phone line in the bathroom, but...
Okay. My mom's got one.
Okay, now I do.
You're kidding? Yeah. Wait a second, don't they know anybody, like in their family somewhere, who takes time to answer the phone? Do you have any relatives in, Louisiana or North Carolina? All right.
Louisiana.
So now...
Lot slower.
Lot slower.
They only got one phone in the whole house. I hate visiting.
Is it one of those rotary phones?
All right, we're done with you guys. All right, you've proved your point, says Michael Malone, but so what? Everybody knows speed is contagious. What's fascinating is if you see something that saves you only a second or 2, say instead of dialing, all you have to say is...
Ashley.
Cool. Okay, now let's perfect this one.
Why is cool the right adjective when the net gain between speed dialing and get me mom, between and mom, where you don't even actually have to push with your finger onto any object, just mom. What is the savings there? 1/8 of a second.
It's speed for speed's sake. When you got the telephone, when you first got your first desktop computer, did you say to yourself, this is going to enrich my life in so many ways? You didn't do anything of that sort. You say, oh, I can type on it, man. And that gave you a little rush of excitement, a little burst of adrenaline, a little thrill, like, oh, this is going to be fun.
1, 2.
And you will find this everywhere you look, everywhere. These children are taking off their pants the old-fashioned way, sliding them down their legs. This is not fun. Now give these same children Velcro snap-off pants. Now this is fun. Or choose a very different part of life. How about orange juice? When you think about it, orange juice too has speeded up over the years. You may remember the very slow and methodical cut your orange and then squeeze your orange era not so long ago. But then comes frozen concentrate, so you didn't have to buy the orange or squeeze anything. You just plop it in and you pour. Even faster than that, you could then buy ready-to-pour orange juice that's pre-squeezed, no plopping, no waiting at all, except, of course, for that spout, that puzzling, weirdly folded thing on top that you had to open up somehow. So even faster was the twist-open spout with a tinfoil protector, which you had to peel off. Even faster than the tinfoil peel is the pluck-off top. And yes, fastest of all the juice box, all you do is stab and suck. And it's amazing, but we customers embrace each tiny improvement. For example, frozen concentrate sales fell 13% from 1993 to 1998. At the very same time, the faster ready-to-pour option gained 12% sales. So faster products take business from slower products. But who cares about saving 1 second switching from a peel to a pop? I don't.
That's because of your metaphysics of orange juice. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, some people it means a whole heck of a lot. I mean,
what
look at the history
person says, Mom, I just saved 1/8 of a second opening my orange juice? No one I know.
No, of course not. But 1/8 of a second is a considerable increment of time at the bottom of your brain.
You mean something way deep down in my brain
wants better.
And can measure that kind of interval?
I think so.
And you know what? I decided he was right when I found out the Sony company has a Discman option that says when you're listening to a CD, you can enjoy playing with less blank space between the tracks. Which means instead of having to endure 3 seconds between Frank Sinatra and the next Frank Sinatra, you can cut it way back to 1 second. Save 2 seconds per cut. I mean, really. And yet,
1 second is cool.
Yeah, because then you don't have, well...
2 seconds is a lot.
In California, I think they do that all the time.
Like 1 cut to the next cut to the next cut to the next cut.
A second takes
3 seconds is too long.
It's a difference.
Why do they have 3-second pauses?
quicker is better.
Yes.
Yes, it's always been so, says Michael. If something was speedier...
With it. You didn't think of it as, this is going to make my life faster. I'm going to do things quicker. You know, this is going to enhance every corner of my life. It's just like neat.
But now, with neat comes a little bit of a price. Like if I were to
A little bit of a price comes a huge price.
Well, there you go. But is anyone aware of this?
No.
Yes, we are. We all know that today we have so many people who can find us, call us, beep us, write us. There's such a thing as overload, and each of us in our own way has to deal with that. And we will when we return.
I want to shout it from the rooftops. This is the thinnest I've been, maybe ever. I was fat. Slim Fast was the best thing that happened to me. I have lost over 50 pounds on the Slim Fast plan. I've kept it up for 2 years. Wow, I like that. I take care of myself and I eat smart. I have a Slim Fast for lunch every day. That's the secret.
23 vitamins and minerals, protein, calcium, fiber, all the balanced nutrition like a healthy meal.
I love it, and it really gives me a charge.
Slim Fast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
I finally found the answer.
Murphy, I want you to pick my wife up from the airport. Her name is Thelma.
The wait is
I'm Thelma.
Really?
Really?
Camry's extra value package with CD player and 6 speakers and a power driver's seat.
Thanks for the ride.
No problem, Mrs. Burns.
Who's Mrs. Burns?
Did we mention anti-lock brakes? The 1999 Camry, now with special savings.
Labor of love took on a whole new meaning when Kyle was born. 12 hours of labor.
One of life's most joyful moments can also be one of its most painful. But take comfort, as so many women have, in Tylenol, the pain reliever doctors and hospitals choose most.
Come meet your little brother.
Hello. Tylenol, take comfort in our strength.
How do you create the biggest primetime quiz show ever?
Human drama, suspense, and $1 million.
Here's how you can play. Pick up a touch-tone phone. Call this number. Quickly answer several questions. Qualify for and win a playoff game. Then you could be on your way to New York City to play for $1 million.
Anyone here who doesn't want to be a millionaire? I didn't think so.
Phone lines are open 24 hours a day, so call anytime.
Call now.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The biggest primetime quiz show ever, coming August 16th to ABC.
Anybody who has ever cooked breakfast for a family knows this already, but Mary Kokos knows it better.
That's going to, I don't know, a stack by itself?
On Saturday mornings at her diner in central Long Island in New York, every 10 minutes she's cooking about 10 different breakfasts simultaneously. Which means to keep all her customers satisfied, she has to keep in her head how long it takes to make toast, because you don't want to burn the toast, how long for cheese omelets, and how long for home fries, how long for pancakes and crispy bacon and regular bacon. But the trick here is that all these different foods take different times to cook. They must be coordinated so they hit the plate at the right moment. Somehow, she has to keep each of those counts going simultaneously in her head. But how?
That's just it. You automatically are doing things. Once you start going, you're not thinking that I'm cracking eggs, I'm putting bacon. It's just coming automatically. You're just doing it.
That's right, says Professor John Gibbon of Columbia University. Brains just do this automatically. You know how at a traffic intersection when you're sitting there at a red light waiting, and without you thinking about it, somehow your ankle starts to twitch just at the moment the light turns green? Well, in the same way, that's how Mary's brain learned how long it takes to fry an egg. These durations of time are in her head.
Yes.
Where in her head?
Well,
you point to it if you have.
Actually, in the midbrain region.
To show you how this is done, we are going to enter, figuratively of course, Mary's brain, where I have asked my friends Adam and Josh, in their fashion, to demonstrate how a typical brain records how long something takes. In our brains, there are two families of cells. This one you see here is just
pulsing!
Pulsing, or ticking, 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 ticking.
Is that about right? Actually, it's very close to a model that we've been working with for some time.
We also have cells like this one, which is just listening, listening, listening.
Well, that would be the accumulator.
So, whenever we have an experience, some of our cells are ticking and some are listening. Now, the first time that Mary cooks an egg...
Well, looks like we're doing eggs. Let's see.
As she has this experience, the listener cells are counting out how long this takes.
4, 5.
When the egg is done, the listener cell concludes...
Eggs! 5.
After she's cooked a few more eggs, the memory...
Eggs! 5.
...gets permanently recorded or fixed in her brain.
Can't forget it now.
So after years and years cooking all sorts of breakfasts, Mary's brain is now filled with automatic counts for everything.
Eggs and bacon. 9. French fries. 10. Waffles. 8. Pancakes. 15. French toast. 7. Yeah!
Okay, now we're ready to go back and answer the question we started the program with. Why is it, when you come upon a rotary phone, why does it seem to go so slow? Well, the reason is once we got used to the push-button phones, the listening cells in our brains decided, all right, it takes 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 3 beats to use a phone like this. So now when you go over and you see a rotary phone and you start to dial, now the counting cells begin to count 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. You should be done. But look, the counting cell in your brain says,
what's going on? This is too long. Get this over with. It's done with. Interval's too long.
So you see, it's the combination of being suddenly aware that something's not right and then waiting for it to be done together. You see, that's what's so irritating. And that is why the push-button phones have, in a very real way, rewired our brains. New technology does change us physically.
But if we're now hooked into fast, there's nothing wrong with that, says this man, Regis McKenna. Fast tools, he says, give us big advantages.
So you just like this stuff.
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, I think it is, and by the way, we have no choice for it anyway.
Regis McKenna is one of Silicon Valley's most famous pioneers, and he's what they call an early adapter. The newest computers, cell phones, beepers, you name them, he's got them. And look at this guy. He's sitting at his computer, looking at his screen, while the very same image appears on an even bigger screen, just in case, I don't know, he decides to sell tickets. I mean, why do this? Well, why not? He says this is what Americans have always done.
And this has gone on, you know, for 200-300 years here in the United States.
First we invent them, then we use them. Fast food, Pony Express, instant pudding, instant coffee, instant cameras ready to wear, self-service, they all started here. And earlier in the century, during the great Oklahoma land rush, remember, the settlers who got into Oklahoma sooner got the best land. It's still called the Sooner State. And when you marry this American desire to be first with the American desire to be productive, well, perhaps the greatest display of super efficiency ever is in this scene from a 1920 Buster Keaton film, The Scarecrow, in which Mr. Keaton and an actor, Eddie Klein, have breakfast together, where you will see them use exactly 15 labor-saving devices, which we will describe as they appear. That's number 1, the salt shaker on a string. Number 2 is the self-opening icebox with number 3, the tabletop opener. Number 4, the trapeze automatic icebox return. No one, you'll notice, has to leave the table at any time during this meal. Excellent. Number 5, the retractable napkin. Okay, now they're going to dump that little trolley bread basket, and number 6 is the removable tabletop with permanent plates and trapdoor. That's number 7, pig chutes included. The roll-top desk and hose is number 8. Though the water does not appear to have any obvious destination. Number 9, multiple condiment removal. Number 10, the lamp. Number 11, the flowers. The bathtub and love seat combination is number 12. First it's a bed, then it's a hutch. That's number 13. Look at this, it's also a piano. 14. And the double-faced tabletop and wall hanging is 15. And you'll notice that these guys were very comfortable with their newfangled gadgets, not unlike our friend Regis McKenna. But the world is bigger than Buster Keaton and Regis. There are a lot of folks who find new tools mystifying and scary. And as machines speed up, what is going to happen to, well, to folks like me?
Look, I have, you know...
Don't you know anybody like me?
Oh, I know lots of people like you. I mean, you know...
And do you think that we are just not up to the self-discipline and to the self-education?
No, I think you are actually engaged in it and involved in it as much as most people, but it's not on a conscious level.
Oh, excuse me. So we will delve into the unconscious when we return.
When I had trouble getting rid of headaches with the leading pain reliever, I assumed the problem was my headaches were too tough. But you know what? The problem wasn't my headaches. It was my medicine. Because when I tried Excedrin, everything changed. My headaches went away. Completely away. Excedrin's just on a whole other level. So my headaches are still tough. But Excedrin's tougher.
Excedrin, the headache medicine.
Remember the last time?
Uh-huh.
You were supposed to bring it back, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, today, we're gonna try something new.
A little overprotective of your Tupperware?
But what if we lose the key?
Get Gladware. Reusable containers you can wash, freeze, microwave, and at about 50 cents each, still afford to lose. So if they don't bring them back, don't get mad.
I'm just a kid.
Get Glad. Now in a new snack size.
Introducing a radically new SUV, the new Nissan Xterra. Everything you need, and nothing you don't.
Feminine itching, painful irritation. It's private stuff that you have to deal with. Now there's new vitamin-enriched Vagisil cream with skin-soothing vitamins E, A, and D. Vagisil stops itching fast as it soothes itchy, irritated skin with vitamins, even urine-irritated skin. And with Vagisil, the itch relief lasts hours. New vitamin-enriched Vagisil cream. Vagisil, a better understanding of better intimate care.
Duvall, Woods, live Monday night at 8 on ABC.
It's not really all that important, but we'd like to give credit where credit is due on this program. So it was Isaac Watts, the famous 17th century hymnist, who said, "For Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do." And while that was many years before anyone had ever heard of the fax machine or the cell phone, Robert Krulwich may have found just the sort of scene Mr. Watts had in mind.
Give me that, because this is, in the car, it's a strong signal.
This is Sid from New York City, a very busy, very important guy with phones and beepers, 2 phones at the same time even, though I'm not sure there's anybody on any of them.
Hello? No, this is unbelievable.
Whenever I see people who are totally wired like this, attached to their gadgets, I wonder, do they buy these things because they have to, or because it makes them look so, well, so busy?
Hello?
When did important people become busy? It used to be that important people were idle. That was the whole idea. You showed your success and your wealth and your power by not doing stuff. And somewhere along the line, and I don't know when it happened, it suddenly became a measure of success to have no free time whatsoever.
Okay. I have a call into Harvey. I'll talk to Harvey about it tomorrow. And then you and I will talk.
Consuming time in the sense of every second is filled is a way of showing status now.
And when you work all by yourself at home and the phone does not ring, Michael Malone remembers what that's like.
There used to be days when no one would call. And here I was a freelance writer, and when no one called, I thought, oh my God, they forgot me. I've been left out of the loop. I'll never get a writing assignment again, and I'm going to have to go work at the window at McDonald's with the little paper hat on and the microphone. And that was my nightmare.
It is certainly possible that the impulse to buy and use these gadgets is driven in good part by fear. Those secret fears that everybody has, that the great cartoonist Bill Steig captures so well. People don't want to be bored. They don't want to be alone. They don't want to be ignored. And maybe if you get enough gadgets, maybe you can keep those fears at bay. But there is one fear you can never really conquer,
And so many Americans are now turning 40 and 45 and 50, the age when for the first time you think, uh-oh, one day I'm going to die. And that sense that the clock is ticking, that whiff of mortality in the air, may explain why so many people now want to go faster and do more and pack it in, because for a huge group, which happens to include my friends John Flansburgh and John Linnell and their band, They Might Be Giants, time is running out.
You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're even older, and now you're even older. You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're older still.
Time is marching on, and time is still marching on.
This day will soon be at an end, and now it's even sooner, and now it's even sooner, and now it's even sooner. This day will soon be at an end, and now it's even sooner, and now it's sooner still.
So that is why there's such recent interest in faster gadgets. It's a baby boomer thing. And all we're experiencing now is that generation's passing obsession with the idea that, oh my God, we're all gonna die.
You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're even older, and now you're even older. You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're older still.
Okay, I put it to Michael Malone. This obsession with minutes and seconds and efficiency, it's all going to disappear, right, when you and all the other baby boomers disappear.
I don't believe it. I disagree. I think we all secretly know that all those events we're shoving into those individual seconds don't really give us anything in the long run. I think we have this idea in the back of our minds, and maybe this is why we try to do so much so fast and try to speed things up, is that we're buying time. If I become infinitely efficient, increase my efficiency, speed up my productivity, I can, at some point in my life, stop and step out of time. That
so
makes my life worthwhile.
Time so before I die, it's saving time so that I can live.
That's right.
The opposite.
We're trying to save time so we can live. The trouble is, we're addicts to time. And the hardest thing in the world is to stop.
After all, look what lots of us do with our free time. Hours and hours every day we sit, apparently quite relaxed, but look at our fingers. Our fingers have found a gadget that tells the truth about us. Yes, it's easier to move the joint in your thumb 1/16 of an inch rather than cross a 6.5-foot space, which means getting up and then itching and changing the channel. The TV remote reveals something profound about people. Used to be guys did it more than gals, but now when you get down to the youngest group, girls and boys click at about the same rate.
Do you want to see Snow White? Oh, I want to see that.
This drives programmers crazy, even the most popular shows on television. Take this one, for example. Most people who tune in for this show, and mind you, this is a drama, to make sense of it, you gotta stick with it for a while, and yet, 55% of this show's audience watches less than half. They love it, but they leave it. Now, that's the most popular show on TV. In a more ordinary drama, typically, 3/4 of the audience disappears without seeing most of the show. 3/4 go away, and that's normal. And here's a show I was once on. The TV ratings showed that when this image of a tuba player by a pool of alligators came on TV, more than 1 million households clicking by said, what is this? And they stopped.
1 million extra households. You know how many Astrodomes worth of people that is? But then just as quick as I got them, about 2 minutes later, I lost them. Bye-bye. That is the sound of more than 1 million households leaving me.
Pay for my new stereo now?
So many viewers are now in motion, the advertisers cut their messages much faster, hoping this will keep you watching. But the faster they cut, the quicker we click. So the ads have to get even quicker until we found a chief executive who decided, how about a 1-second ad?
I don't know that you can say everything you want to say in 1 second.
Neither do we, but here it is. Thank you.
It's amazing how long 1 second really is when you see it on TV.
Isn't that true? Or at least he hopes it's true.
Come on, just leave it on.
We who make TV know that you who watch TV, many of you have the attention span of a 3-year-old. But that's what happens when hundreds of millions of people get a gadget that allows them to indulge their every whim instantly.
Are you suggesting to me that we may be suffering from an infantilization of our culture?
Exactly.
Oh, what a new concept. That hadn't crossed my mind. Well, of course we are.
Well, what are you saying? You're saying then that gadgets come into our lives, ineluctably speed us up, ineluctably tap into our 6-year-old gotta-have-it greedy part, and that the world then becomes
it taps into our 6-year-old is the higher part of the brain. It also taps into the medulla, our reptile brain, which says,
yeah, so you create
something goes by, eat it. Yeah.
Something goes by, eat it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so then you end up then with 6 billion creatures on the world saying, gimme, gimme, gimme now. What kind of a world is that?
I think it's the world we currently live in. If you look around you, is the trend towards infantilization? Yes. Is the trend towards immediate gratification? Yes. Is the challenge for every adult to try to carve out what matters and to delay gratification and to fight for these more enriching things? Absolutely. Does it get harder every year? Absolutely. Do I have a solution? No.
But maybe there is a solution and you're looking at it. We'll be right back.
And here we are.
Nightline in Primetime, Brave New World continues after this from our ABC stations.
Tonight at 11 on Eyewitness News, a shooting rampage in Georgia. At least a dozen people dead at the hands of a single gunman. And there's a New Jersey connection. Plus, a new test hopes to cut the number of heart attacks in half. Tonight at 11 on Eyewitness News.
Oh, you're an angel.
Let's go.
To 7-Eleven?
Yep. For a few of these fabulous new bakery sticks from Kraft. Pepperoni and cheese, sausage and cheese, ham and cheddar, all tucked into these neat little bakery fresh breadsticks. You're welcome.
Discover a new way to care and a new name worth knowing. Introducing the Eckerd family of products. Quality you can count on based on a simple philosophy. That responsibility is an ingredient. That product testing should not be the customer's job. And that peace of mind doesn't have to cost extra. Discover Eckerd products today and bring our family to yours. Available exclusively at Genevieve's.
Integrity is the foundation. Humanity is the stone. Compassion is the mortar. Strength is the steel. These are the values that build this company. These are the values behind the products we offer and the services we provide. For more than 150 years, these are the values that have made New York Life the company you keep.
Tips on estate planning on Money Talks.
There are people in America who think very carefully about new machines, about how machines can speed us up, about how they change our lives. This is Amish country near Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Professor Diane Umble grew up here. So this is it.
This is it.
What do you call it?
An Amish community telephone, or a phone shanty. Sometimes they call them phone shanties.
But it's quite far from this farm and quite far from that farm.
Quite far from the house, on purpose.
This is an Amish community telephone shack. Years ago, folks around here decided it's okay to use telephones, but they also decided not to make it easy.
Go ahead in, and then the cameraman will follow you.
It doesn't have any seats. It's
to purposely make it a little uncomfortable?
So you can't sit here and talk, chat forever and ever for the whole evening.
It's not that the Amish are anti-telephone. That's not it. It's just that they want important routines in their lives. Their meals, their prayer meetings, their family get-togethers. These things, their leaders say, should not be casually interrupted.
They're suspicious. They have a healthy suspicion of things that speed things up and that are too easy. They value hard work, and they have made choices not to get caught up in pace, the fast pace of things. If you choose to use a horse and buggy to get around, that means you have time to think, you have time to reflect, you have time to enjoy the beauty around you.
Then how do we account for the suspicious success of cell phones?
Well, now, that is one of those things that I think flies in the face of the value system.
I did talk with a saleswoman from a local cell phone store, and I don't want to embarrass anybody here, but she says last year she sold 2 cell phones every month to Amish families, then 3 a month, now 4 a month. And families use these phones, she says, to call suppliers or customers. It's business calls, not social calls. Still, if one of these folks does have a cell phone in their pocket, you could imagine a situation where they might be tempted.
So they're constantly making choices.
So bit by bit, in marches speed.
In marches, slowly, incrementally.
And far from Pennsylvania, back in Silicon Valley, technology champion Regis McKenna says he's convinced that in 30 years, even the Amish will be on the phone and online.
I think that they're adopting the cellular phone because it is a network. It connects them. It connects them with the outside world, particularly the young people. It'll really have a tremendous impact upon them, I think, 10, 20 years from now.
You can slow them down, says Regis, but nobody can beat these new technologies. In the end, we will all go faster.
I think that you will find that these technologies change you, even though you try consciously to impose your value systems on it. It has more impact on changing you than you do on it.
Imagine man-made moons helping us to communicate.
And why will machines speed us up? What makes them so irresistible? Well, Regis has a view of human beings that not everybody has, but it's his view.
Hey, we live in a real world. This is how you are. You are a good person by what you do.
And the more you do, the better person you are, says Regis. We are social animals. That's why we can't resist these tools. They help us be social. They help us connect. But isn't Regis forgetting something?
You've got 2 parts to yourself. You've got an outer life and an inner world. And what we're forgetting in this culture is the inner world.
Jacob Needleman teaches philosophy at San Francisco State, and he says humans do not exist to be busy all the time. And of course it's true. There are times making love, making art, or just lost in thought. The time seems to vanish. And it's these times when we're not doing, but just being. That's when the latest, fastest machines don't matter so much. In fact, that's how you escape machines when you want to. The problem is Regis McKenna doesn't want to, ever.
If I took you, Regis McKenna, and stuck you in a closet, nothing even as exciting as a sensory deprivation device. I stick you in a closet, and I say, Regis, you're in there for the next 2 hours. Is there any possibility that?
No, I'd be pretty antsy. I like to do things all the time.
Well, you could do things like you could dream. You could recite old poems.
Well, you can, except that you know, I'm one of those people that believes that you actually live by being engaged in the world.
Well, though there's a world in your head. You're disengaging from the physical world and joining the world in between your ears.
Yeah, in some extent that's true, but I can't think change. and make the world change.
So you lived there in that closet for the 2 hours and you think, well, that was a 2 hours wasted completely?
Yes, I would think that was a wasted 2 hours.
I think this fellow, maybe he should learn, he could learn that sitting in the closet for an hour or two can be a very rich thing and nourish your outer life too.
In my mind, this is a rejection of the world. It's a rejection of who we are.
It's a temporary vacation from the physical universe, which you apparently are never going to take. Have you noticed it's what you value in life that determines how susceptible you are to these fast machines? If you like doing and connecting like Regis, well then, faster tools are going to be pretty hard to resist. If, however, you value solitude and contemplation, then the very same tools lose their grip. The question is, what do you value? And we will address that question musically when we come back.
The ball is in your court. Everything is turning around. It's time for the 99 Honda clearance. Now it's your turn to call the shots. The 99 Honda clearance. Don't you just love it when you win?
I'm concerned about my cholesterol. Got a bike. Cutting back on junk food. Fortunately, my wife Joy discovered a new spread called Take Control. Take Control helps promote my healthy cholesterol levels, and it's delicious.
New Take Control.
Camcorder, $400. 3-hour tape, $7. Extra battery, $25. Home movies with Hank Aaron and Willie Mays. Priceless. Use your MasterCard and you could win 4 tickets to a '99 World Series game and sit with baseball's legends. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, sponsor of the Major League Baseball All-Century Team.
3 things I always do before I barbecue ribs. Whip up my secret hot sauce, get the coals just right, and I always take a Pepsid AC.
Whatever's cooking, Pepsid AC can stop heartburn before it starts.
Oh, yeah.
After 3 Emmy Awards for The Practice and 26 more nominations this year for Ally McBeal and The Practice, what will David Kelly do next? Bring you a team of private eyes who break the rules and bend the laws, all in the name of justice. The work is dangerous.
Hold on to your skirts.
I'm getting car sick. Lunchtime!
The suspects are outrageous.
You will not believe this. Just watch.
And the toys are fabulous.
Shot him with a tranquilizer. Give me the gun. Give me the darts, too.
Gina Gershon.
Want a hug? I was just kidding.
Paula Marshall.
I'm on the plank here.
You are thinking with your plank, and I don't want to go down that plank again.
From the creator of The Practice and Ally McBeal comes the private eyes that'll get you.
Bugged your house. We do that sort of thing.
David Kelly Snoops, ABC Sundays this fall.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The Great Summer Drive-In from Chevrolet. You can lease a new '99 4-wheel drive Chevy Blazer for only $299 a month, with only $624 due at lease signing. That's right, just $299 a month. Call for lease details. It's Chevrolet's Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
In an attempt now to tie this broadcast together, let us admit the following. First, David Pleasant, who helped us score the show, will be happy to demonstrate this. There is something exciting about speed. But nobody wants this pace all the time. It's too much. So what Regis McKenna proposes is embrace speed, live your life as fast as you want, but remember you can create pauses and breaks. You program your computer and your beepers and your cell phone to vary the mood to suit you. The philosophy professor, Jerry Needleman, has a very different idea. On the outside, he says, you can be busy with your schedule and your machines, but inside, he says, try to find the quiet spot where you can go and commune. Escape, he says, to the inside. Michael Malone from Silicon Valley offers us a third approach. We have appetites, of course, and desires, he says, but the trick with technology, as with all things, is be an adult. Control your appetite. You don't have to buy this and see that. To be truly rich, limit what you want. Less, he says, is more. By any of these routes, really, it is possible, I think, to slow down, get control. But Ted, you know, when I started this program, I thought it was going to be about machines. It turns out it's really about people and their values. If you have one kind of set of values, this is not going to be a problem for you.
I'd love to believe that you're right, but I don't. I think it's about machines. I think there is a tyranny of technology which determines the pace of our lives. And 150 years ago, when we lived in an agrarian society, people got up when the sun rose, they went to bed when the sun went down. They did or did not go to Philadelphia for a weekend because it was 100 miles away and there was just no way to do it in the time available.
But that doesn't mean just if you have a telephone in your house, you don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it by the second or third ring. There are ways to massage this.
There are certainly ways to massage it. I buy that much. But I think there are expectations that people have. Because the phone exists, people expect you to answer it. Because email calls for an instantaneous response, people are not satisfied waiting a day or two. The technology, I believe, makes a difference.
And you think there's no place to hide?
I think that's the best possible way you could put it. Right, David?
No hiding place! No hiding place! No hiding place! No hiding place!
And now that we are confident, at least of your attention, when we come back, we'll look at what we'll be doing over the next several weeks on A Brave New World.
However you choose to nourish the inside of your body, nourish the outside with new Dove Nutrium. It's unlike anything you've seen or felt before. On one side, a gentle cleanser. The other, a nutrient-rich body lotion with vitamin E. New Dove Nutrium. It goes beyond moisturizing to nourish more than any other body wash. Nutrium, for soft and nourished skin.
Just a minute.
Hey.
Hey.
Great couch.
Thanks.
It smells like a cat.
When your fabrics and upholstery smell bad, your whole room can smell. Now Clorox brings you a breakthrough. New Clorox Fresh Care Fabric Refresher with a patented ingredient that safely eliminates odors from fabrics, so your whole room smells clean.
Did you get rid of the cat?
New Clorox Fresh Care for your fabrics. It's a breath of fresh air.
There comes a point when one more sequin will ruin the dress. When one more brushstroke will spoil the painting. There comes a point when anything more is simply more. Park Avenue by Buick. Power, comfort, unparalleled elegance. And now, Park Avenue is even more rewarding. It's luxury, pure and simple.
So walk over there and I'll take a picture of you, all
The
right?
incredible power of Duracell Ultra.
That's lovely, Julian. That's lovely. Wait a minute. By the statue.
Cameras get faster flashes, up to 100 more pictures.
That's it. Lovely. Let yourself go.
Duracell Ultra, with a concentrated power force to give more life to your high-tech devices.
Oh, yes. Work it. Work it. Yeah.
Duracell Ultra. More power, more life.
The biggest primetime quiz show ever is coming to ABC. All we're missing is you.
Here's how you can play. Pick up a touch-tone phone. Call this number. Quickly answer several questions. Qualify for and win a playoff game.
And boom, You could be on your way to New York City, where it'll be you, me, and $1 million.
Phone lines are open 24 hours a day, so call anytime.
Now is good.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The biggest primetime quiz show ever. Coming August 16th on ABC.
Friday, a secret kept for 18 years. The daughter the world never knew Dr. J had talks with Barbara Walters on 2020 Friday.
Here we go, here we go. There you go, sir. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back. I need some hands.
As you may have gathered tonight, we're taking a rather unconventional approach on this series, and trust me on this one, over the course of the next 7 weeks, we'll be pushing the envelope even further. One thing you should know, these programs are as much about questions as answers. Over the course of this series, we hope to address a number of questions that are rarely even considered on primetime television. The origins of the universe, the possible extinction of life as we know it. Yes, we are going to tackle those big questions.
Is this the way it has to be? Is this the only way to make life?
Is it possible that that bacteria could, in effect, hitchhike from here all the way to there?
We may have a theory that can describe everything in the universe by invoking one idea.
What exactly is human?
I'm part human, part machine.
Clear! Can you now clone a human being?
What are we doing to our planet?
A living human brain
is definitely alive.
But also those questions closer to home.
So you're waiting for grandma too?
What is a family?
I'm the 13th child that came here.
And does love have limits?
You have to get to the point where you accept him for what he is.
This is a series about questions.
Who are you?
An alien?
With answers that will surprise you. I'll be back in a moment.
Next on Eyewitness News, a shooting rampage in Georgia. At least a dozen people dead in 3 different locations. One man was behind the massacre. We're live at the scene. Also, water conservation measures for New York City just hours away. Next.
One of the most exquisite in
here on ABC.
SUV.
The new Nissan Xterra. Choose your sick days wisely.
Is that Reynolds Wrap foil I hear, Betty? I'm making chicken packets. Pat?
Place ingredients on heavy-duty wrap.
Made it in less than 20 minutes.
Me too. Packet cooking with Reynolds Wrap.
Allow me to clean up.
When I was fat, I was in this shell. I never wanted to go anywhere. I don't need to hide myself anymore. I lost over 50 pounds with the Slim Fast plan. I've kept it off for 5 years. I'm so full of life. I love to work out, and I drink a shake every day. Delicious. I will never go back.
23 vitamins and minerals, protein, calcium, fiber, all the balanced nutrition like a healthy meal.
I feel so good. Gosh, it's phenomenal.
Slim Fast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
I love who I am now.
Where are my clothes?
We asked today's hottest fashion designers to switch antiperspirants.
Invisible Solid? Show me.
Degree Invisible Solid is body heat activated with a clear difference.
It kicked in when it got hot. I'm dry.
Degree works hard but never shows.
While some folks couldn't sleep, you were peacefully sleeping thanks to new Simply Sleep from the makers of Tylenol PM. It's non-habit forming and eases you into a restful night's sleep. New Simply Sleep.
My Italian mom's cooking was always full of surprises. Like the Olive Gardens. Take their new seafood Alfredo. It's sauteed shrimp and crawfish tossed with your classic fettuccine Alfredo. Plus all the salad and breadsticks you want. The Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
To learn more about the machines which speed up our life, visit abcnews.com for a discussion with Robert Krulwich and Mike Malone of Forbes ASAP. immediately following this program in the Eastern and Central time zones. That's our broadcast for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Monday, top-ranked Tiger Woods faces second-ranked David Duval for a $1.1 million prize. The Showdown at Sherwood. Monday on ABC.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
If you open a store that sells many of the same
of drugs is missing, and the drugs could be harmful.
Plus, the ads say free or cheap PCs, but how much of a bargain are you really getting? Tonight at 11 on Eyewitness News.
I don't know about you, but I don't have time to shop for the best price on a mattress. That's why I'm excited about the Macy Bed Low Price Guarantee. Macy's won't be undersold, so I'm getting the best price from the store I've trusted all my life. During Macy's home sale, find 50% savings plus 10% and extra dollars off premium sets, plus choose from 6 or 12-month billing plans. For the guaranteed low price, come to Macy's or call 1-800-MACY-BED.
Excuse me, what is that one for?
It's for your goodness.
Well, what about that one?
That'll make you feel good.
And that one?
Your holisticness.
This?
Wellness.
That?
Goodness.
What that?
Whole, well, and good.
Where's the aspirin?
I have no idea.
For a detailed wellness guide and the products you really need, check out drugstore.com. It's a trip to the drugstore without the trip to the drugstore.
The golden city of El Dorado vanished. Gold doubloons lost at sea. The goose that laid the golden egg, dinner. Now there's the Lexus Golden Opportunity. Don't let this one slip away. You'll find the Lexus of your dreams, whether you buy or lease at values more incredible than you'd ever expect. But hurry, the Lexus Golden Opportunity ends September 6th at your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
Sunday, ABC 7 keeps you up on the latest business changes with Business Now.
Internet banking is here. Find out who's putting their money where their computer is. Watch Business Now Sunday morning at 11:30 right here on ABC 7.
William H. Macy, Mia Farrow, and Renee Russo on Live.
Oh, wonder, how many goodly creatures are there here? How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in't.
Things are changing, and sometimes you don't know it until your world is upside down. As our tools move faster, so do we. We're climbing an evolutionary ladder, but what will humans be when man makes man in his own image? And what are we becoming as we put more of our machines into ourselves and more of ourselves into them? What does it mean to be a family? What does it mean to be a parent? What does it mean to be in love? You may be surprised at what you find. A musical universe knit together by dancing strings. A world where aliens live right before our eyes. A world that just might lose most of its living creatures, but where man somehow slips through. We haven't got many answers, but we've got some terrific questions.
Can we now create a machine as fast and as powerful as our own brain? And if so, would it be alive?
So I believe that if you ever got a machine that you could talk with and have a conversation with and ask it how it felt, I think it would probably have something that I would call consciousness.
Can a person remain a human and not be composed of blood and muscle and tissue?
These figures, what's I think wonderful about them is they have desire. That's what I think is so spooky.
Or could we use this machine to help us live forever?
If I have a choice of not existing or existing in some different kind of body, I would definitely choose existing in some different kind of body.
We've got some terrific questions. Plenty of questions on the road to a brave new world. As you may have gathered already, we're venturing into some new territory tonight, but it'll be a provocative and exhilarating ride. Let's start with an easy problem, an election. Two candidates, a total of 10,000 votes cast. Candidate A gets 4,999 votes. Candidate B gets 5,001. Who wins? Easy problem, easy answer. If, even after the 9th recount, the numbers remain constant, Candidate B, the one with the 2-vote margin, is the winner, as much the winner as if he or she had won by 1,000 votes. Now, take a bottle of milk, and I want you to mix into it a quarter of a bottle of chocolate syrup. Shake it up, stir it up, froth it up, and now you have chocolate milk. But would it still be chocolate milk if you'd only added a spoonful of syrup? What about an eyedropper full? What about an amount so tiny, so microscopic, that you could only detect its presence by chemical analysis? At which point, in other words, does whole white milk become chocolate milk? That question used to be applied with a perfectly straight face to the issue of race in this country. The law used to hold that if even one of your great-great-grandparents was black, you were considered black. So let's take that ludicrous law for a moment and reapply it. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that a cousin of yours has been in a terrible car accident. It's been many months, and surgeons have given her a baboon's heart, a pig's liver, and 2 mechanical legs. Well over 1/16 of her body is no longer human. What is she? Well, as long as the brain is human, you say. But be careful. My old friend Robert Krulwich will be taking us places tonight where Nightline doesn't normally venture. And our answers by the end of this program may not be as glib as at the beginning. Imagine yourself, for example, in a fairly common but pretty scary situation. You're aboard a plane, and just as you're taking off, the pilot tells you to buckle up. There's some lousy weather ahead.
To begin, let's say it's a dark and stormy night like this one at an airport, and somewhere up in the sky are 2 different planes, both of them trying to land. And visibility, well, as you can see, it's terrible.
One of the planes up there is a Boeing built in Seattle. The other, an Airbus built in Toulouse, France. 2 commercial jets. The pilots can't see a thing because it's so cloudy, but there's no problem because for years now, passenger planes have had an automatic pilot system, a device inside the plane that on cloudy nights takes over and, helped by a guidance system on the ground, most big passenger planes can now actually land themselves. They do it all the time.
Now, just to make things a little more interesting, suppose there's a sudden shift in the wind, and we have now a dangerous wind shear. So here's the Boeing, here's the Airbus. They're both heading suddenly down, lower and lower, losing speed and heading right into the ground. This isn't good.
Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear.
And we're going to show you this in a simulator so we don't have to die.
Wind shear, wind shear.
In this situation, each pilot decides I've got to seize control from the computer now and execute a drastic rescue maneuver, which means take control away from the computer. But wait, in a panicky situation like this, whose judgment is more reliable, the human pilot or the computer? Interestingly, the Boeing company and the Airbus company have very different views on this. In the Boeing plane, as we plunge down, the pilot can push this button right here. Beep, 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 beep means you're sure you want to do this. He pushes it again, and that means yep. And now, Bill Hammond is in total control. So the Boeing company has decided that the final decision, the last word, should go to the human. But in the Airbus, they take the opposite view. They like the computer. If you wanted to do some drastic move on the Airbus,
that's right,
go way up or way to the left or way to the right, what would happen?
Yeah, it would take you to a point, but then the computers would stop that drastic movement to maintain the aircraft in a safe configuration.
The Airbus computer will not let the human go beyond certain fixed limits. If the pilot wants to go too far over, he can't. If the pilot wants to go too far up, he can't. So even if our pilot Bill absolutely believes that flying upside down would save his life, in an Airbus, he couldn't.
You could.
In the Boeing, could you?
Yes, you could.
The Airbus company is saying that in this highly dangerous situation, in the end, they trust the computer. The computer is safer. The Boeing company says, no. In the end, we choose the human. The human is more reliable. And this contest between man and machines is going to take us down an interesting road.
Who do we give the last word to? That's the big debate in technology. Talk to any software engineer, talk to any designer, it boils down to those kinds of questions.
So we called Danny Hillis.
Well, because I'm an engineer.
Not just an engineer, Danny is one of the nation's leading thinkers about technology. He works now for the Disney company, as do we, and he says on a stormy night he'd put his trust not in the human pilot, but in the computer.
It's able to keep track of all the details much better. It complements humans. It happens to have a set of skills, if you will, that are better for flying an airplane than a human. And there's certain things that machines just do better.
You make this same choice, says Danny, when you buy a car with anti-lock brakes.
In effect, what you're choosing to do is you're choosing to let a computer control your brakes rather than you control the brakes. Because guess what? It's exactly the same issue as the airplane.
There are some situations, and more of them all the time, where the computer does it better.
There's going to be some level of complexity at which humans just can't do the job anymore. You have to hand it over to a computer.
The Pentagon's known this for years.
Tracking right there.
In an air battle.
I thought I lost it. Coming towards you.
Traveling at supersonic speeds with missiles coming in from every direction and the enemy dodging and swooping, there is no way a human pilot can think fast enough.
Tally-ho.
Humans couldn't possibly handle the situation. They can't keep track of it.
I'll be killed.
And increasingly you will find computers doing tasks that humans simply cannot do in other fields.
I'm going to make an incision here in this duct, and then I'm going to pass this catheter into
medicine, for example. And as computer chips get smarter and smaller, people will use them not just to perform tasks, but think about it. Many of us already put contact lenses right on our eyes so we can see better. And we put cochlear implants right in our ears so we can hear better. But this tiny chip is designed to be surgically implanted inside a human. It's an artificial retina created for kids who are going blind by an eye doctor, Alan Chow, with a little help from the rest of his family.
We would be able to, we hope, produce functional vision, vision that people can use to walk around, to recognize objects.
At first, ideas like this seem a little scary. But when they work, says Michael Schrage,
all of a sudden, you're not so upset with technology anymore, because this technology makes your life significantly easier.
And as for the idea that our bodies should stay natural or free of any machine or any other enhancement,
Down the left field line, is it enough?
Even the great home run king Mark McGwire casually admitted that he takes a muscle-building substance, androstenedione, called Andro for short, which is legal.
I've been there. I know.
It's advertised on ESPN.
I just know it could help you add size, strength, and cuts without the risks.
More and more people, it seems, especially younger people, are willing to consider artificial enhancements to give their bodies an athletic advantage.
Anything to, help you out or, make you stronger, I mean, you're looking at it.
And by the same token, if you can do something that gives you an intellectual advantage, says Danny Hillis, why not?
Well, I believe it won't be too long before you can sort of insert a little chip someplace.
A little chip that will help you, say, memorize. Michael Schrage wants a math chip.
Seriously? Oh, absolutely. Mathematics. Mathematics. You know, my ability to do partial differential equations, or actually differential equations of any kind.
I mean, if you could carry it behind your ear or even inside your ear, wouldn't you prefer that?
No. Well, that may be just me.
Yeah, I think you're just an old fogey. You'll get used to it.
Excuse me, but putting computer chips in my head is not something I would really ever want to do. But Danny says, you know, I think I can tempt you.
Which, in your case, he may even be able to do. But how tempting a proposition that is ever likely to be for the rest of us? Well, we'll see when we come back.
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and get a natural look? It's easy with Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men Gel. No one can tell with Just for Men Gel.
It's not regular hair coloring, it's specially made to penetrate that coarse, hard to color gray. Simply brush in and in 5 minutes, rinse. Now gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men Gel.
Change is taking place all over America. Big change. Because now you can call anyone across America for just 8 cents a minute on calls over 10 minutes. All day, every day. Just dial 1010-321 and you can talk as long as you want to the people you care about the most. You don't have to sign up. Just dial 1010-321, then 1 and the number. It's that simple. 8 cents a minute on calls over 10 minutes, day or night with 1010-321.
My Italian mom's cooking was always full of surprises.
Like the Olive Gardens. Take their new seafood Alfredo. It's sauteed shrimp and crawfish tossed with your classic fettuccine Alfredo. Plus all the salad and breadsticks you want.
The Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
The JCPenney Buy More, Save More sale. Now you can afford to buy your kids more of those clothes you don't like. Kind of ironic, isn't it?
The biggest primetime quiz show ever is coming to ABC. All we're missing is you.
Here's how you can play. Pick up a touch-tone phone. Call this number. Quickly answer several questions. Qualify for and win a playoff game.
And boom! You could be on your way to New York City, where it'll be you, me, and $1 million.
Phone lines are open 24 hours a day, so call anytime.
Now is good.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The biggest primetime quiz show ever. Coming August 16th on ABC.
You all right, Kevin? Keep talking to me.
Professor Kevin Warwick of the University of Sussex in Britain
We're going about half an inch deep.
decided last year to implant a computer chip in his arm.
Just move your arm up and down, see if there's any.
I'm a professor of cybernetics, and cybernetics is all about humans and machines interacting. And well, essentially, I'm part human, part machine now. I'm a true cyborg, which is not bad for a cybernetics professor.
But not all that interesting either. Professor Warwick wanted his office building's security system to recognize him instantly. No, try again.
Hello, Professor Warwick.
Maybe some people want to have chips in them that open doors or turn on music automatically, but the more interesting developments are chips that make connections inside you, particularly up here, in the brain. After all, what's in my brain are hundreds of millions of neurons, all linked together, brain cells, and there are a number of laboratories right now trying to develop artificial neurons, electronic connections that might be used in the event, say, of an accident.
The next step is the one where you have a stroke or a bump on the head, and we actually take those little electronic connections and replace brain cells with it. And in that case, you could actually think a thought, and you wouldn't notice that some of the electrical signals which make up that thought are actually happening through a little piece of electronics.
So if I said, "What's your name?" and you said, "Danny Hillis," the D sound, say, which would require 200,000 circuits to go off to give you the D. If 20 of them were artificial, you'd still say D for Danny.
Yeah, and you wouldn't notice any difference.
Suppose instead of 25% of your brain being artificial, let's make it 51% of your brain is artificial. Now, most of your neurons were bought in a store.
You see, what's hard for people to imagine is suddenly replacing their brain with electronics. But if I replaced it one neuron at a time, so that you never even noticed, and you kept
How
the
would I
same...
not notice? That would be a trick. But
well, let's say I came in while you were sleeping every night and drill a little hole and switch a neuron, so that you kept the same thoughts, you kept the same memory, you still had the same personality, and so on. Then it could be that by the end of that process, I could actually replace all of the neurons in your brain by electronics, and you would still be you.
Would I? Can a person remain human and not be composed of blood and muscle and tissue?
Little thing was crying out loud.
Once you are entirely artificial, are you still there? The great American dancer, choreographer Bill T. Jones tried an interesting experiment recently.
Should we go as high as the
As high as you can go, I would think.
Conceived by computer artists Paul Kaiser and Shelley Eshkar and this team from Modern Uprising Studios, what they did was cover Bill with small reflectors, those little round balls.
All right, this should be interesting.
Yeah, let me go try it. There's one move I want to try to see if it's...
Then he stepped out onto the dance floor, which was surrounded by 10 cameras, all of them linked to a computer. And as Bill began to move, the cameras tracked his motion from all those different angles and then created in the computer a virtual Bill T. Jones.
Those dots moving alone, the first day Shelley and Paul showed me that, I was astounded. That's how I move, truer than any videotape.
Then the dots were turned into a wireframe, a kind of a skeleton. Then the skeleton was turned into a drawing, a moving drawing. So I asked Bill, okay, here is your dance. The dance is in the machine, but is that you?
It's not me. No, I don't think I lost anything there.
But when you look at the piece, do you see you or do you see something other?
It's something else. It's something I have spawned.
Something you spawned.
And
sounds like you're related to it then.
Oh, I am certainly related to it. We use the term, the three of us, we talked about a progenitor, which is in the original. And then out of him, him.
Is this a sexual child or is it a Xerox version?
Well, like I say, these figures, what's I think wonderful about them is they have desire. That's what I think is so spooky. The most human characteristic. They want something.
I'd fly away to the one I love, oh yes. Sail away, oh honey, sail away.
If one is captured totally in a machine, maybe this is what it would be like. To be there, but not really there.
Stretch, honey. You gotta look way in there. You gotta stretch a little bit more, baby. Just a little bit more. It seems to be existing outside of me. And that's okay.
Parallel to?
Parallel to.
Lesser than?
Now, do we have to go there?
I don't know.
Lesser than. Well, yes, lesser than.
So far, this figure can't convey what Bill does live in performance. But one day, says Bill, who knows?
It's all about a beginning. That's what's so exciting about this work, it's a beginning.
You see, says Danny, you can have some kind of life in a machine, in an artificial body, if you will, and in time, it could be you in there, indisputably you.
If I have a choice of not existing or existing in some different kind of body, I would definitely choose existing in some different kind of body.
You see where this is leading, don't you? One reason people may feel tempted to fold themselves into a machine, to become one with a machine, is, well, our bodies wear out. Machines, on the other hand, last much longer than we do. So the ultimate reward is that you don't have to die, by this logic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. If I could have a machine that lasted 1,000 years, I'd jump at the chance.
You do really believe that there's no master plan here that requires death after a term of years not unlike the term we have now?
I don't see anything fundamental about the human spirit that causes it to expire after 100 years.
There is always who might have decreed it.
Well, but by that argument, we ought to be dying at 22 years, which is what we died for most of humanity. But you literally, if you had a chance to live an active, healthy life for, let's say, 200 years, would you do it?
In stainless steel or whatever you got
well,
going for me?
Let's say after the first 100 years, it's in stainless steel.
I don't know, it's such a queer idea.
So you'd rather be dead than be alive in a stainless steel body?
I just wonder whether being alive in the stainless steel body is the same as being alive the way I feel it right now.
It's probably not the same, but that makes it even more interesting.
I've got incoming. This is what we trained for.
In a world they couldn't predict, this crew had one mission.
They're headed right for us. Billions of people are counting on us.
To serve without question.
He's making his final turn, closing fast.
So they were fast, accurate, and ready for anything.
Skipper, I think I hear singing. Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order, please?
6 Happy Meals.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Not bad, people. Not bad.
Come days, dollar days, where as little as $1 can change everything, including light bulbs. Ace is a place for the helpful hardware folks.
This don't itch.
He could be scratching to infection. Now try improved Lanacaine cream with antibacterial to help prevent infection. These can't kill germs.
Hey, the itch is gone.
Lanacaine cream, the only itch killer that's a germ killer, too.
Yeah, this is not. I'm not kidding. She looks just like a pedigree.
Until the day your cat is fully self-sufficient. The next best thing is scoop away. One quick scoop, and it's gone.
Son, your mother and I have to talk to you.
It's important.
Marijuana.
The wacky weed, it is bad. Of this I know, believe your dad. Remember this, it's your decision, but marijuana can lead to prison.
Any way you choose to talk with your kids about drugs is a good way. Call for your free brochure.
The search for Mr. Right, it can last decades. But sometimes you do find someone handsome enough and smart enough.
Wait a minute, you went to Northwestern. So did I.
No kidding, when'd you graduate? But is he old enough?
May.
Then came you. It premieres ABC Thursdays this fall.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over. And life is like a song.
Thus far, we've been talking about putting more and more machinery in our bodies, and eventually, I guess the assumption is that we and our mechanical parts will become one.
Right. But now I want to switch directions if I can, Ted, and talk about giving machines more power, more speed, more intelligence, so eventually they can have their own independent existence separate from us. Usually, the idea of an intelligent machine makes some people very nervous because we could be creating something that eventually will outperform us, maybe even turn against us. So let me begin by introducing you not to this guy. No, I want to let you meet one of the world's state-of-the-art robots. This one's called COG. It's designed by Professor Rodney Brooks and his students at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I asked some friends of mine, John Flansburgh and John Linnell, and their rock band, They Might Be Giants, to pay a visit to COG, and as soon as they saw this robot, they wanted to know, all right, so what can it do that we can't? The drummer, Dan Hickey, said, I want to have a contest, it versus me. Now, I don't know why this is, but whenever people meet a semi-intelligent machine, instantly there's this competitive tension. Okay, that was Dan Hickey, 6 feet tall, weighing in at 145 pounds with 2 sticks and a drum. Now, meet the robot, COG.
Rodney Brooks' brainchild, raised by grad students. He's a thoughtful cyborg with a mind that grows and grows. His name is COG, and he's come from MIT to challenge the drum on thread.
Okay, the stage is set. This will be a drum-off competition, 3 rounds, winner take all. Mr. Hickey, the human, will go first.
That drummer guy's amazing.
No.
He plays with so much emotion.
No.
Human beats are still. COG has the future sound. But I love the human feel.
And you're getting old.
John, whose side are you on?
It's over, baby.
What do you mean it's over, baby? It is not over. We are at the very beginning of the age of intelligent machines, and COG, you may have noticed, has the musical ability of a doorknob. So, yeah, maybe it is one of the best robots around, but so far, we don't have anything to worry about. However, suppose COG could listen to a Buddy Rich album, or Gene Krupa, and learn Krupa's technique on the drums, or maybe develop its own technique. Once our machines can develop on their own, and this is just starting, then we've got a contest. I asked Danny Hillis, is it possible to build a self-improving thinking machine?
I think that maybe the thinking machine would be just too complicated for engineers to design by their normal process of engineering. So you'd have to come up with a very different way of designing it. Another way to design it would be to evolve.
To evolve it.
To evolve it.
How do you evolve a thinking machine? Well, how about this? In the movie Batman Returns, a very evil penguin, played by Danny DeVito, crashes this party and then issues a warning to the people of Gotham City.
Right now, my troops are fanning out across town for your children. Yes, for your firstborn sons.
And those troops, like Mr. DeVito, are also penguins.
They're bad.
They're bad?
Yeah, they have rockets on their backs.
But here's where it gets interesting. The director of the film, Tim Burton, asked his animators, Andrea Loesch and her husband, Paul Ashtown, to create an army of penguins, put 1,500 of them on the screen at the same time, and have them move just like real penguins. Andrea and Paul said, okay, but we won't do it. We're going to have our computer do it on its own. So they began by observing real penguins.
One penguin behavior is made up of his feet doing one thing, his arms doing another, his head doing another.
Paul and Andrea cataloged dozens and dozens of different behaviors.
We just tried to mimic everything.
And then Paul translated all the classic penguin moves into computer code. So instead of having to draw 1,500 different penguins moving 1,500 different ways, they just said to the computer, okay, you do it. So, for example, here, Andrea drew one rocket-bearing penguin, and that penguin was given, say, 5,000 different behavior combinations to choose from. So this one goes step, 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 lean forward, waddle, 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 up, left, and right. But now add in a few more birds, each one choosing its own moves, and you have got a real flock created not by an animator exactly, but by some simple rules from biology.
In essence, what we did was we gave each bird a primitive brain.
And once you give 1,500 penguins 1,500 bird brains, then what happens?
And you let the computer work overnight.
In the final cut, director Tim Burton used real penguins or robot penguins for close-ups to build the action as the entire army converged downtown to launch its rocket attack. But this overhead shot of the penguins arriving, and this shot as they reach Gotham Square, and this one of the penguins suddenly turning and reversing direction, all these tiny penguin moves were created by the computer on its own. So much so, in this shot, look at these three penguins. 1, 2, and 3. Now run the tape. Notice they wander off in the wrong direction. And in fact, biology teaches in real penguin flocks, penguins forget where they're going.
It was just something that the program did on its own. It wasn't something that we had any control over.
I think when you first see it start to work, there's actually a sense of awe that this is, you've created something that takes on a life of its own, in a sense.
And this idea, starting with a few simple rules from biology, putting them into a computer, and then letting the computer on its own evolve more complex behaviors, well, if you think about that, that's how we evolved, all living creatures, though it happened much more slowly, over billions and billions of years. But the earliest life forms started with a few simple rules, and they multiplied and multiplied and multiplied, and through a process of natural selection and survival of the fittest, we came into being. And it's now possible inside a computer to copy nature and create, say, a very primitive brain with a few simple rules. Then you push the button and let the brain evolve, get more complex on its own. And so it is possible that the very biological principles that allowed us to evolve, we can now give to our machines. And eventually they might come up, just as humans did, with a new way to think. But when? When will we see a thinking machine?
By 2020, a computer will have the capacity of the human brain.
Really? Well, when we come back, we will show you, in our fashion, how to make a thinking machine.
Nightline in Primetime, Brave New World continues after this from our ABC.
Tonight at 11.
A warning from health officials. A supply of drugs is missing, and the drugs could be harmful.
Plus, the ads say free or cheap PCs. But how much of a bargain are you really getting? Tonight at 11 on Eyewitness News.
I have a certain situation. There's a backup
It's a backup on the old Jersey Turnpike, if you know what I mean. But the choo-choo cannot leave the station. The general is unable to deploy the troops.
To keep your health, well-being, and privacy intact, check out drugstore.com. It's a trip to the drugstore without the trip to the drugstore.
Many sport utility vehicles feature a body that's held to a frame by just 10 bolts. The body and frame of the Infiniti QX4 is actually one solid structure held together by over 4,200 precision welds. So if you ever wonder why the QX4 drives so solid, it's because it is so solid.
Lisa decides it's time to redo the kitchen. Great, I say. You get the easy part, picking the cabinets, choosing the colors. Meanwhile, I got to go make nice to some loan officer down at the bank and agonize for weeks. Lisa suggests wingspanbank.com instead. So I apply online, and I get the answer right then. Now Lisa wants me to go look at faucets. No way, I say. I swung the money. My work is done here.
If your bank could start over, this is what it would be. wingspanbank.com.
How to write letters of complaint this Sunday morning.
Somebody, right now, is trying to create an artificial brain. In fact, there are labs all over the world working to build a brain that doesn't just play chess or count very fast. We're talking about a machine that somehow learns to have thoughts, a mind of its own. A mind, says computer scientist Danny Hillis, that might be kind of like ours.
Once you've got it, however you got it, how would you, this is your phrase, how you said you might inoculate it with human knowledge. Now, what I'm imagining is some box on a tabletop, and you're dumping something in. It sounds like an alchemist. You go, okay, you're a thing, and whoosh, now you're a being. What is this?
This is the sort of pre-scientific idea, which is that basically you mix a bunch of ingredients together in a pot.
And add lightning.
You stir them together, you add lightning, you cook it over a fire, you cast the right magic spell, and then the thing begins to think.
Well, as it happens, there is a famous inventor and computer scientist named Ray Kurzweil who has just written a book about building brains, which demonstrates how it could be done, and, says Ray, how it will be done very soon.
2030, there'll be non-biological entities. You can call them machines or call them computers, but they're very different than today's computers. But these are this is technology we'll create and are creating today that will be equivalent to human intelligence and in many ways superior because of the...
By 2030.
Right.
But how's that possible? I have a couple of friends who are a little on the odd side, like myself, but Josh, Adam, and I looked at Chapter 6 of Ray's new book called Building New Brains, and here is what we're up against. Here is a human brain with its basic unit, the neuron, and there are 100 billion neurons, more or less, in the brain, not to mention that each neuron is connected to a whole bunch of other neurons, and each group of neurons are connected to the other neurons in the brain, which means in the end you've got an awful lot of connections. What is more, once the brain is working, each connection makes something like 200 calculations every single second. So, if you put the whole thing together to get the equivalent of a human brain, you would need enough computing power to generate 20 million billion calculations every second.
20 million billion. I asked you, could we ever get that much computational power into a computer?
Well, $1,000 of computation will have that 20 million billion calculations per second by 2019.
Not a problem, says Ray, because he says ordinary $1,000 computers are bound to get much, much more powerful.
But the basic capacity it's exploding exponentially. And it has been for 100 years. I mean, for the past 100 years, computers have been doubling in power, first every 3 years, then every 2 years, now they're doubling in power every 1 year.
And this is, by the way, some kind of basic rule that you hear all the time if you travel among technologists. What's it called?
This has been called Moore's Law. I call it the law of exponential growth.
What's it called? The what? Moore?
Moore's Law.
Who's Moore?
Moore, Gordon Moore. Now, in the mid-70s, Gordon Moore, he was head of Intel, observed that engineers double the power of computer chips every 24 months. So, we call this phenomenon Moore's Law. Now, utilizing this law, we'll take this chip, and we'll keep doubling its power until it reaches the computing capacity of a human brain. So, assuming Gordon Moore is correct, computers will automatically get more powerful. But how long will it take? Now, this is going to take about 20 years. So, in the year 2020, we'll have small computers capable of making 20 million billion calculations per second. That's right. I mean, in the year 2020, your ordinary computer will have 20 million billion calculations per second. That's like the human brain. That's just like the human brain. That's just like the human brain.
You think that when a machine gets 20 million billion connections per second, that it will have the subtlety, the humor, the finesse, the grace of a human brain?
No. It'll take another 10 years to achieve that.
Only 10?
Because we have to harness those resources. Just having the raw capacity does not automatically give you human-level intelligence. We have to organize those resources. We have to endow them with the intelligence and knowledge, the software of intelligence.
What might happen is that artificial brains might evolve themselves, just as we watched the penguins evolve earlier. Or possibly we might be able to make a detailed, intricate map of a real brain and then take the blueprint and make an artificial copy. And this is important to me, the moment where this intelligence sparks, is that going to happen with an on and off switch when you get it right? Or is that going to just creep into place?
It's going to creep into place. Let's just take an analogy. Kasparov's experience with chess. And I'm not saying that chess is a good example of the breadth of human intelligence.
Nobody knows what intelligence is exactly, but chess champion Kasparov did have an encounter, or at least a mysterious experience in his last match with the IBM computer Deep Blue. In that match, Kasparov made a move, and then noticed that for the first time the machine hesitated.
It always moves quicker than
Why?
I don't know. This is, big question. Probably there are some ingenious programs inside Deep Blue, but I was very, very surprised. That machine went longer and longer, and
was it just calculating, or was it doing something more, something deeper?
I mean, yesterday I think something truly unbelievable happened. CJ is telling that Deep Blue is only calculating. Yesterday it showed sign of intelligence. I don't know how it happened.
Since then, Kasparov says that playing against Deep Blue gave him an eerie sensation. It was like playing against an empty chair. Empty, he said, and relentless.
Gary Kasparov has resigned the position in a stunning development. He has left.
At this point, nobody knows deep down among the million billion connections in a brain when or how intuition or consciousness or the soul tiptoes in. Computer scientist Ray Kurzweil believes that with 20 million billion connections, you can create a human-like brain soon. Danny Hillis is not so sure about soon.
People have been working on this for thousands of years. Every once in a while, we make a little spurt of progress. I think we've got a bunch more such breakthroughs to happen before we'll ever have a thinking machine.
So you might 1,000 years to 20 years, you don't know?
I don't know. I don't think it's around the corner.
Still, Danny thinks it will happen. Machines will one day become conscious, and when they do, the consequences for us, for humankind, will be, in the old sense of the term, awesome.
As you will see if the computer brings us back when it's programmed to do in 2 minutes and 50 seconds from now.
My mom's a bank person. Fire me. My dad has this real important job with this big
fancy office where he's the boss. He always eats lunch at these big fancy restaurants. And after he's done saving the world, we go home and play. I'd give him a 10. I drew a picture of you.
The 1999 Camry. Even heroes need a car.
When I was fat, I was in this shell. I never wanted to go anywhere. I don't need to hide myself anymore. I lost over 50 pounds with the Slim Fast plan. I've kept it off for 5 years. I'm so full of life. I love to work out, and I drink a shake every day. Delicious. I will never go back.
23 vitamins and minerals, protein, calcium, fiber, all the balanced nutrition like a healthy meal.
I feel so good. Gosh, it's phenomenal.
Slim Fast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
I love who I am now.
Statistics show that when people take Motrin IB the minute they feel muscle pain, the foothills feel 14% less hilly. The local color is 33% more colorful, and your husband is 27% sweeter. When you get to the pain before the pain gets to you with Motrin IB, you'll feel like you could ride to Rome. If only you knew which road to take. Motrin IB. Life is too good to feel bad.
Starting Monday, August 16th, for 13 days over 2 straight weeks, each night, someone could walk away with $1 million. It could be you. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The biggest primetime quiz show ever. Premieres Monday, August 16th on ABC.
See you.
We need you and you in September. We're going to give them a lot of cheer about this season.
Here, fellas, we're number one!
Number one, baby!
One more time! Yeah! We'll see you in September!
Introducing a radically new SUV. The new Nissan Xterra. Choose your sick days wisely.
Is it possible that one day machines will be so different than they are today, so sophisticated, so surprising, that one day, I asked Danny Hillis, will they ever learn to have feelings, love, hate, desire, their own emotional world?
I believe that if you ever got a machine that you could talk with and have a conversation with it and ask it how it felt, I think it would probably have something that I would call consciousness. I mean, you could ask it, but if it said it did, I would believe it.
And to you, they would be beings, fellow beings?
Well, that's a moral question. And to me, I guess it would depend on how complicated they are. If they get very complex and have some intelligence and start talking back at you and give you good ideas and become your friends, well, then yeah, they're fellow beings.
What if they're bad?
Well, that's a danger. What if our children are bad? I mean, that's a problem when you...
I have to tell you, the bad machine, a race of bad machines self-reproducing, seems scarier to me than a bad boy or girl.
Any future that I describe to you that's really very different than your life today, it's probably going to sound pretty scary. I mean, that's just the way people work.
We have no idea what these creatures might be like. They could be utterly alien or comforting or friendly. Like these robots at the Austin Museum of Art by sculptor Alan Rath.
But in the end, when we consider the future of man and machine, there do seem to be two possibilities. On the one hand, we can put more and more machines into our bodies till we and our machines become one. Or at the same time, it may be our evolutionary destiny to create a new race of beings like these. They're not made of muscle or tissue or cells. They're man-made objects that we create, and then like a new species, they grow away from us and leave us behind.
But how will we know if and when our machines have become truly independent? Robert Krulwich and I will talk about that and the future of intelligent machines when we come back.
Is that Reynolds Wrap foil I hear, Betty? I'm making chicken packets.
Pat? Place ingredients on heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap. Fold into packets and bake.
Made it in less than 20 minutes.
Me too. Packet cooking with Reynolds Wrap.
Allow me to clean up.
Traveling through Arizona, we blew a front tire. It shot off the road, and I looked down at the ground. It is crawling with rattlesnakes.
It was unbelievable.
I pushed the OnStar button. Within seconds, the OnStar advisor pinpointed our location and sent a tow truck.
Call the paramedics.
Yeah, and kept talking because we
hate snakes.
Yeah.
OnStar.
During the OnStar Summer of Savings, get the OnStar phone-based system and installation at no extra charge when you prepay for a year of service. Call 1-800-OnStar-7.
Well done, Bruce Lee, but those men were flabby and weak.
Karate Kid?
Kid? I'm 35. You lack focus. My master will teach you.
Arnold from Happy Days? The brisk iced tea. Where did you get that? Editing mistake in my favor. Brisk, baby! Only fool, fight man with brisk.
Let's go, girls.
New Revlon Age-Defying Makeup and Concealer Compact. Ultralight concealer spheres float. Your skin shows through, but imperfections don't.
Defy it.
I feel like a woman.
Stop assuming that just because you're hugging one of these, you can't have a car that was made for hugging these. Alero, with the road-hugging active response system. Start feeling connected. Alero by Oldsmobile. Start something.
Bad canker. You gotta have one of these. Ow. Sorry, accident. One way. Gotcha. I'm on a fine
Snoops, ABC Sundays this fall.
Danny Hill has said to me, you know, I think I can imagine the moment when the things that we have called machines make the big step and become something utterly different. And here's the moment that he described. He says, a human being somewhere approaches a machine, and the machine says it has feelings, emotions, and an inner life, and the machine says, don't turn me off. And the human was about to pull the off switch. If the human thinks, gee, if I turn this machine off now, I'm committing a kind of murder, just the thought turns that machine into something like a being.
I think Denny's a couple of steps off. I think, first of all, eons of conditioning will make it very difficult for us to perceive that machine as a human being unless it also has some of the physical attributes of a human being. Not that hard. Then I think there is one other element that's missing, and that is the fear of retribution. If, as I'm about to reach for that button, I think, uh-oh, maybe it has a big brother Rex who's gonna come after me, that'll be the moment.
Yeah,
that'll be the moment.
Well, you got a point.
Anyway, we'll come back with a look at what's coming up next week on Brave New World in a moment.
Next on Eyewitness News.
A warning from health officials. A supply of drugs is missing, and the drugs could be harmful.
Also, police rethink a policy after 2 Rottweilers die in the trunk of a patrol car. Next on Eyewitness News.
Feminine itching, painful irritation. It's private stuff that you have to deal with. Now there's new vitamin-enriched Vagisil cream with skin-soothing vitamins E, A, and D. Vagisil stops itching fast as it soothes itchy, irritated skin with vitamins, even urine-irritated skin. And with Vagisil, the itch relief lasts hours. New vitamin-enriched Vagisil cream. Vagisil, a better understanding of better intimate care.
Come days, dollar days, where as little as $1 can change everything, including light bulbs. Ace is a place for the helpful hardware folks.
How come you do me like you do? How come you do me
Even if you
like
can't always treat your wood furniture with kid gloves, always treat it to Pledge. Because Pledge does what's right for your wood. Its conditioners care for and protect it far longer than dusting sprays. So treat your furniture like you do. Just let Pledge do your furniture right. S.C. Johnson Wax.
Hey there! Now I got something here that's downright fun. My popcorn chicken. Crunchy morsels of tender white meat. It's back for a limited time, just $1.99. Go Colonel, go Colonel. At KFC, we do chicken right.
Let's go, girls. New Revlon age-defying makeup and concealer compact. Ultralight concealer spheres float. Your skin shows through, but imperfections don't. Defy it.
I feel like a woman.
The JCPenney Buy More, Save More sale. Now you can afford to buy your kids more of those clothes you don't like. Kind of ironic, isn't it?
What makes a family a family?
We thank you for the fellowship.
It's a question that hits close to home.
I'm the 13th child.
Can you just create a family?
Every time we had a family meeting, we knew we were getting another kid.
And then, when do you stop?
This is another gift God has given in a different way.
Next week, Holding Together, a family story. For more information on the melding of man and machine or any other topic discussed on this series, visit our website at abcnews.com. And please don't forget, Nightline, tonight, after your local news. That's our broadcast for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Next on Eyewitness News, a surprising development involving last year's fatal Swiss air crash and the price you may have to pay if you buy a personal computer that promises a discount. Next.
My cousin knew this guy who drove a cement truck. This dude was as jealous as they come, right? So he decides to go home and check on his wife. But when he drives up, he sees this cloud.
Built for the way you live.
As Sarah struggled with her report,
It's on the tall ships.
her dad had a choice to make. Hop on the internet or hop into his Ford Expedition. Thanks to Expedition's power and versatility, Sarah was able to experience the tall ships firsthand and get more than she hoped for. And Dad, he saved a boatload thanks to 09 financing during the Ford authorized clearance, plus something extra special.
Thanks, Dad.
Ford Expedition, built Ford tough, built for the way you live.
Bloodless surgery, Sunday at 11:30.
Oh, wonder, how many goodly creatures are there here? How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in't.
Things are changing. And sometimes you don't know it until your world is upside down. As our tools move faster, so do we. We're climbing an evolutionary ladder. But what will humans be? when man makes man in his own image. You may be surprised at what you find, a musical universe knit together by dancing strings. A world where aliens live right before our eyes. A world that just might lose most of its living creatures, but where man somehow slips through. We haven't got many answers, but we've got some terrific questions.
We have had 5 mass extinctions on our planet when more than half the species on Earth disappeared. Are we facing a 6th?
We could be at the beginning of one. I don't think we're in the middle of one, thankfully, yet.
Who survives mass extinctions?
I said right away to myself, I want to save this bird.
Can you have a mass extinction that doesn't hurt us?
What else will we miss? We keep letting little things go by. After a while, we'll let the big things go by, and after a while, we'll be gone. You know, everybody will be gone.
We've got some terrific questions. Plenty of questions on the road to a brave new world. At the risk of making you very uncomfortable indeed, there is a reasonably well-informed school of thought out there which holds that most forms of life on Earth are going to die. And I don't just mean individually when their allotted time spans run out, I mean as species. That most life forms are marching toward extinction. Egrets and frogs, leopards and lizards, cornflowers and Queen Anne's lace, diamond-backed rattlers, cockroaches, the works. Well, maybe not cockroaches. They're extraordinary survivors, as are other vermin and weeds. And although the company is not very flattering, humans. But we'll get to all of that a little later. The fact is, this ecological apocalypse is no reassuring million or more years off. We're talking about something that may be no more than 150 years away. What's more, this is not something that is happening to us. This is something we may be bringing upon ourselves. Now, before you start sniffing about the long odds against extinction, you should know that life on Earth, all life on Earth, has come to the very brink of extinction 5 times before. I don't expect you to take my word for this. Robert Krulwich is going to do the heavy lifting tonight. But before Robert takes over, you need to consider the pattern of human behavior which inclines us toward gobbling up natural resources as though there were an endless supply. And this much we do know, there isn't. And although the human species may survive, in the long run, will it be living in a world worth occupying? There is a man living on the island of Bermuda who believes that it's possible to stop this downward spiral. In his own peculiar way, he has begun the process.
500 years ago, people didn't visit Bermuda, an odd patch of rocks out in the Atlantic. No, people bumped into Bermuda, in many cases, literally. Their ships got caught in storms, crashed into reefs. And so Spanish explorers, and then pirates, and then later settlers heading for America would scramble off their boats, and as depicted in this museum diorama, when they finally reached the shore, not sure where they were, hungry, exhausted, that's when they got really scared. Because when night fell, suddenly they'd hear this strange sound coming in from all directions. It was the cry of a small seabird, and you couldn't see them because it was so dark.
These birds would come whipping in off the ocean by the thousands, probably by the tens of thousands, and begin this eerie wailing, multiplied over and over.
David Wingate, who is today Bermuda's chief conservation officer, says those birds terrified the shipwrecked people until they managed to eat one. It was very tasty, very easy to catch. In fact, one settler describes how a bird walked calmly into his cabin, between his legs, and then right into the cooking fire. It was a self-cooking bird.
So this guy's sitting in his house and in comes dinner, literally.
So if you were starving, wouldn't you think that this was a manifest sign from God that he's
Well, if dinner walked through the door, went through my legs and went into the fire, yeah, I think so.
And to this day, Bermudans honor the little bird that saved those first settlers from starvation. They call it the cahao. C-A-H-O-W. But for all its pains, the cahao's reward was to be eaten. Not only by humans, but by the animals that humans brought to Bermuda, by rats, and by cats, and by dogs. So, though there were 1 million cahaos in 1550, by 1630, they were gone. All gone. Right around the time the famous dodo disappeared on the other side of the world. But you know, sooner or later, this happens to all of us.
If you go back to the dawn of time and go to forward now, how many species, just types of creatures, have there been?
Since the dawn of time, if you mean 4.5 billion years ago.
I do.
David Jablonski teaches paleontology at the University of Chicago. He's a fellow at the famous Field Museum, and he says there have been maybe 1 billion different creatures on our planet, but now almost all of them are gone, extinct.
That's certainly true. 99.99% of species that have ever lived are extinct.
Sometimes one species temporarily dominates and pushes out all the others. For example, 11,000 or so years ago, when early human beings, the so-called Clovis people, showed up in North America, very quickly, maybe it's a coincidence, but more than 70% of the largest American animals disappeared around the same time.
From this valley, they say you'll be going. I will miss your bright eyes and sweet smile.
The American camel, and whoever knew we had a camel in America, the American ground sloth, the American lion, the American mammoth, the American mastodon, the original American horse, and the American tapir, all gone. It's an old story, one species wiping out another, and so the little bird from Bermuda, the cahao, you could think of it as just one more recent victim of human expansion. Except that David Wingate, living in Bermuda, was, well, he was suspicious. When he was a teenager back in the 1940s, he developed a fascination for birds.
I mean, in school, I was bullied to death for being interested in birds. I was tantamount to a sissy for this kind of behavior.
But in his obsessive way, at 13, 14 years old, he was thinking, how do we know that the cahao is extinct? After all, it spends most of the year out on the ocean, far away, where nobody sees it. It nests in holes deep in the ground where nobody sees it. It comes out as a chick and flies in as a parent only in the middle of the night, when nobody sees it. So even though they've been missing for 350 years, maybe out there in the dark, there's still just a few cahaos somewhere. It's possible.
How do you know if something is extinct? David has a bird which has been missing, kind of, for 350 years.
But there is always the problem that the next time you walk around the corner, this species has been missing for so long, will turn up. But by and large, they don't.
Has that happened?
Not very often. It sometimes does happen. But usually species that are rare dwindle off into oblivion and they're gone for good.
And sometimes lots of species go at the same time. These are called mass extinctions, and there have been 5 of them in the history of the world, 5 times when most of the Earth's creatures disappeared. And there was one time, way before the dinosaurs, when most life was in the sea. And that time, 95% of all species died. Well, not everybody. Thank you. We wouldn't be here. But almost everybody.
That's the best estimate, and it's hard to imagine, isn't it? 95% is such a gigantic number.
But what about the cahao? For some reason, and he had no hard evidence, he was only 14 years old, David Wingate just would not believe that Bermuda's little bird had gone into oblivion like all those others. And he remembers it was a sunny day. He was staring out at a couple of rocky islands off in the ocean, and suddenly he thought, maybe there.
And I looked out to these islands and I said, I've got to get out there. They might still be there. And I actually got myself a canvas kayak and I paddled out here, scared as hell because I knew nothing about boats at that time. And this was really remote. I mean, when you were out here, you were alone those days. And I wanted to land on these islands so bad, but you saw the spiky rocks here and the surge was washing over, and I knew that if I punctured my kayak, I was finished. My parents probably didn't know where I was. I hadn't told them I was coming out.
So he turned back, but 1 year later, he would return with 2 adults, a pole, a rope.
And a hunch.
And yes, and a hunch.
And we'll be back in a moment.
Camcorder, $400. 3-hour tape, $7. Extra battery, $25. Home movies with Hank Aaron and Willie Mays, priceless. Use your MasterCard and you could win 4 tickets to a '99 World Series game and sit with baseball's legends. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, sponsor of the Major League Baseball All-Century Team.
Get back to school. Get back to Sears. This week only, all nylon pants are on sale. All guys, sizes, and styles. All kids, too. Get back to school. Get back to Sears.
When I was fat, I was in this shell. I never wanted to go anywhere. I don't need to hide myself anymore. I lost over 50 pounds with the Slim Fast plan. I've kept it off for 5 years. I'm so full of life. I love to work out, and I drink a shake every day. Delicious. I will never go back.
23 vitamins and minerals, protein, calcium, fiber, all the balanced nutrition like a healthy meal.
I feel so good. Gosh, it's phenomenal.
Slim Fast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
I love who I am now.
My doctor said occasional personal dryness is natural. She recommended KY. I chose new KY Silk E. Nothing feels more natural.
New KY Silk E with vitamin E from the #1 doctor-recommended brand.
Okay, it's been 26 hours. If I call now, does that make me pathetically needy, or does it show a healthy interest in someone I'd like to know better?
We're grown-ups. I can call him if I think that's the right thing to do. Can't I?
Men say they like it when women call. They're lying.
She called. Cool. When a woman calls, that means she wants to have sex.
From the producers of 30-something, a new fashion love story, Once and Again, Tuesdays this fall on ABC.
Bermuda is not a big place, and in the early 1950s, all kinds of people heard about David Wingate and his peculiar obsession.
I had a nickname. I was called Bird Wingate. I think that has to do with my nose, which looks like a beak. And I was very self-conscious about my nose in those days. I had to grow a beard to try and make it less obvious.
The beard came later, but when he was 15, a scientist from New York and the head of Bermuda's aquarium said, you know, maybe the kid's right. Maybe there are cohows breeding somewhere on the islands off Bermuda. So in 1951, one Sunday when he didn't have to be in school, the 2 scientists, with David tagging along, scampered up the rocks to ledges like this one, where you could see just underneath a number of promising holes. And Professor Murphy from New York noticed telltale bits of bird poop in front, suggesting, maybe somebody is nesting here.
I'm going to check in here just to be
And then
sure.
higher up, there were some other holes, and they said, well, let's see if there's something inside. These holes, by the way, go deep, deep down, and the hole they checked in 1951 was a biggie.
It was 14 feet in, at the end of a 14-foot deep burrow.
And way in the back, they saw something moving, but what? They had to get it out.
Well, that was a challenge. It took all day. And I remember Louis Mowbray, very handy person. He said, oh, well, I'll go back to the boat and I'll get a long pole.
Something like this, except instead of a mirror, it was a digging pole, which they stuck inside, and with a rope, they snagged the creature.
So they pull it out,
and
you're there when they see what you see? You all
and I
see
was
it
standing
together.
right there, and I remember Murphy holding it up to the light line, spreading the wings and saying, "By gad, the cow."
And here's the by gad the cow picture they took that day. Mowbray on the left, Cushman on the right, and making its first appearance in 350 years, the cow. With 15-year-old David Wingate helping find a bird believed extinct since 1619.
And I will never forget that moment because it essentially was the defining moment when I knew what I wanted to do for a career. And that's unusual at the age of 15, but I said right away to myself, I want to save this bird.
But can you save a bird whose light has almost gone out, particularly at a moment when so many other creatures are in very much the same predicament, as this magazine Science pointed out?
In 1976, they published an article by biologist Norman Myers, which was, well, scary.
And that was probably one of the first times when a biologist said, hey guys, I think we're on the verge of a mass extinction event like the Big Five from the past.
The last big extinction was probably caused by an incoming rock from outer space, but this time Professor Myers suggested the perpetrator is us. Consider the argument. If you look at the planet Earth right now, it's true at the top of the planet, in Canada, the USA, in Russia, Europe, in China, Japan, in South Korea, moms there are having fewer babies. The same's true at the bottom.
Like where?
Moms in Australia, South Africa, Argentina, New Zealand, Chile, they too are having far fewer babies than before.
Fewer.
So moms on top, moms on the bottom, fewer babies. What about moms in the middle? It's the moms in this poorer middle region whose birth rates are still high, which means soon most babies on Earth will be born in the middle. And they will grow into grown-ups, and they will need more houses, and more jobs, and more food, and wild things will be, well, more in the way. Which is unfortunate, because the middle of the Earth just happens to be where the greatest number of different wild things live, in the tropical zones, which are dense with a rich variety of insects and reptiles, in the coral reefs, which are teeming with thousands of species of tropical fish and a dizzying array of underwater plants big and small, and the rainforests, where you can find 35,000 different creatures living together in one square yard of Earth. And yet when all these wild creatures bump into all those babies with their trucks and cars and roads, the loss in wildlife will be huge. And that collision in the middle of our Earth has already begun, said Professor Myers, and could create a mass extinction as big as the Big Five in ancient times.
So in the next 150 years, between 1/3 and 2/3 of all larger species on Earth will become extinct. Professor Myers warned it could happen, but is it happening? Well, to find out, you gotta count. You gotta count what's alive and count what is dying.
And as David Wingate found in Bermuda, counting is not easy. Even though they found 7 cow nests back in 1951, that was such a fragile number. Could David, in fact, could anybody keep the species alive? Well, David has certainly tried, and I thought it would be fun to watch him one afternoon. So we pulled up to a rocky island that didn't look particularly comfortable and with no obvious place to land. That, of course, did not stop David. A minute later, he was bounding around like a goat looking for any sign of new birds.
Where the wind is blowing, you can see down blowing.
The key thing always is to keep a count.
I'm going to check in here just to be sure.
An accurate count, because when you're trying to protect a bird, or for that matter, when you're trying to protect a wilderness, you've got to keep score. One reason so many scientists are now worried about a new mass extinction is because they are keeping score. That's what these folks are doing far away from Bermuda, deep in the Amazon forest. Biologist Terry Irwin and his team from the BioLab program were wondering how many creatures and how many different creatures can you find in and around one tree in the heart of a rainforest. Those silvery things are collecting funnels, kind of like collection plates, that are placed down under the tree's canopy. And then at daybreak, Terry Irwin sprays a fast-acting, biodegradable insecticide right up the tree trunk, all the way to the top, and pretty soon everything alive in that canopy will come tumbling down. And then they count. Terry says one tree canopy he fogged produced several 100,000 creatures.
A lot of biomass dropped out this morning, huh?
1,700 different species. I asked him, well, how many of the beetles you saw from a tree like this, because beetles are his specialty, how many beetles were brand new species, never been seen?
To my astonishment, probably 80% of them are new.
80? 80?
80, they're new to science.
Wow. So if there's that much life unknown to us in and around one tree, if you count and multiply by all the trees that are disappearing in, say, southern Brazil, where the forest is being cleared for farming, it's hard not to believe that the extinction rate on Earth is rising. Which brings us back to the big question. Are you now persuaded that we're at the beginning of a mass extinction?
Yes, absolutely convinced.
And what about journalist and scholar David Quammen? Does he agree?
I do, yeah, I definitely do.
But the man who studied the ancient extinctions, Professor Jablonski, he's more cautious.
We could be at the beginning of one. I don't think we're in the middle of one, thankfully, yet.
Yet, he says. So no matter how you slice it, this is not a happy development. Not for us, and by extension, obviously, not for David's favorite bird.
Yeah, he's in there.
And yet there may be hope for all of us, because there are creatures that have survived mass extinctions. We have known them, and we have tried to obliterate them all our lives, and now, well, maybe we could learn from them when we return.
At Toyota's National Clearance Event, you don't have to wait to find great year-end values and low financing on a huge selection of 99s. Like Camry, the #1 selling car in America 2 years in a row. You'll also find incredible savings up to $1,100 with Toyota's Extra Value Package. Get the Toyota you've been wanting. Your Toyota dealer will make it happen for you.
This is my husband, Mark. We're going to have 3 beautiful children and live happily ever after in Paris. Someday. But for now, I'm on the pill. Orthotricycline. Taken correctly, it's over 99% effective, so we don't have to worry about getting pregnant just yet. And orthotricycline actually helps my skin look better too. How many pills can you say that about? Just one, orthotricycline. It's clinically proven to help clear up moderate acne and helps my skin look better.
The pill does not protect against HIV or sexually transmitted diseases. Serious risks include blood clot, stroke, and heart attack. Cigarette smoking increases these risks, especially if you're a smoker over 35. Women who use the pill are urged not to smoke. Women who have blood clots, certain cancers, a history of heart attack or stroke, and those who could be pregnant should not use the pill. For more information, talk to your healthcare provider.
Look, if you want to take the pill, why not take the only one that helps your skin look better? Orthotricycline.
Hello, morning. Hello, closet. Hello, city. Hello, locker. Hello, lunchmeat. Hello, kitty. Hello, feline. Hello, fun time. Hello, pretty. Hello, brother. Hello, backpack. Hello, kitty.
On 2020 Friday, a passionate love affair.
He worshipped her. She had to have him.
A gruesome murder.
I can't think of any more horrible way to die.
But who really did it? A real-life murder mystery that will keep you guessing till the end. 2020 Friday at 10, 9 Central.
times when there is only one relevant question. If planet Earth is on the verge of mass extinction, what happens to us? Do we make it through, or do we go down with the other guys? The last mass extinction, the one that killed all the dinosaurs, was caused, they think, by an incoming meteor. Well, this time, the enemy is us. And without getting too puffed up with foolish pride, we've got to be a little smarter than most incoming rocks. So, if we're going to survive the next mass extinction and come out the other end with a few of the plants, insects, and animals that we absolutely need, what can we do to make that happen? Noah, remember, survived a mass extinction. Of course, he had some significant help, but that's the thought to keep in mind as Robert Krulwich continues his story. Is it possible to survive a mass extinction without too much damage?
If David Wingate's cows are going to survive, they've got to have a safe place to have their babies. And unfortunately, these birds that you see flying here, they nest on the same rocks as the cows, and David discovered that these moms will attack baby cows and then take over the nests. So 30 years ago, David decided to get into the housing business.
To provide nest sites for them, we dug the burrows for them.
60 artificial burrows, not just for the cow, but also for its enemies, with different sized openings so they wouldn't bother each other.
And today, every new pair that comes into the population goes into my government housing, as I call it, because there is no other option. There simply is no other option. Yeah.
But wait a second, is this David's long-term solution for the cow? Because artificial burrows are nice. We have houses too, and they're also very nice, some of them. But if you're about to have a mass extinction, then you need something more than a house to protect you. What does it take to survive extinctions? Well, look closely at this kitchen, and look very closely, because there is a creature in this room somewhere who can teach us a lot about survival. You can't see them, but they're here.
Okay, we're looking at the Sterling Exterminating Company of Newark, New Jersey. Could you just turn around? I just want to see the sign in the back.
Okay.
We take... No prisoners. Where's the no? Oh, we take no prisoners.
All right, let's take a look in the cabin.
As you may have guessed, Patricia and her brother Jewel kill cockroaches.
Okay, let me get my flashlight out here.
They've been doing this for, well, Jewel started when he was 9 years old, working with his dad.
Yeah, there they go.
So if anybody knows what makes cockroaches die, they do. And today, they're preparing for a major assault.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Today we're going to do a fog job.
Fog?
Fog job, right. Some people can refer to it as a bomb. We go in there and use a fogging machine, and it's basically to get a major kill. You want to try to kill everything in the house, and that's it.
But like most warriors, the Noons respect their enemy. The cockroach they know has been around for a long, long time.
Like I said, they're basically like scavengers. They can survive.
But I didn't realize how long they survived till I asked paleontologist David Jablonski.
They're before people.
Oh, yeah.
They're
before dinosaurs.
They're before dinosaurs. Yeah. Are they before crocodiles?
Yeah.
Really? Much older than crocodiles. Are they before... What is the oldest thing that they're before that I've heard of?
They're before mammals.
All mammals?
They're before all mammals.
And before flowers, and before pine trees. Here's what they looked like 300 million years ago.
This part here is the head.
That's right.
And this is the wings.
Right.
And these little guys are the legs?
You can see the legs right there.
Huh.
I really admire them because they have lasted all this time. They've been through a lot, and they're still here. I do admire the roaches.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I love them because that's my business.
Yeah.
You just said
no
love.
roaches, no roaches, no business.
And most important, the cockroach has survived all 5 ancient mass extinctions. And why? Well, it reproduces fast, it has lots of babies, it travels everywhere, it eats anything, it's simple, versatile, and very hard to kill. When in danger, it can move fast.
They do move quickly.
Yeah, it's very fast.
In fact, Jewel and I are going to show you just how fast cockroaches can move, because Jewel's not just an exterminator. He is also a jazz musician. So I asked him for a little, go ahead. Track and field music, while we watch some champion cockroaches from the University of California. This is their running track. Cockroaches move at a rate of 50 steps per second. They're so fast. They can leap hurdles. Now this is neat. At their highest speeds, they actually, look closely here, you see this? They can get up on their hind legs and run like we do, up on 2 feet. It is this combination of versatility, speed, and the ability to be everywhere, that's why the cockroach is such a survivor. But you know, says author and scholar David Quammen, cockroaches aren't the only ones.
There's a certain type of creature that travels well, hitchhikes frequently with humans, reproduces quickly, establishes itself in new places well, and thrives especially in disturbed ecosystems.
Dandelions do that, pigeons do that, white-tailed deer, and crabgrass, and cats, of course, and dogs, rats, sparrows, they all get around like weeds.
In fact, weeds are very good at surviving mass extinction, says Professor Jablonski, because if you got a catastrophe over here, there are going to be some of you over here. But of course, if you got a problem over here, there'll still be some of you over here. It's the creatures that get around that stick around, like weeds. Therefore, it's good to be a weed, says Professor Jablonski. So I wondered, well, you know, how weedy are we? Would you call humans very good weeds, champion weeds, or modest attempts at weedness?
I think we're very good weeds. I guess I can't call us champion weeds because we've got a generation time measured in decades instead of months.
If I had a rock and roll band ready to explain and celebrate our weediness, and if they chose to celebrate us as champions, would you agree or disagree?
Well, while he is speechless, I'm going to introduce my friends John Linnell and John Flansburgh of They Might Be Giants. They have been checking out all the other weeds and are ready to tell us who, in their opinion, is king weed.
Professor Jablonski has interesting thoughts. Mr. Krulwich has lots to report. Another extinction's a worrisome thing. With all these species we'll lose. Professor Jablonski says some creatures are weeds. They grab hold of life like a weed. When his examples were weeds, then I had to agree. But if you talk metaphorically, there's no bigger weed than me. King weed, king weed. That's what they would call us human beings. King weed, king weed. But no one will be around to disagree with me. King weed.
Roaches survived 5 extinctions before.
I guess they are good, but I don't know what for.
Dandelions can adapt and renew.
Seems like they grow best right under my shoe.
What about the adaptable and rugged housefly?
Their life is so lousy, they're too tired to die.
Mice can survive another ice age intact.
A mouse can't survive a single night with my cat.
Now house cats, they're also right here on the list.
Good luck to a cat with no kibbles and bits.
Sparrows will survive in the sky they ascend.
If you like eating worms, then I guess you'll have friends.
Worms, oh yes, worms, he said they'll be around.
And they're living like kings in their holes in the ground.
Those other weeds are second class compared to us. They say, you say...
So you'd say maybe the song's right?
I'd say I don't know, I didn't say we're champion weeds. I said we're very good weeds.
Very good's not best. So final word now to the band.
There you have it, Mr. Koppel. That is our report. As subjective as it might seem, Professor Jablonski's a very kind man, but don't underestimate the king weed, king weed.
Kingweed or no, you understand why this is important. Weeds survive extinctions. We don't want to be extinct. So I asked Professor Jablonski, forget about kingweeds. Are humans weedy enough to survive a mass extinction?
The human species is pretty bomb-proof. It would take really a concerted effort to eliminate the human species. We're so widespread. We're so abundant. So the species will persist. The question is the quality of life of that species.
If the world loses half or more of its plants and animals, and humans survive, what will that be like? Will it matter? Will we notice? And will there be any cahows, those little birds from Bermuda, with us on the other side? Back in a moment.
Nightline in Primetime, Brave New World continues after this from our ABC stations.
Tonight at 11, pouring rain stormed through our area, taking down trains and roadways. But what about tomorrow's commutes? Plus, the beasts from the East. Will these Little Leaguers make it to the finals of the World Series? Tonight at 11 on Eyewitness News.
Right now, see more trucks than an all-night diner during the GMC Summer Convoy. Pickups, SUVs, and family vans. 2 million tons of professional-grade trucks designed better than they need to be. Like the GMC Jimmy, an SUV built with a backbone, a full-length steel frame, and a smooth, comfortable ride. Lease a '99 Jimmy for $299 a month. Call for lease details. This is one convoy you don't want passing you by.
I had to have one as soon as I got up. I was up to 2 to 3 sacks a day, and when I'd run out, it wasn't pretty. That's when I decided to go on the White Castle patch. Its time-release steam-grilled onion formula helps me with my craving and lasts till lunchtime. Thanks to the patch, I'm okay.
White Castle, what you crave. Now get a free Crave patch with a stack of 10.
We brought you the most innovative minivan in history, revolutionary cab-forward design, and the first pickup with 4 doors. Now, here's what's new for the new Dodge. The Dodge Summer Clearance, with exceptionally low lease rates. Generous cash allowances on select models. Not to mention extremely low financing. What's new from the new Dodge? Just catch the Dodge Summer Clearance.
Bloodless surgery, Sunday at 11:30.
This is what the snowy owl did. This is all the remains of the cahows at the snowy owl.
The cahow is definitely not a weed. In fact, cahows disappeared because we ate them. We're the weeds. They were our dinner, though this one was killed by an owl. Still, this got David wondering. If these little guys are going to survive, eventually they're going to need more room away from dangerous weeds.
That's when I began to think about Nonsuch Island.
The Bermudan government in the 1960s gave David this empty, abandoned island 1,500 feet off the mainland, and David, that's him in his 20s, proposed to transform it into a cahow paradise. Bermuda as it was before people came, before cats, rats, dogs. It would be a weed-free island. Very nice idea. And after 40 years of work, look, it's almost ready. David's greatest gift, a safe place for future generations of cahows, if the weeds would only stay away. This is the problem. And this is what he's going for, right? He can smell the water.
Yeah.
David built this freshwater pond on his island, but what he didn't know was that off in Bermuda, cane toads can smell fresh water. Fresh water is where they have sex, which means a mile over there, there's a little toad sitting there going, somebody's got
smells
some...
the fresh water.
Really?
Jumps into the salt water and swims across, comes ashore looking very desiccated, but just barely makes it.
And once a male toad gets to this pond, he croaks out a love song that girl toads miles away can hear, so now they swim over.
And this I did not anticipate. I didn't think they would survive the water crossing, but unfortunately they can.
So here's the bad part. Cane toads are poisonous, and they like deep, dark spaces. So when David passed an artificial burrow, he prepared for the cahows, and he reached in.
And there he is.
Wow, they're big guys.
Yeah.
And not good for cows. And yet these toads are classic weeds.
All the way from British Guiana.
Cane toads have been carried by people to Australia and Bermuda because they eat cockroaches, but like many aggressive creatures, once they arrive, courtesy of mankind, then off they go to wreak havoc. Weeds kill, like the Ukrainian Cossack Taras bulba. And where you live, there are weeds moving in on you. Could be gypsy moths killing leaves, or zebra mussels clogging up the Great Lakes, Asian longhorn beetles killing maple trees in the Northeast, Melaleuca trees invading Florida. All of them, like these mitten crabs in San Francisco, moved in with help from a human and ferociously wiped out whatever was there. So, just as you can now travel all over the world and find the same store everywhere you go, over and over and over, well, the same thing is happening to creatures. Wherever you go, there's that pigeon over and over and over. Weedy creatures are taking over the world. And Professor Jablonski is not happy.
Gradually, the Earth is becoming more homogeneous.
Well, if someone in the back of your classroom were to say, look, as long as I survive, particularly with my pals, cats, dogs, pigeons, and the lovely things I like to look at, bunny rabbits, whatever, then why do I care?
Well, that leaves out a lot of the species, the unsung heroes that actually maintain ecosystems, the ones that clean up the water, that clean the air, that slow down erosion, that recycle wastes.
It's all those little guys, a species of worm, a fungus, a beetle here, a jellyfish there. Little creatures do the real work of the world, and in a mass extinction, when they start to go, then, as our friends the roach exterminators from Newark, Jewel and Patricia Noon say, then things could get really out of hand.
Because it'll make me concerned about what else is going, what will be next, what else is happening, what else will we miss. We keep letting little things go by. After a while, we'll let the big things go by, and after a while, we'll be gone. You know, everybody will be gone. You know,
much.
so.
You have the same concern? That somehow you won't be able to control the effects.
True. You won't.
In the end, Jewel wonders, what can people do really once a mass extinction is underway? Even as determined and willful and obsessive a man as David Wingate, is he really saving the Cahao or just postponing the end for a generation or two? Because when Wingate goes, who's going to protect the Cahao then? And what about all those creatures who don't have David Wingates? Still, there are hundreds of Cahaos in the world now because of him. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, he is rewarded spectacularly. I know because I was with him and I saw it with my own eyes. As will you when we return.
In the financial world, to survive, you must keep on the move. It is not a world for the hesitant or the timid. Sometimes, to defend against larger, fiercer competitors, your best choice is merger or acquisition. But beware, lest your careful, well-planned strategy should result instead in failure or doom. In these troubled waters, experience, knowledge, and size are your best allies. If you're considering strengthening your company through merger or acquisition, think first of First Union. Wherever you plan to go, we have been there before. Come to the mountain called First Union. Or if you prefer, the mountain will come to you.
So far on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Doug Van Gundy won $250,000 and Michael Shutterly won $500,000. What will happen tomorrow? You only have 3 chances left to watch TV history in the making. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire continues tomorrow at 8:30, 7:30 Central after Home Improvement on ABC.
See you. We need you and you in September.
We're going to give them a lot of cheer about this season.
Here, fellas! We're number one! Number one, baby! One more time! Yeah! We'll see you in September!
As a parent, I explain the difference between right and wrong in very simple terms. Earning your allowance? Right.
Get the hottest looks for school for less.
Playing ball in the house. Do I even have to say it?
Marshall's, brand names for less.
Every day.
Many of the designer labels in our suits are the same well-known labels you'll find in department stores. But then they should be. After all, they're made by the same manufacturers.
The Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it. Oriole.
What if more than half of all species on Earth disappear in the next 150 years? Well, with any luck, you won't notice, because most of what goes will probably be, well, insects, beetles. How many beetles would you miss? Or they'll have lived in places you never go, deep in the ocean, or high in a rainforest. Some of them will be familiar. And when they go, if they go, what will we have lost? Well, beauty, certainly. And history, because these are old creatures. Medicines, maybe, that could have helped us cure diseases. But David Wingate knows all that. It's in his bones. That's why he can hang out for hours and hours in the dead of night on these little islands, or sit against sharp, needle-like rocks waiting for a very, very shy chick to peek out of its nest. The night that I waited with him, we're using a night vision camera here, he said, please don't move and don't talk. And so we sat in silence for 1, 2, 3, 4 hours until David poked me.
You see him now?
And there it was.
He's right here.
A cahau chick takes 4 to 5 months to hatch and grow. It almost never leaves its nest. 5 nights, maybe it comes out to exercise. This guy here is just looking around. When it takes off, it'll stay out on the ocean for years, and only half of them make it back to nest. This little guy is keeping his face, you'll notice, away from the ocean.
Yeah, he's not going to go tonight, I don't think.
No, he's just taking a stroll. But late at night, another chick wobbled out right in front of David, who watched in wide-eyed wonder because this one is facing toward the sea.
He may take off.
David guesses that right now there are about 280 cahows in the wild. And now, make that 281.
Did you get him? That's incredible.
Hello, morning. Hello, closet. Hello, city. Hello, locker. Hello, lunchmeat. Hello, kitty. Hello, feline. Hello, fun time. Hello, pretty. Hello, backpack. Hello, kitty.
We're picking up our CEO. We swerved off the road and boom, the airbags go off.
There was a deer.
I never saw it.
Seconds later, an OnStar advisor calls and says, I just got a signal. Your airbags went off. Should I send an ambulance?
We were fine, but she called for a tow truck and a limo.
Good thing I called OnStar.
OnStar called us.
Oh, right.
OnStar.
During the OnStar Summer of Savings, get the OnStar phone-based system and installation at no extra charge when you prepay for a year of service. Call 1-800-OnStar-7.
For Yoplait, taste is a sumptuous event, where the splendor of each exquisite spoonful is meant to be savored like a work of art. That is the taste of Yoplait, and it is so good. Yoplait, c'est si bon. Now our latest creation, new raspberry lemon Yoplait.
Toyota's National Clearance Event, you don't have to wait to find great year-end values and low financing on a huge selection of 99s. Like Camry, the #1 selling car in America 2 years in a row. You'll also find incredible savings up to $1,100 with Toyota's Extra Value Package. Get the Toyota you've been wanting. Your Toyota dealer will make it happen for you.
I'm looking to hire a private detective.
This fall, women's intuition will need to be registered as a weapon.
We had her. We didn't have her. Could see it in her eyes. Why is everything in the eyes with you?
So you're gonna pick on me now?
From the creator of The Practice and Ally McBeal.
I doubt you'd see it in the eyes.
Come Snoops, ABC Sundays this fall.
We had her. It's too funny.
Are you ready for this year? College football on ABC. I've been waiting all summer for kickoff. Our first game. Arizona and us go into Happy Valley. We are Penn State. Woo! Then it's Miami, Ohio State. College football on ABC.
Robert, I've been mulling about your friend, Mr. Wingate, and the cahao bird that we just saw sailing off into the who knows where. It seems like a well-motivated, decent, caring, loving human being, and yet, I must confess, I also see him in the overall ecological picture as a bit of a fruitcake.
Of what?
A bit of a fruitcake. I mean, where does he get off deciding that the cahao, I mean, maybe nature intends the cahao to become extinct. Happens to the best of species.
No, to be fair to David, I think he's not saying that if he saves the cahao, he's going to save the world.
No, but
he's
why,
just trying to save the cahao.
But why?
Why not?
Well, I mean, why not save the cockroach or save...
Well, I'm sure there's a David Wingate... if the cockroach had the problem that the cahao had, you can be sure there'd be a nice, gracious, interesting person to help the cockroach.
I'm not altogether sure there would be. You see, I think we as human beings are going to end up saving those species with which we have some sort of sympathy. We're going to end up saving koala bears and little chipmunks and cute things. And nature, it seems to me, sometimes has a need for very ugly little creatures that we wouldn't like.
Well, no, that I think is the heart of the matter. If we concentrate on particular species, that won't work. If we concentrate on spaces where lots of species cohabit, including, by the way, us, that has a chance. But however you stack it, we've got to begin, I think this is what David really stands for, the process of acting in the world, doing something to push nature off a course or on a course. It may be hard or might be impossible to do, but what I like about David is, as silly as it may seem, this one bird, it's good work, I think.
Now, this is not a reason for saying it's the wrong way to go, but where in the history of mankind have we ever taken that kind of a role before? I mean, this is a totally new role for any species to take upon itself the burden of saying, we need to protect nature against itself.
Well, this is a self-interested decision. If we don't protect our self-interest, which is to have creatures around that will clean our air, creatures around that will clean our water, creatures around that will tidy up after us, we are in danger of not surviving in the long haul or living a life which is very, very difficult I mean, imagine if you had to bet a bottle over your nose every time you breathed in, or only drink purified water. It creates issues which you don't need to create. These creatures aren't other. They're in our camp. We have to just figure out which of them we need. That's the tough part.
And on that point, we're going to have to leave it. When we come back, we'll take a quick look at next week's program on A Brave New World.
Coming up next at 11, pouring rain shuts down New York. But what about tomorrow's commute? Plus, the Beasts from the East. Will these Little Leaguers make it to the finals of the World Series? Game results live. Coming up next on Eyewitness News.
Is your asthma really under control?
Yeah. But sometimes I wheeze.
Ever wake up short of breath?
I do.
Use your fast-acting inhaler more than twice a week.
I use mine every day.
If that's what you call control, ask your doctor if prescription Flovent is right for you. Flovent twice a day helps control the inflammation that can cause asthma symptoms in the first place and helps improve lung function. Flovent won't replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden attacks. People switching from an oral steroid like prednisone to Flovent, an inhaled steroid, need to be especially careful. While adjusting to the switch, your body is not as able to heal after surgery, infection, or serious injury. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve.
Now this is control.
Flovent, helping you define asthma control.
This is the Big New Yorker pizza from Pizza Hut. Now, this is what pizza's supposed to be. Look at this thing. 16 inches of real street corner pizza dripping with over a pound of cheese. And now it's just $8.99. So if you want to feed a lot of big mouths without taking a big hit in the wallet, try the Big New Yorker from Pizza Hut. Try it already.
Dear Steffi, since you've gone off to school, I've really missed you. So I thought you'd appreciate a small care package.
It has some things to write home with.
Oh, cool stationery. Look, a phone card.
And a money order.
You'll put this to good use.
I'll talk to you soon. Love, Dad.
You know you've got a great dad.
I know.
I wanna fly like an eagle.
It's one of those questions to which we've always assumed the answer. We've just been waiting for the proof. How, in the vastness of the entire universe, could it just be us? Maybe, in this case, it's not the question.
Is this the way it has to be? Is this the only way to make life?
But the answer.
What goes on in the solar system is more of a communal affair than we had ever imagined.
What's that?
Will visitors arrive as strangers or as our relatives?
Do you ever thought of yourself as a Martian on a bounce? That your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparent was a Martian?
Next week, looking for life. For more information on the sixth extinction or any other topic discussed in this series, visit our website at abcnews.com. And don't forget, Nightline, tonight, after your local news. That's our broadcast for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
San Francisco at Oakland, Monday, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
Next on Eyewitness News, an unexpected end to tonight's Little League World Series game. And how quickly you eat could affect how quickly you age. We'll explain.
It's time for back to school. Lesson 1, Big K is gonna help it be cool. Khakis, cargos, hipsters rule. Clothes that rock right down to every molecule. Big K. Totally kids, you better move fast. The coolest clothes made to last. Back to school, so easy to do. Like Anakin says, the force will be with you.
We'll see you the next time. For now, Dick Clark. So long.
I want to make it with you, baby.
Ouch.
Something wrong?
Just your segue.
I've seen better days. I've been star
20s is a second coming of age. I'll call you back. Later.
I know that I've seen better.
Wasteland, Thursdays this fall on ABC. At 11 on ABC 7 Eyewitness News, a bloody brawl sparked by racial slurs ends in a vicious attack. Then, solving traffic tie-ups at toll plazas. It won't cost you a dime. At 11 on ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Right now, a lot of the merchandise at Linens and Things has been significantly reduced. Get 25 to 70% off at the Linens and Things clearance sale.
Hurry to Levitt's Labor Day sale now, and you'll pay no interest until 2001. Pay no interest this year, pay no interest next year, pay no interest until 2001, and make no down payment. Save on quality brand name furniture for every room in your home. Names like Sealy, Rowe, Berkline, and more. Levitt's has one of the largest furniture selections in the New York area. All in-stock merchandise available for pickup or convenient delivery. Come to Levitt's for great Labor Day savings. Make no down payment and pay no interest until 2001. Right now at Levitt's.
We brought you Dodge Caravan, the most innovative minivan in history, the best-selling minivan in history, and the most copied minivan in history. Now here's what's new from the new Dodge. The Dodge Summer Clearance with a $1,000 cash allowance on Caravan that lowers your price to just $17,980. Or buy Caravan with low 1.9 financing. What's new from the new Dodge? Just catch the Dodge Summer Clearance.
If you open a store that sells many of the same designer suits as department stores, but for 20 to 30% less, people will find you, especially if you show the locations.
The Men's Warehouse.
You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Right now, a lot of the merchandise at Linens and Things has been significantly reduced. Get 25 to 70% off at the Linens and Things clearance sale.
A new season of Rosie starts September 7th on ABC 7.
Oh, wonder, how many goodly creatures are there here? How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
Things are changing. And sometimes you don't know it until your world is upside down. As our tools move faster, so do we. We're climbing an evolutionary ladder. But what will humans be when man makes man in his own image? You may be surprised at what you find. A musical universe knit together by dancing strings. A world where aliens live right before our eyes. A world that just might lose most of its living creatures, but where man somehow slips through. We haven't got many answers, but we've got some terrific questions.
God would feel lonely to have just one planet.
Why do we assume that life here on Earth started here on Earth?
What goes on in the solar system is more of a communal affair than we had ever imagined.
Is it possible that that bacteria could, in effect, hitchhike from here all the way to there?
So it's entirely possible that maybe life formed somewhere else and jumped planets.
And if so, could it be that we are not Earthlings, at least not originally?
The idea of alien has turned into the idea of cousin.
Cousin. I'm happy with cousin.
We've got some terrific questions. Plenty of questions on the road to a brave new world. In the "we will stoop to almost anything to get you to watch our programs" category, let me offer you the following inducements to hang around until Robert Krulwich gets here. Tonight, on this very broadcast, Robert will come this close to demonstrating that alien creatures do exist, that in fact they may exist very close to us, but that they've been hiding. And this is the best part of all, we think we know where they've been hiding. Now, I grant you, my friend Robert does incline toward some rather bizarre methods of attracting and then holding on to your attention.
Before he completes this summer series of his, he may well accomplish wonders in terms of enlarging all of our horizons. I'm not quite as bullish on what your level of confidence in television news will be. But then, taking into account what a low opinion of our industry many of you already have, how much further down can we go? I'm being brutally honest now. We're trying to bridge this enormous gap between all the millions of you out there who fervently believe that there must be other forms of life somewhere in the universe, and the really brilliant people who spend their lives trying to prove that, but who turn most of our minds to jelly whenever they explain how they're doing it. And that's where Krulwich comes in. He, in a manner of speaking, has one foot in each camp.
No, I'm actually going to work with my hands at this moment.
And with that snail.
Yes, you've noticed that I have a snail in my hand. It comes from Nebraska, where it lives in a very warm, wet marsh. It doesn't get around that much, but this is surprising. John Janovy, a professor from the University of Nebraska, found this snail in a fountain in downtown Lincoln.
This very snail?
No, a snail much like it.
Ah.
A fountain, by the way, which gets turned off in the winter. Not a good place to be for a long time. Found a snail in puddles. Then he went out and looked across the prairie, and it's dry there. This is Sandhill country, some 35 miles out from the nearest swamp, far from water, and there in an isolated well tank were hundreds of these snails, in the tank and in the mud just below.
How'd they get there?
Well, they probably hitchhiked on a bird that was having a drink in one place, then flew to the next place. But
these guys hitchhike?
Yeah, well, they're eggs, probably, I wouldn't think. But these creatures are determined to move, because as comfortable as they might be in the swamp, something tells them to be safe. You've got to keep moving, bouncing from place to place. And what this snail does is the subject of our show tonight, because it's not just the snail. Leaving home is what life does everywhere, and not just in Nebraska, but all over the universe. And the galaxies. The chemistry that makes life possible is always on the move. And perhaps even life on our planet, our blue Earth, got started with a little help from a bouncing rock. Well, let me explain. 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth was just forming. It was a red-hot ball, constantly bombarded by incoming meteors, much too hot for life. But after a while, the water vapor that was swirling around the planet turned to rain. Oceans of water fell from the sky. One gigantic rainstorm, a deluge took place. It formed the seas, and now the meteor shower was over, and the world, says Neil deGrasse Tyson, director of New York's Hayden Planetarium, was ready for life. Now, as soon as the bombing stops, how quickly does life emerge?
The fossil record shows within a couple 100 million years, we had some bugs running around.
Is that fast?
I think that's fast.
The meteors stopped pouring into Earth about 4.3 to 4 billion years ago. This gray, round ball of carbon, looking a little like a moon in space attached to a rock that's colored blue, is perhaps the oldest evidence of life on Earth. It was just discovered near Greenland and appears to be 3.85 billion years old. So as you can see, as soon as the world stopped being too hot, life popped up, which suggests, says Neil, that when conditions are ripe,
life is going to show up. Because if life were a hard thing, if life were difficult, give it 1 billion years, 5 billion years, maybe even 10 billion years. But it happened in 200 million. That's, in a cosmic timescale, that's the bat of an eyelash. That's
so as soon as the conditions are favorable, boom, it's there.
That's right.
And the basic conditions for life, at least life as we know it, are first raw ingredients, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, which are everywhere in the universe, everywhere.
The same stuff. It's forged in the centers of stars, which is a nice sort of, nice poetry to that.
We are made of stardust.
We are stardust, yes. And these are stars, by the way. It's not good enough just for a star to make heavy elements in its core. It's got to release them into the galaxy.
And then those chemicals have to combine into more complex organic chemicals. And as it happens, when scientists looked into the dust pouring off the comet Hale-Bopp, as you see in this animation, Right there, in the vapor, they found water, ammonia, formaldehyde, the very chemicals you need to get life started. So the right chemistry is flying by all the time. And that may have something to do with why life appeared so quickly on Earth. When life began, and you can choose your own scenario here, the Earth was either very hot or cooler, but this is the newest theory. 4 billion years ago, instead of being the size that it is today, the Sun was a much younger star back then, and because it was younger, well, it was smaller. And when it was smaller, it was dimmer. So there was a lot less sunshine in those days, and therefore the top of the Earth, as you see here, was frozen. But down below, heat from the molten Earth is coming up through cracks in deep vents at the bottom of the sea. So, you've got heat, you've got water. The only other ingredients you need for life to begin on Earth, say the scientists, are the right chemicals. Well, there were some complex chemicals floating around down there by the vents, but, says Professor Jeffrey Beda of the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, here is how life probably began. Josh and Adam, can I have the comet, please? Thank you very, very much. From time to time, a hot comet rich with organic chemicals, remarkably like this one, would, as you are about to see here, slam into the ice field, pull down through the ice, a huge calamity, but there was no one alive at the time to notice anyway, so who cares? And then this interstellar delivery system sprinkles lots of rich chemicals right into the hot water, and these chemicals, says Professor Beda, help life on Earth get started.
At the bottoms of the oceans, that's possible. That's correct.
Is there any place...
Maybe even likely. Maybe even likely.
That
Not
life
just possible,
started that
but
way.
maybe even likely, yes.
Is there any other place in our solar system that has the same terrain? Snow on top, water, heat at the bottom.
I think the answer is yes, but a more germane question is simply, is there any place else in the solar system that has liquid water?
Where are they?
We know of at least one, and that is one of Jupiter's moons, Europa.
Europa, a little ball of ice alongside Jupiter, has been visited and photographed several times by the Galileo probe, which got so close, at one point it was only 125 miles off the surface. And says Professor James Head of Brown University, that's close.
Let me show you one of the images here. This crack that's going across here, for example, is almost exactly the scale of one of 2 lanes of an interstate. So it's very, we're seeing very fine detail here.
And these pictures suggest, he says, there is more reason than ever to think that there is water on Europa.
The evidence for slush or liquid says that where that comes from, which is perhaps just a few miles beneath the surface, you have water, normal, ordinary water, probably very much like seawater on the Earth.
But the clincher for scientists Torrance Johnson and Jim Head was the appearance of dark gaps between huge plates of ice, plates that had apparently drifted apart like continents on Earth.
These new high-resolution images show linear fractures that are very similar to the kinds of things we see on the sea floor, where the ocean crust forms, comes up, it's partially molten, it solidifies, cracks, and moves apart. New material keeps coming up in between to spread the continents and seafloor apart.
Even though the top of Europa is freezing at 260 degrees below zero, below the surface, says Neil, it could be warmer, because Europa is being tugged back and forth, heated up. So you've got 4 billion years of warm water in our solar system.
There you go.
So consider, if one possibility is that life here on Earth started with cold up here on the top, and then water in the middle, and then heat way down below, and if it turns out that Europa has had the very same arrangement, cold and then water and then heat for the same 4 billion years, and we know without a doubt that Europa also gets hit by comets delivering those same organic chemicals. Well, if life started this way on Earth, why not the same way on Europa?
That's correct. There's no reason to doubt that at all, and that's in our own backyard. All these people that say, let's go to the stars and across the galaxy to find life, we got our own backyard that we haven't.
What kind of life would you
let's
expect
look in our
to
own
find
sandbox.
there? Would you expect to find large things, small things?
I don't think anybody knows.
But considering what we've already found in our own deep seas, Neil says, I think I can tell you what a Europan might look like. We'll be right back.
Hertz presents Famous Last Words.
I know this town like the back of my hand.
Left or right? They said it was easy, just follow the signs.
These are the words that inspired Neverlost.
Got the map?
Map?
Neverlost, the in-car navigation system from Hertz.
Approaching right.
Tell it where you want to go, and it tells you how to get there.
Shortest distance.
Will you find Neverlost in any other rent-a-car?
Okay. Where's the map?
Not exactly.
Want the ultimate tailgate party? Don't head to the stadium. Head to the Ace Ultimate Tailgate Sale, where you can win a Polaris watercraft, DeWalt tools, or thousands of other prizes. The Ultimate Tailgate Sale. It's easy to enter, easy to win. Just 10 days.
Need new struts? Come to Midas. Get a genuine Midas Gold strut with R2 technology for only $59.95 with a lifetime guarantee. Go safely. Go Midas.
7,000 times a day, 685 times an hour. Once every 6 seconds, a GM owner puts their stamp of approval on the quality of our cars and trucks by coming back to buy another GM. It's the highest loyalty of any company in the industry. And to us, the highest compliment.
Honey, pizza's here.
Great, what's on TV?
I've got ABC's new fall schedule. Have you seen the remote?
Has the baby got it again?
Order a Pizza Hut pizza for carry-out or delivery and get the new ABC Fall Preview Guide absolutely free. Preview our hot new shows, big events, Monday Night Football, and get special Pizza Hut offers. ABC's fall season premieres Monday, September 20th.
What might extraterrestrial creatures look like? The director of the Hayden Planetarium in New York, Neil Tyson, says, well, movies don't give you a clue.
The people who invent Hollywood aliens have no imagination at all.
Well, no, but you did applaud The Blob.
The Blob was good. The Blob was good.
Why was The Blob good?
The Blob didn't have 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, eyes, nose, and a mouth, as most Hollywood aliens do. They try to say, all right, they're from outer space. Why? Well, because they have antennae, or 4 fingers instead of 5. Excuse me, okay? Look on Earth.
We've got all kinds of odd-looking creatures here, and as different as we seem, we are all of us related, descended from the same ancestor.
And all sharing some fraction of identical DNA. And we're on the same planet.
So if we can be so different from each other, then the question is, could extraterrestrials be even more different? Well, that depends. Is there a completely different way to build a creature, or in the end, is all life built the same way? There is a notion that life everywhere comes from the same seed, traveling across the galaxies. That seed bounces from place to place, lands, germinates, and creates a continuous stream of life. But no matter how life looks across time and space, all of us are related. Of course, this is a complete fantasy because we've never found any seed that bounces through space. But if seeds could travel inside rocks, well, we do know at least rocks bounce from planet to planet, because we've got one.
And there's an unbelievable excitement.
So fascinating.
Awe-inspiring as can be imagined.
That famous Martian rock that may or may not be carrying fossils from Mars. It was found all alone on a windswept plain in Antarctica. Geologists, after close analysis, believe that apparently, ages ago, a meteor slammed into Mars, kicked off a Martian rock, which drifted for a few million years around the sun until it got close to Earth and then got pulled in. This happens every time you see a shooting star, says NASA biologist Michael Meyer. That's a rock coming in from somewhere.
We're getting hundreds of tons of material.
And the question is, could some of those meteorites be carrying passengers, living microbes?
Suppose there is a tiny speck of life in, say, this rock right here, when a giant meteor crashes into this space and sends this rock soaring into deep space, carrying a tiny bacteria. Is it possible that that bacteria could, in effect, hitchhike from here all the way to there and land and get out and start a whole new life?
That might have happened, but there are some problems. When a meteor plunges into our atmosphere, wouldn't any life inside be burnt to a crisp? Well, temperature data just published from the Martian rock suggest that life could survive such a landing.
You'd have to be a stowaway inside the suitcase.
But if you were, you'd survive, conceivably.
Conceivably, that's correct.
But what about time? These rocks can float around for 100 million years before reaching Earth. Could any creature live that long? Well, that brings us to the tale of the ancient bee. 25 million years ago, in a Caribbean rainforest, a little bee got stuck in some tree sap, and that sap eventually hardened into amber, trapping the bee inside. In 1991, Professor Raul Cano, a microbiologist in California, gathered a number of these insects in amber to see if he might discover bacteria in a bee's gut that had been in there for 25 million years, still alive, just waiting.
That's right. And then wait for a prince to bring them back.
And Dr. Cano decided he'd be Prince Charming and give them their wake-up kiss.
Then again.
The idea that any creature could hibernate for that long seemed absurd, and yet when he cracked through the amber to get a bit of bee tissue, this is one of his experiments in close-up. What's that thing there?
The needle moving slowly and shakingly towards you're doing this by hand.
Who's holding the needle? Who's holding the needle?
I'm holding the needle.
Oh, you're holding the needle?
Yeah, and I'm shaking because I just had coffee.
But it turned out that, like Sleeping Beauty, the little bacteria in the bee did wake up after a 25 million year sleep. And these little jiggly creatures are ancient bacteria come alive. Not Sleeping Beauties, but still.
Yeah, well, such as they are.
This experiment has been repeated at least a dozen times, suggesting that it is possible for microbes to hibernate for millions of years while on a long trip, land, and then wake up and continue living. If, and here's our last problem, while traveling through space they can survive radiation streaming out from the sun. Radiation usually kills living things. But once again, these microbes are tough.
What kind of pictures were you getting all this time?
We were getting excellent television pictures.
There is a story that back in 1967, NASA was building a robot, Surveyor 3, to go to the moon. And one of the workers you see here, or maybe somebody else, but somebody very near the robot, sneezed. And the germ plopped onto a camera lens, much like this one, and then, according to NASA biologist Michael Meyer, the germ got stuck inside the camera.
So he must have sneezed while being constructed.
The robot, Surveyor 3, was sent off to the moon carrying that germ. It landed, stayed on the moon's surface for 2.5 years, unprotected. Then astronauts carried the camera back to Earth and discovered that little germ still there and still alive.
So it survived. It survived in the camera.
For 2.5 years?
Yeah.
And for a moment there, they went, whoa, this could be a moon creature. It's a wonderful story, the tale of the little germ that went to the moon, which my friends John Linnell and John Flansburgh and their band, They Might Be Giants, have turned, and it's about time, into a ballad. This will be a traditional country ballad.
Once upon a time they sent a rocket to the moon with scientific instruments to test conditions there. But just before they closed the door, one scientist expelled a germ that accidentally found its way aboard and stowed away. For 3 years it remained undetected on the moon. It was the only living creature there. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. Behold the mystery that is me. Then one day the scientists recovered all their gear, excited by the prospect of unearthly things inside. They found to their astonishment a living thing within. It seemed to bear good tidings from somewhere in outer space. You're not alone. You're not alone. behold the mystery that is me. Soon they figured out the heinous error they had made, and now the earthly germ had something else it seemed to say. We're all alone. We're all alone. Behold the mystery. Behold the mystery.
All of which simply goes to prove that there is a life form which we all carry around which can survive 2.5 years of deadly radiation on the moon with no problem. Still, 2.5 years, that's a spit in the bucket. The Martian rock traveled for 1 million years, maybe more to get here, and in 1 million years, it absorbed much more radiation than our little germ. So, if life is to move between planets, we've got to find a creature so resistant to radioactivity that you could put it very close to an atomic bomb, blow up the bomb, and expose that creature to 8,000 times the lethal dose of radiation for a human, and it should be able to repair itself and come out good as new. Now, is there anything anywhere that can do that? Well, if you look in the Guinness Book of Records, which is what Professor Michael Daly of the Uniformed Services University did in Maryland one day, you'll notice this listing, the world's toughest bacterium.
I was reading the book and saying this is out of...
By the way, why are you reading, why would a guy like you be reading the Guinness Book of Records?
Because I do.
Because you do. All right. I don't have any prejudices in this regard, but so you were looking at it, and there you see the bug that you study here in the lab.
That's right.
Deinococcus radiodurans is Latin for terrible berry that resists radiation. Well, just how much radiation can this creature resist? Dr. Daly decided to put it to the test. We'll be right back.
Traveling through Arizona, we blew a front tire. It shot off the road, and I looked down at the ground. It is crawling with rattlesnakes.
It was unbelievable.
I pushed the OnStar button. Within seconds, the OnStar advisor pinpointed our location and sent a tow truck.
Call the paramedics.
Yeah, and kept talking, because we
hate snakes.
Yeah.
OnStar. During the OnStar Summer of Savings, get the OnStar phone-based system and installation at no extra charge when you prepay for a year of service. Call 1-800-OnStar-7.
Come on, let's go.
Camcorder, $400. 3-hour tape, $7. Extra battery, $25. Home movies with Hank Aaron and Willie Mays, priceless. Use your MasterCard and you could win 4 tickets to a '99 World Series game and sit with baseball's legends. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, sponsor of the Major League Baseball All-Century Team.
This is too many pictures.
Girl, look at this mess.
They're all mixed up. Honey, is it in one of the shoe boxes?
Maybe they're in here.
This is not organized. I gotta get this together.
No.
Here's a fish. This is a dead fish.
Introducing Picture CD from Kodak and Intel. It keeps your new pictures organized. Plus, you can crop them, remove red eye, email, and even print them. Starting with your next roll of film, get a CD with your prints.
This is ridiculous.
The world can be a pretty tough place. Now there's one exciting car designed to take it. Grand Am. With solid form design. It's the most solid Grand Am ever built. Grand Am. Excitement well built. By Pontiac.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely,
You can always go
downtown.
The lights are much brighter there.
You can forget all your troubles,
Forget all your cares.
so go downtown. Things will be great
When you're downtown, everything's
We're moving
waiting
downtown.
for you.
Good Morning America, Times Square, September 13th on ABC.
Okay, it's been 26 hours. If I call now, does that make me pathetically needy?
We're grown-ups. I can call him if I think that's the right thing to do, can't I?
She called. Cool. When a woman calls, that means she wants to have sex.
From the producers of 30-something, Once and Again, Tuesdays this fall on ABC.
make the case that life can bounce from planet to planet, traveling, say, inside a rock, we've got to overcome three problems. We already know that a microbe can survive the heat. We know it can survive the time and take a nap that lasts 1 million years or more. But could it survive 1 million years of poisonous radiation in deep space? My colleague, Robert Krulwich, is about to examine that proposition.
Okay, so here we go.
Professor Michael Daly took me to his campus Cobalt-60 irradiator. This is a machine that can produce very high doses of radioactive gamma rays. And that is why inside they have a Geiger counter right there on the side table, just in case.
This is a culture of Dinococcus radiodurans in a glass Pyrex beaker.
There are tens of millions of them in solution here. Reportedly, these are the toughest bacteria ever when exposed to radiation. And that is what Professor Daly likes to do to them. He zaps them big time, placing the bacteria in a steel container, locking the container then into a valve, turning on the power.
Creates a pressure.
The bacteria inside can be hit with 1 million rads of radiation per hour, which would kill a human in 3 seconds. I'm giving him the international sign for is it on, are we zapping?
Make it go up again.
But he doesn't know what I'm talking about. But since we aren't doing this for real for the full 8 hours, let's see what has happened when the exposure was 8 million rads. Look at that, turn the glass brown.
So you've hurt the glass.
I've hurt the glass.
But have you hurt the animals, the creatures inside?
Absolutely. Their genetic material is devastated, but within 12 to 24 hours, it can repair itself.
Completely. Right. 1 day later, they have stitched themselves back together, good as new. So this is an existing life form that, theoretically anyway, could travel in deep space, absorbing gamma rays for how many years inside a rock?
Put it right smack in the center of this one.
Well, I would think of a rock perhaps of slightly larger dimensions than this.
Put it in a boulder.
And put it in a boulder, and I think we could perhaps conceive of a 2 to 5 million year survival.
Now we're in business. The next time somebody says life can't travel through space,
how could it survive this radiation?
Well, now we've got one that can, and do it happily, for 5 million years.
So it's entirely possible that maybe life formed somewhere else and jumped planets.
Who knows? Maybe 4 billion years ago, when there was still water on Mars, life began there on Mars and then bounced here. Do you ever thought of yourself as a Martian on a bounce? That your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparent was a Martian?
Cubed, yes.
Cubed,
yes.
Thank you. Was a Martian and then migrated here?
It's based on what we've learned on the migratory properties of ejecta. It could tell us that what goes on in the solar system is more of a communal affair than we had ever imagined.
Of course, there is a way to find out if we started on Mars and then migrated here. All we need to do is find a Martian creature, living or dead, it doesn't matter. Though I think we can say with some certainty now that the Martians we have seen for years in the movies, Martians of about our size and obvious intelligence who can communicate at conferences, these Martians never existed, not now, not ever. Instead, if and when we meet a Martian, more likely we will be staring at something very small, probably dead and stuck in a rock, a fossil. Or some tiny, squiggly little microbes. And what kind of conversation can you have with a tiny microbe? Well, a very good conversation, say all kinds of scientists.
It would probably, make it on Nightline.
I think so.
Right.
I think it would be the most interesting, remarkable discovery that would have happened in my lifetime. I would love it.
You can have a scientific conversation.
And what we really want to know more than anything else is the following. Is this the way it has to be? Is this the only way to make life?
The key question for scientists, if and when we have our first encounter with an extraterrestrial, is not, whoa, what a weird-looking creature, which is, of course, what you and I would say, but scientists like Neil Tyson, they don't care that much what it looks like on the outside.
I don't care about looks. Who cares about looks in this game? What matters is chemistry.
If we look at our first extraterrestrial, and by the way, it doesn't have to be big like this one, it could be a tiny microbe, doesn't matter. But if it turns out that inside it is built of cells with cell walls and a nucleus, as you see there in the middle, and DNA, it could be that life everywhere in the universe will be kind of similar to us, maybe even related, family. But if it turns out that the creature is built from something very different, no walls, no DNA, nothing familiar, then we've discovered life out there could be truly alien, other.
We don't know.
But this is about the word alien, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the life form that we discover, if we discover one, is truly different, then we've met a real alien, a completely different
I would
thing.
ask, why didn't that life form happen here on Earth as well?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But if we meet one that looks and is built, if its chemistry is like us, then the idea of alien is turned into the idea of cousin.
Cousin. I'm happy with cousins.
My problem, Robert, and I freely confess that I'm the product of a rather conventional upbringing, is that I feel no kinship with your terrestrial pincushion there whatsoever. I don't feel related to it.
Yeah, but remember, you don't have to feel related to its outside. It's the inside that counts. If the first extraterrestrial we meet contains in it, say, a cell and some DNA, we could look at the DNA and determine, if we found the first extraterrestrial on Mars, when it left Mars and bounced to Earth, if that's what happened. We'd be able to actually discover not only that we have relatives in the solar system, but when we bounced.
And if there is no relationship whatsoever?
If there's none, equally fascinating. We could figure then that life could pop up anywhere in space. It doesn't need oxygen, it doesn't need hydrogen. What does it need? A real alien life form could mean that we look up into the night sky and imagine the possibility of life anywhere. The universe could be teeming with things.
Now, you want to have it both ways. If, in fact, there are galaxies filled with living things bouncing from place to place, here's a question which I'd like all of you to consider for a moment. Why haven't we met any or heard from them? We'll have some interesting answers when we come back.
Nightline in Primetime, Brave New World continues after this from our ABC stations.
At 11 on ABC 7 Eyewitness News, a bloody brawl sparked by racial slurs ends in a vicious attack. Then, solving traffic tie-ups at toll plazas. It won't cost you a dime. At 11 on ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Xenon headlights, so you can see what lies ahead. The most powerful V6 in its class, so you can leave it all behind. The all-new Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking. Coming September 4th.
Of all the supermarkets in America, there's one that's seen more daybreaks and shared more hellos than any other. That's counted more blessings, grown up with more babies, and blown out more candles, too. And through it all, from every cart full of new things to every cup full of comfort, there's one thing we've looked forward to more than any other, and that's every tomorrow there is to come. A&P, the best is yet to be.
It's time for back to school. Lesson 1, Big K's gonna help it be cool. Khakis, cargos, hipsters rule. Clothes that rock right down to every molecule. Big K. Totally kids, you better move fast. The coolest clothes made to last. Back to school, so easy to do. Like Anakin says, the force will be with you. Hip clothes, go to Big K. I say, cool clothes. Hip clothes, go to Big K.
An automatic rear sunshade for when it's sunny. The largest interior in its class for when it's not. The all-new Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking. Coming September 4th.
We pulled out the ultimate Great Moms finale, Mars Oprah.
Years ago, the great physicist Enrico Fermi was asked, "Sir, when you look up at the night sky, at all those galaxies and stars, how could there not be intelligent creatures out there?" And Fermi answered, well, if the universe is humming with intelligent life, where are they? That was his famous taunt. If they're out there, why haven't we heard from them? It's a good question, and thoughtful people have come up. Let me give you 3 reasons why intelligent life might be out there and why we have never met them. Here's reason number 1. It's quite possible that intelligent creatures visited the Earth, but they left. And why? Well, to put it simply, because there was no one here to talk to. Let me explain. I've invited Jason Jordan of Ballet Tech to help me out here. If you could just extend your hands outward, thank you very much. And let's say that the tip of this finger here represents the first Earth creature, the first single-celled organism. Then we're going to make a timeline right across Jason's body till we reach the tip of his finger. This is the present. This is right now. Now, using this timeline, if you start at the very beginning of life and move from there across the arm and then across the chest and then all the way to the other arm, stopping right around here, all creatures on Earth till then were just bacteria, single-celled organisms. Now, if you move here to the elbow, boom, that's when you get jellyfish and very primitive creatures. Then moving right along, we come to the age of the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs come in around here and they all die off around here. This is the period of dinosaurs. And our species, now get this, the earliest ape people show up right here at the very beginning of the white of your nail. So in the long history of Earth, there's only one teeny moment at the edge of the fingernail where there's any intelligent creatures who can talk. Who are you?
An alien?
Oh, really? Where from?
The planet Ving Bong.
The planet Ving Bong. Very lovely planet. I've been there several times. Would you ever like to visit the planet Earth?
Yes.
Okay, here is your intergalactic vehicle. I want you to take this vehicle. You can visit the planet Earth at any time in its 4 billion year history. Jason, if you could be the Earth, go ahead and make your trip. Okay, I see that you have landed there. Who's living on Earth at that point?
Bacteria.
Would you stick around on Earth if there were only bacteria to talk to? All right, let's try another location. All right, who's then?
Jellyfish.
Would jellyfish interest you long enough so that you'd stay? No, all right. And who's, I don't remember who's there.
Fish with backbones.
Fish with what?
Backbones.
Oh, would it be interesting to you to hang out with fish with backbones?
No.
So maybe intelligent aliens like Gil do exist, and like Gil, they visited the Earth. But, like Gil, they left because...
there was no one to talk to.
Exactly. Okay, that is one reason why we haven't seen intelligent aliens. Now here's another. Suppose they are among us right now, but we can't see them because, well, it's a question of scale. 300 years ago, the French writer Voltaire told the story of Micromegas, excerpted here by cartoonist Amanda Connor. It's the story of a young scholar who traveled from his home star across the universe on a light beam to search for intelligent life on Earth. Micromegas, however, was 120,000 feet tall, so try as he might, he couldn't locate any intelligent creatures anywhere. Which isn't surprising, since humans were 1/24,000th his size. So, as we show you here, had there been an Eiffel Tower at the time, which there wasn't, he could have touched it with his finger, but a human to him would have been a teeny, invisible dot. And that's why, for a while anyway, Micromegas assumed there was no intelligent life on Earth. So it's possible, of course, that we do indeed have alien visitors here, but they're so small that, like Micromegas, we can't see them. In short, it's a question of scale. And here's one more interesting possibility, although it's a little on the lonely side. Yeah, there are aliens out there somewhere, but intelligent life is so rare, that's why we haven't met them yet.
If intelligence were really important for survival, it would have shown up many more times in the fossil record than it has.
Here on Earth, there have been maybe 1 billion different creatures that have come, gone, some are still with us. But of all those creatures struggling to succeed,
it is entirely possible and likely that humans are the only ones that have what we define as intelligence in the history of that fossil record. And all kinds of animals are doing just fine. The cockroach is doing just fine, and it's not, as far as we know, doing complex arithmetic. Okay, so intelligence as a given in any ecosystem, to me, is an unlikelihood.
In other words, most creatures in the universe can do just fine without a brain that makes chamber music. It's nice. But if bacteria can survive and thrive and multiply without music, well, who needs intelligence? Maybe that's why we haven't met any smart aliens, because intelligence is very rare. So maybe intelligent creatures are out there, but because they are so rare, or so big, or so small, or because they came and then they left, we never met them. It could be. But there is one other possibility, perhaps the most dramatic of all, which we will consider when we return.
Don't be a drip. I'm not. I color with the cream that doesn't drip. Excellence Cream from L'Oreal, the non-drip color cream. Of course it protects, always has. But now Excellence is even better, with a ceramide and protein formula to revitalize your hair for rich color, incredible body, more oomph. And does it ever cover grays? Not that I ever had any. Excellence Cream from L'Oreal, because I'm worth it.
We are on the road to #1. Are you gonna get us there on time? We'll be there.
Next stop, Iowa. Take it on Nebraska. Then
Go Irish! Michigan! We can't miss that game. We'll be there, don't worry.
It's September. We're going to give them a lot to cheer about this season.
Hey, fellas! We're #1!
#1, baby!
One more time! Yeah! Let's see in September!
I had to have one as soon as I got up. I was up to 2 to 3 sacks a day, and when I'd run out, it wasn't pretty. That's when I decided to go on the White Castle patch. Its time-release steam-grilled onion formula helps me with my craving and lasts till lunchtime. Thanks to the patch, I'm okay.
White Castle, what you crave. Now get a free Crave patch with a stack of 10.
We have ignition and we have liftoff.
Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in.
We have to at least ask the question, what if there is no life anywhere in the universe except here on Earth?
Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees.
If we are the only living creatures anywhere, well, that means there's an awful lot of country out there to visit, which inspired photographer Yoshio Itagaki to imagine the universe as one big tourist attraction, with every new planet and every new star a photo opportunity. Smile. Because if we are alone, then the universe is one big, empty, endless vacation land. But, says mathematician Amir Axel, it's not.
I just find it hard to believe that we are alone. That there's this vast universe out there, and way off, somewhere to the side, there is the human race and the rest of our planet by itself. God would feel lonely to have just one planet, I think.
But suppose God, for whatever reasons, did create only us. What then?
If we are alone in the galaxy or in the universe, that would be profound. That's more profound than not being alone. Because what it would say is that for the first time in the history of science, the Copernican principle was violated.
Now, what is the Copernican principle?
What we now call the Copernican principle stems from what Copernicus did to our understanding of the physical world. He said, Earth is not the center of everything. The sun is the center of everything.
And since Copernicus, our greatest intellectuals, Galileo, Kepler, Newton, Charles Darwin, they all declared and then offered proof that the Earth is not in any way the center of creation.
Every time we thought we were special, we learned that in fact we weren't. We weren't even mildly special, we were ordinary.
But what if that's wrong? What if it turns out that in the whole universe we are the only living creatures? What if we are extraordinary? That idea makes some of us feel lonely. But for scientists like Neil Tyson, it offends a 500-year-old principle.
A principle that has been invoked and been so successful in the history of science would all of a sudden be violated. It's not that I would be upset. I would just, it would be...
Yes, you would.
No,
You would
it would be...
I can tell you would be upset.
It would be scientifically astonishing.
And you'd suddenly discovered we are extraordinary, unique, and the only one.
And by the way, that's almost an untestable postulate because we'd have to look in every nook and cranny of the galaxy.
Okay, but just for the sake of argument, if it turns out somehow we are the only ones, let's take this full circle and come back to the creature that started this show, the little snail from Nebraska that's always leaving its home in the warm marsh and traveling out to every pond and puddle it can find. I asked Neil, what is this snail telling us?
I think it's very simple. There are biological evolutionary forces that favor those creatures that could spread themselves into greater and greater diversities of environment for survival purposes.
So as comfortable as you may be where you're born, it might make some long-term sense to move along.
Indeed. And as impossible a task, as challenging a task as it is to send people to other planets, that may be our only life insurance against a catastrophic asteroid that hits Earth.
In other words, Ted, if we are the only living or thinking creatures anywhere in the universe, we still might want to take a cue from this snail and move off the Earth and move on.
And that, in fact, may prove to be our destiny, which is what we will be talking about when we come back.
Is your asthma really under control?
Yeah. But sometimes I wheeze.
Ever wake up short of breath?
I do.
Use your fast-acting inhaler more than twice a week.
I use mine every day.
If that's what you call control, ask your doctor if prescription Flovent is right for you. Flovent twice a day helps control the inflammation that can cause asthma symptoms in the first place and helps improve lung function. Flovent won't replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden attacks. People switching from an oral steroid like prednisone to Flovent, an inhaled steroid, need to be especially careful. While adjusting to the switch, your body is not as able to heal after surgery, infection, or serious injury. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve.
Now this is control.
Flovent, helping you define asthma control.
We're picking up our CEO. We swerved off the road and boom, the airbags go off.
There was a deer.
I never saw it.
Seconds later, an OnStar advisor calls and says, I just got a signal, your airbags went off, should I send an ambulance?
We were fine, but she called for a tow truck and a limo.
Good thing I called OnStar.
OnStar called us.
Oh, right.
OnStar. During the OnStar Summer of Savings, get the OnStar phone-based system and installation at no extra charge when you prepay for a year of service. Call 1-800-OnStar-7.
Want the ultimate tailgate party? Don't head to the stadium. Head to the Ace Ultimate Tailgate Sale, where you can win a Polaris watercraft, DeWalt tools, or thousands of other prizes. The Ultimate Tailgate Sale. It's easy to enter, easy to win. Just head to Ace.
Last year, more people who owned a GM car or truck came back to buy another GM. More than any other company in America. It's the highest loyalty in the industry, which speaks not only to the quality of GM cars and trucks, but to the people who drive them.
Friday, she said she was raped
What would you do if it were your daughter? A Father's Fury and the Real Price of Revenge. 2020 Friday.
Sunday, teenagers. Why are they so different? John Stossel with answers. Teens, what makes them tick? Sunday.
Dana Plant, private investigator, never loses sight of what's important.
I've been a detective a long time.
Oh, yes, you look it. What are you, 25?
I'm 31. Do I look 25?
From the creator of The Practice and Ally McBeal comes David E. Kelly's Snoops, ABC Sundays this fall.
It seems to me, Robert, as I consider your friend the snail hopping from place to place, that perhaps we have arrived at a seminal moment in our existence as human beings on Earth. We have been sitting here since the beginning of our origins, waiting for somebody out there to let us know that they're there, either to send us a message or to come down and visit us. And maybe they're waiting for us.
Or maybe there's nobody there.
Either way, though, don't we have to follow the example of the snail?
I think so. Either to preserve our existence in case something terrible happens on Earth, we get out.
That would be if nobody else is there.
Right. Or if somebody's there. I mean, you don't want to be in one place. Possibility number two is it's humans like adventure, and there's an adventure to be had, to look for the other creature, if there is one. The third possibility is there isn't one, and then if we're in this vast empty space with nice places to visit and nice places to live in, maybe our job is to go out and live in them somehow.
We are hoping that somewhere, sort of like Deus Ex Machina, that the Almighty is going to send us a message and say, they're out there.
Yeah.
But that may not happen.
It may not happen. In which case, what is our job?
And what do you think it is?
I like to think that our job is then to go and begin to fill up the space. Take a bit of ourselves and create bits of our life here and there and there, that life evolve and change, and we'll be everybody's grandpa. Won't be the Martians that created us, it'll be us that created all the other Martians we've yet to meet and have yet to be.
Isn't that in and of itself a huge vanity?
Yeah, but it's also a natural urge. It's again from the snail. If we don't do it and we get snuffed out, then there's nobody left. Isn't that a huge loss?
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
No. When we come back, we'll take a look at what's up next week on A Brave New World.
Next on Eyewitness News, a vicious attack sparked by racial slurs, how the bloody brawl ended. Then, this choir singing the blues, why gospel music won't play at one amusement park. On ABC 7 Eyewitness News, next.
On September 7th, you'll have to decide whose house you'll drive it by first.
If you could create the perfect food, what would it be? It would be a balance of nature's nutrients. It would have the vitamins and minerals your body needs. It would have carbohydrates, protein, calcium, fiber. It would give you nourishment and energy. It would be low fat, help you stay in shape, and be truly delicious. It's all here in Slim Fast. Perfect for breakfast, lunch, anytime. Slim Fast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
Let's launch it, Slim.
We talked about this all week. We got to stick with the game plan. We got to run the ball.
James says the max protect. Outright, fox right, hound right, near right. Zip, 989.
Who's James?
Use your Visa card and you could win a once-in-a-lifetime NFL fantasy. Play flag football with the pros. Go to the Pro Bowl in Hawaii. Be in a Super Bowl halftime show. Or roam the sidelines before a real game. Visa, it's everywhere NFL fans want to be.
Jealousy, resentment, ugly rumors. And that's from your friends.
Have
backpack. Hello, kitty.
Next week, we're going to discuss boundaries, limits, what we do when we run into them, and what we do in order to get around them. In particular, we're dealing with the limits of science and how some very special people are trying to push those boundaries. Some do it to save strangers, and some do it to save the ones they love.
All the hopes and promises you might have for your child progressively have been shattered with Alex. They've disappeared.
Are there some questions that science may never answer?
You have to get to the point where you accept him for what he is.
But that really doesn't matter.
You have to consider the possibility he may never talk.
When it's someone you love.
I know professionally that the odds against us talking are easily 99 to 1. And as a parent, as a researcher, I have to go for that 1%.
Next week, a story about hope. For more information on the search for life in the universe or any other topic discussed on this series, visit our website at abcnews.com. And please don't forget Nightline tonight after your local news. That's our broadcast for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Denver, September 13th at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Next on Eyewitness News, the warning you haven't heard about the millennium that could really affect your life, and an item from an online auction that crossed the line, a human kidney up for bid on eBay. Next.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The Great Summer Drive-In from Chevrolet. Lease a new 1999 four-wheel drive Chevy Silverado, Motor Trend Truck of the Year, for only $299 a month for 36 months. Call for important lease details. It's Chevrolet's Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
Devin's got it live. Winning numbers for Take 5 next on Eyewitness News.
This is the news leader, ABC 7.
He may be discharged. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Nightline is always on with abcnews.com. Now part of the Go Network. If you'd like a transcript or video cassette of this or any other edition of Nightline, please dial 1-800-CALL-ABC.
Nightline has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source. abcnews.com, now a part of the Go Network.
So far on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Doug Van Gundy won $250,000 and Michael Shutterly won $500,000. What will happen tomorrow? You only have 3 chances left to watch TV history in the making.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
Things are changing. And sometimes you don't know it until your world is upside down. As our tools move faster, so do we. We're climbing an evolutionary ladder. But what will humans be when man makes man in his own image? You may be surprised at what you find. A musical universe knit together by dancing strings. A world where aliens live right before our eyes. A world that just might lose most of its living creatures, but where man somehow slips through. We haven't got many answers, but we've got some terrific questions.
Everything physical in this universe of ours, everything we know or are likely ever to know, is part.
Does this man know the secrets of the cosmos?
Everything is made from string.
String theory.
Yes, a tiny little loop of energy that looks like a string
And that's where the name comes from, a string.
He's talking about string theory, but what is that?
We may have a theory that can describe everything in the universe by invoking one master equation.
And where could it take us?
What if, in our lifetime, we were able to tell with certainty where the universe came from and how it all began?
We've got some terrific questions. Plenty of questions on the road to a brave new world. At the very bottom of it all is the same question most of us have been asking since we were 3 years old. Why? Why do birds fly and dogs don't? Why did my hamster die? Why do things fall down rather than up? Part of what makes us different from one another as we grow older is simply that some of us just stop asking sooner than others. Or maybe we simply stop expecting to find answers. This is a program about people who have never stopped asking. They actually expect to find an answer to the ultimate question, to discover why the universe was put together as it was, or if not why, at least they expect to discover how. And here's the latest, the bulletin, the part that'll really blow your mind. Some of them have recently become convinced that they have identified a critical piece of the answer. And if they're right, it could lead us into new dimensions, the possibility of traveling backward and forward in time. It could provide the answers to how it all began and how it will end. Now, most of us who checked out of this quest somewhere between Algebra 1 and trigonometry are perfectly content to beg the ultimate how and why questions with the same one-size-fits-all response that most parents have been using since the beginning of time. Well, because, we say. And then some of us, feeling a need to invoke the ultimate authority, add, because that's the way God intended it. But here's the point. Whether or not it was the Almighty who programmed it into us, curiosity is clearly a recurring theme in the human condition. Nowhere more so than in my old friend Robert Krulwich, who will once again be our guide this evening on what is truly a mind-bending journey. What you will discover is that oneness seems to crop up again and again in the answer to the ultimate question. Whether it's one God, which is the answer offered by most of our major religions, or one original element, which many modern scientists seem to feel could serve as a basis for the theory of everything. There has to be a starting point. And deep thinkers of all cultures and backgrounds have come a long, long way on their search.
One of the best teachers I've ever met, is about to take you on a trip all the way back to the beginning of time, to the very instant of creation. He can't tell you who created the universe, that's not his department, he's merely a scientist, but he does think that he can show you the very first thing ever created. You'll see it tonight, the single raw ingredient that built the universe. This theory is called string theory. It takes a little getting used to, so I want to back up and begin with an old story, which we are updating, we hope, in a very stylish way. As you can see, we're not quite ready, but I can tell you, the story comes from an ancient tribe in Europe. This is their creation myth that explains how the world and how everything in the world came to be. We found it in this book right here, which is called the Kalevala. It's the epic poem, the national epic poem of the people of Finland. And in the book, you will meet, first of all, an egg. The egg is the symbol of fertility and life. In the book, you will also meet a sea goddess named Ilmater. This is the model, Ingrid Seinhav, and she's going to be the sea goddess. Nice face, but fabulous knee. The knee is going to be mainly the subject of the story. You're welcome. We also have asked photographer Michael Zeppatello to photograph an explosion. There's going to be a little explosion because that's the moment of creation. We also have, you notice back there, a tub. In the tub there's some water, of course. The water represents the beginning of time because, as the story says, in the beginning there was nothing anywhere but an endless expanse of water, except under the water there lived, well, one lonely goddess. So, Michael, I'm ready if you're ready.
I'm ready, Robert.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, let's shoot this.
Once upon a time, when there was nothing anywhere but the sea, the empty sea, a bird appeared, looking for a place to create the world. But looking across the water, there was no place anywhere to lay an egg, until the sea goddess Ilmater graciously raised her knee out of the water and gave the bird a place to nest. But the egg she laid was warm with life, too warm for the goddess, who was used only to the cold water. And as the egg got warmer, the goddess shuddered in pain, and when she jerked her knee, the egg exploded. And part of the shell became the earth, and another part became the sky, and the egg whites became the moon and the stars, and the yolk became the sun. And so from that one egg, from one source, everything that is came to be. That's an old creation myth. But today, when theoretical physicists on campuses all over the world ask the same question, how did things begin? Sometimes their theories aren't all that different from the story of the egg.
You're Brian Greene, right?
That's right.
From Columbia University. What do you do for a living?
Teach here at Columbia and do research on physics and the origins of the universe.
So you're in the physics department or in the math department,
math
or both?
And in physics, in both.
Both. So you saw the creation myth. Okay. Now let me ask you something. That creation myth had at its core the idea that everything in the universe starts from one thing. Not only is it one thing, it's a simple thing and a beautiful thing. My question for you, since you're in the physics biz, is do you do something like that?
I would say that that's really what we're all shooting for. We're trying to show that the universe and everything in it, all the stars and galaxies, all of matter, space and time itself, all emerge from a single starting point, some unified notion from which the universe as we know it emerged.
One thing.
One thing. Perhaps it's a master equation, perhaps it's a single overarching principle.
But whatever it is, Brian Greene believes that everything in the universe can be explained by something very simple and very beautiful, like an egg.
The ground state is merely going to be defined in terms of the VEVs, the vacuum expectation values of scalar fields being equal to a certain value.
But of course, when physicists try to figure out where everything comes from, they don't tell each other stories about eggs and goddesses.
A1 star A1 minus A2 star A2. Any questions?
They talk in, what would you call this?
Theta bar.
In their own language.
Hermitian symmetrize it.
How do you begin to think like a mathematician? Okay, for example, I figure, let's see, if I pick up a leaf and then another leaf, and I think, gee, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3 things here, and look at this. There's 1, 2, 3 things here, same.
Right.
Did you look out the window when you were a kid and think, same?
Close to it. I think all of us who were involved in mathematics from a young age were fascinated by pattern.
There are some patterns that everybody sees, and some patterns that are hidden in nature, but with mathematics you can pluck them out. 2,600 years ago, Pythagoras discovered that if you pluck half a string, or if you clink a glass that's half full, or ring a bell that's half size, or blow a flute that's half size, every time you cut something in half, the sound you get goes up 1 octave exactly. Pythagoras had discovered a clue to how sound works. Brian remembers when he discovered that math can tell secrets about the world. He was 14 and he was in high school.
It was a class of students who were really interested in physics, so it was those who already had some sense that that was the direction that they might go. So
you went, oh boy, this is the ball of gum from the wall.
That was the moment we were all waiting for, the ball of gum problem.
The question was, if you take a ball and you stick a big wad of chewing gum on the ball, then you attach the ball to the ceiling, then you let the ball drop, can you predict how the ball is going to swing through the air? Brian did the calculations that show how the ball should arc through space. The wonder of it was, though, that balls with gum actually do what the math says they're going to do. And Brian remembers running down the hall to tell his dad, look at these numbers.
But the way I would show him was, Dad, if you had a ball which was stuck to a piece of chewing gum, and the other end was stuck to this. I just reran the problem and asked him, can you imagine figuring out exactly where it would land or exactly what path it would
Now, this is a guy who was playing harmonicas for a living.
And singing and composing.
Singing and composing, yeah, okay.
But he got into this sort of stuff, and he'd be like, I don't know if I can. And then, you know, I'd explain to him more or less how it goes, and he loved this stuff.
So this is not conversations that can only go on between the elite, the knowledgeable ones. It's ones that you can translate to ordinary people. Particularly if they're your dad.
Oh, absolutely. I think that the concepts of physics are ideas that anybody with a bit of interest can grasp and think about and be excited by.
His interest in physics survived an early obsession with judo and a later fascination with acting and with the theater.
It was almost impossible to imagine, you know, other people wrote papers or, you know, did equations. He did equations, but you know, we always used to wonder about Brian because nobody could ever figure out what he did.
George Stephanopoulos met Brian at Oxford in England. They were graduate students together.
We knew he would go into these kind of days-long trances with a piece of paper. He would actually sit at a desk and try and figure out how the universe began. And I certainly couldn't understand how someone could sit at a desk and figure that out.
But he's still at it, and sometimes he's really good at it. Is there a sort of in-the-zone quality about this kind of thing? I mean, if you're playing basketball or tennis or anything, you can get to a certain point where just everything goes right for you. Do you have those?
Rarely. But when it happens, it's incredible. It does happen. One equation is interlocking with the next in a way where you know it's right. You just feel it's right. It can't possibly be going along so smoothly without what you're doing being correct.
But there's some kind of wind at your back that is not coming from you.
Yes, yes, definitely. It feels like you're tapping in to the universe, that in some sense the universe is this giant flow of ideas and information, and every so often you're able to reach in and grab hold of something and get swept along with it.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, you should do it sometime.
Okay, when we come back, we'll give you a taste of what it's like to follow the math back to the first instant of time, to the creation.
Tylenol House Call. Information for healthy living.
Watching Wayne Gretzky, you'd never know the great one could have common arthritis.
When my doctor told me that my aches and pains could be the early signs of arthritis, I was really surprised.
It's not unusual. Millions of Americans under 50 have arthritis. Millions more are at risk. What should you look for? Risk factors include an active occupation, past injury, family history, age, and weight. Early signs of common arthritis include joint pain and stiffness.
Well, what do you do for your arthritis pain?
I take Tylenol.
The first choice of doctors for arthritis pain is the medicine and Tylenol Arthritis Extended Relief. Tylenol works as well as the leading arthritis prescription, but it's much gentler on your stomach. So Wayne, how does it feel to be retired?
Pretty good. These days it's fun to be knocked around.
Could your pain and stiffness be the early signs of common arthritis? Talk to your doctor, like Wayne Gretzky did.
Tylenol House Call is brought to you by Tylenol Arthritis.
Why do people love squirrels but hate rats? They're both rodents, and yet the squirrel is tolerated, downright beloved. Why? Does that cute fuzzy tail make that much of a difference? Absolutely. Introducing the all-new 2000 Mitsubishi Eclipse, nicely equipped at 17.7. Further proof that looks do matter.
On ABC Premiere Week Tuesday, the season premiere of Spin City.
I am so sorry I'm late.
Mike meets his match when Heather Locklear arrives.
This is not some cheesy soap opera.
Ooh, that hurt.
We have a score to settle.
Plus a really angry Yankee All-Star Roger Clemens. Then the return of the mid-season smash.
Finally.
It's like, you know. And on the season premiere of Dharma and Greg, Greg is gone. And he's been replaced by, this guy.
Hey, look at me! I'm an attorney! I'm an attorney!
Not for long.
See you next Tuesday, starting at 8, 7 Central on ABC Premiere Tuesday.
Heard about the Big Bang that very possibly created our universe and is still pushing galaxies and stars apart even now. If the universe has been expanding ever since at a predictable rate, you could, kind of like with a movie projector, reverse directions, run everything backwards to figure out what it was like back at the beginning.
We can't really make a new Big Bang. That's something which is beyond our ability. But we can simulate
It's kind of like a physics moviola.
Right. It is.
You can just start churning it forward.
Right, or backwards. And we hope to use the laws of physics to turn that film further and further back in time. At the moment, we can get back, depending on who you ask, to perhaps a minute after the Big Bang or a few seconds after the Big Bang. But we want to go right back down to time zero. So that requires turning it even further. And with current theories, that's something that we can't quite do yet, but that's the goal.
But we can show you what things were like just after the Big Bang, and this is going to sound strange. We can do that by looking deep into Brian Greene's eye. Deep, deep in. Because behind his eye, we will find some blood cells, and in those blood cells there are molecules of hemoglobin, and in those molecules there are iron atoms. And if we took one iron atom from Brian's eye and told you its life story, rewinding all the way back to the first instant of the very beginning of this atom, we would be almost at the Big Bang itself. The atom in Brian's eye is very, very old. It's in him, but it came to Earth 5 billion years ago, when it was drawn into the dust that was swirling together to form our planet. Before that, it was floating in space, a little iron atom all by itself. And before that, billions of years earlier, it was inside a star that fused 50-odd protons and neutrons together, so a star created the iron atom and spit it out. But before that, our iron atom didn't exist yet. Instead, it was a bunch of lighter and smaller atoms bouncing around. And remember, says Brian,
as you go further back in time, the universe gets smaller, denser, and hotter.
Much, much hotter. Too hot and too violent for even the smallest atoms to stick together. So very early, everything, even protons and neutrons, break apart, and all that's left is a primordial stew.
Everything we know about, literally, every star, every galaxy, planets, you, me, all of matter, in fact, space and time as well, are crushed together.
Even time?
Even
whatever
time.
that could mean?
That's right. So even the very notion of time is something which emerges from the Big Bang.
We're now at the raw beginning of everything.
Right.
And when was that?
That was probably something like 15 billion years ago.
I won't even ask you what happens before that, except all we know is there's that. All right, I'll ask you what happened before that.
We don't really know. But let me say this. It may be that the question of what happened before the Big Bang may not have any meaning. It may be the case that it's certainly reasonable to ask what happened before today or what happened last year or the year before.
But if time itself is beginning, then there wasn't any time.
That's right. So there's no notion of time, perhaps, until you have a Big Bang. So the whole question ceases to have meaning when you go sufficiently far back, namely to what might be the origin of time itself.
But what I'm really wondering is, when you get all the way back to the instant after the Big Bang, when everything was raw and violent and unattached, what I really want to know is, in the beginning, what was there? What was the first primal thing? Brian and the other physicists have a theory.
It's a theory called string theory.
String theory?
Yes.
Because why? Because this is a stringy thing?
Well, it's because the fundamental ingredient, at least in the usual formulation of the theory, is a tiny little loop of energy that looks like a string, and that's where the name comes from, a string.
What an odd shape for the fundamental object of the universe. Remember that when we began this program, Brian said that when physicists look for the fundamental object, it should be simple and elegant and beautiful, like the egg from the creation myth. But when you think of a string, well, at least the stringy things that we meet in ordinary life, they don't seem quite satisfying. At least not to me. But when Brian and I wandered around New York City's East Village and asked people, what if everything in the universe were made from tiny strings? Strings.
I'm completely lost.
Strings.
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 Is that an acronym?
Nope. Some were a little puzzled, but most of the people we met, like these two, were intrigued. Is that a puzzling shape to you? A satisfying one? Just what's your emotional reaction to that?
An undulating string. Puzzling. I don't think puzzling. Okay, unnerving. Perhaps soothing? Would it be soothing? No, it would not be soothing. I mean, it's kind of interesting.
When you
it's like
think
energy.
about
It's
when
like,
you think about like waves of light,
right?
So
Energy radiating.
right, it's all movement.
Everything's in motion
strings.
anyway. It's groovy.
Groovy. And that is before Brian explained why the fundamental unit of everything may be stringy, which he'll do in just a minute when we return.
Introducing Caress fragranced body washes. They do more than silken skin. Their fragrances seduce your senses. They're completely transforming. Now that really changes things. New Caress fragranced body washes. The look.
Look who? JCPenney.
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and look natural? Get Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men Gel.
Brush in and in 5 minutes, gray is gone.
No one can tell with Just for Men Gel.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
I'm a cop. I've got to be in good shape, and I've got to have a lot of energy. Working out is key. But what really helps me is SlimFast. I've been having a shake for lunch almost every day for the past 9 years. It's quick, it's easy, it's satisfying. SlimFast is healthy for you. It gives me what I need.
Vitamins, minerals, protein, carbs. It's great nutrition.
I have more endurance during my workout, more stamina. It's my energy drink. It makes me feel great. I love it.
SlimFast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
It works for me. It can work for you.
ABC Premiere Wednesday is almost here. On Two Guys and a Girl, you'll finally get the answer to the big question.
Will you marry me?
Well, you gotta wait for the premiere. Norm's hot for Faith Ford, who's hot for this guy.
He has a really big heart.
Well, you know what they say, you only get one really big organ, so...
Get your first look at Mimi and Mini Mimi.
Well, there goes the theory that you were cute when you were small.
The season premiere of True, and it's the new faces of a comedy destined to be one of the season's best. Oh, grow up. Series premiere. See you Wednesday on ABC.
A cool head works in the NFL and on the street. If someone gets in your face, take a moment and walk away.
We then have additional quadratic.
There's no way that you or I
terms
could
of
ever
this sort,
understand the math
big
that led to
cubic
this theory, but
terms.
don't worry.
It's not that hard.
Because two of the smartest people in the modern world, Albert Einstein on the one hand, and the brilliant Danish scientist Niels Bohr on the other, argued for years about math and the universe. It came down to a question of gravity. On grand scales, with galaxies and planets, Einstein's math predicts exactly how gravity works. But when you get down to scales smaller than atoms and electrons, Einstein's rules break down and Niels Bohr's rules take over. Einstein said, no, we gotta look harder. There's gotta be one rule for gravity, big and small. And then, says Brian, strings came along. Why do we need strings at all? Like, what are they solving a problem?
Oh, definitely. String theory, we believe, solves the central problem that theoretical physicists have faced for perhaps the last 50 years.
Let me stop you because I have two friends who are not theoretical physicists and have certainly not been alive for 50 years, Josh and Adam. I asked them to explore this problem for us. Let me show you what they've done.
Why strings are necessary. A short analysis. Okay, look, here's the problem. Theoretical physicists want to explain everything in the universe.
They want to know how everything works.
Problem is, right now, they can only almost explain everything in the universe.
Yeah, and almost everything in the universe isn't good enough.
It's not even half good enough.
Physicists know how big things work.
Physicists have a whole set of rules for big things, like planets, stars, and galaxies.
Right.
They can plot the path of the planet Mercury with infinitesimal accuracy. They can calculate within a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second what happened after the Big Bang. In the big world, these rules work.
Physicists also know how small things work. Physicists also have a whole set of rules for small things. Little things that are smaller than atoms, like protons, neutrons, and electrons. These rules have taught us how to push electrons through computer chips, how to create laser beams, and how to split atoms. In the small world, these rules work. But
while physicists have explained how things work here in the big world,
and how things work here in the small world,
the rules that they made up for the big world,
they don't work in the small world.
And vice versa. There's no fit.
They don't match.
Not at all.
So,
you can't have two sets of rules for the universe.
You want to have one explanation for everything.
And it's true. For most of his life, even Albert Einstein tried and tried to find one explanation that accounts for how both big and little things work. He was deeply troubled that the world didn't fit together, and Brian says, you know, if you thought about it, you'd be troubled too. So you're saying that ordinary people, if they knew that there wasn't one explanation for everything, that the world didn't quite fit together, would feel just a little bit anxious?
I think so. It's not the kind of thing which would inform day-to-day life from moment to moment.
No.
But I think when one is sitting down in a quiet evening and contemplating life in the universe, if one knew it was fractured in terms of the big and the small, and why should there be two different languages which don't speak to one another when we have one universe? There should be one language that describes everything.
So let me see if Josh and Adam can solve this for us. They're going to begin with a simple piece of mechanics in the regular world of the big.
Here's something you see every day. Balls of steel.
These steel balls can fall through space.
See ball fall.
Now, Einstein taught us a lot about gravity.
But to understand what he's talking about, we're going to represent space with a sheet of latex.
Latex is space! Yeah!
When an object falls to the Earth like this,
what's actually happening is that space is bending just a bit into a smooth slide,
which gently carries the ball from here
all the way down to here. Confused? Don't be, because Einstein's idea has been tested and proven and proven and proven over and over again.
When things fall, they slide through a smooth warp in space.
A smooth warp in space. Great, but what about the small world, huh?
If we were to magnify...
What are you going to magnify?
A small point in space.
How small? A really, really tiny, tiny, tiny space. Here, physics is really different. Space is bopping and bumping and jumping around. If you tried to drop a ball here, you'd have absolutely no clue where it was going to go.
Goodness, this is completely unpredictable.
This isn't working!
Things can't fall. This is horrible!
Fix it!
For years, not just Einstein, but many physicists tried to get gravity to work in the very small world. They needed some way to calm down that jumpiness that made it so hard to get the ball from A to B, some way to calm space down a bit. But if space were made of string, then, says Brian,
we smear out those jitters in the spatial fabric just enough to calm them, so that the ball can, in fact, predictably move through the spatial fabric.
And strings do this?
Yes, we believe that strings do this.
Well, let's watch.
Okay, so if everything is made of strings,
if space itself were made of strings,
strings have just enough length,
just enough surface
to smooth out the bumps.
Now, even on the small scale,
things would be able to fall.
Gravity would work everywhere.
Everywhere.
If strings exist, then space would be smooth enough for balls to fall with predictability.
This would be good.
This would be great.
This would be very good.
Maybe.
Well, I think maybe is right on target, but if, putting the maybe aside, this actually is the theory that puts together the laws of the big and the small, it would be the consistent package describing perhaps everything in the universe.
So this is it. You've gotten where you wanted to go, if this is true.
It could be.
Just think about that, just for a second. Brian described the theory to a jam-packed crowd at the Guggenheim Museum in New York.
The quantum jitters of space itself become increasingly large.
Using all kinds of wild graphics.
Woohoo, that was fun. Let's do it again.
And accompanied by the Emerson String Quartet.
Imagine, he said, the whole universe being danced into existence by pulsating, vibrating strings. This is, of course, still a very preliminary and very tentative theory, but if it turns out to be true, strings will account for everything.
The strings in string theory, even though they're all identical, can give rise to a wealth of different features in the world around us, because a string itself can vibrate in a broad spectrum of different patterns, from the expansive gaseous rings around Saturn to the countless undiscovered faraway stars, from the lance fabled to have entered Christ's side on the first Good Friday to the ink Shakespeare used to write King Lear, from the plutonium which became a mushroom cloud over Hiroshima to the subway car that may take you home tonight, to the bed you may sleep in, and the electromagnetic patterns in your brain caused by the dreams you may dream there. Everything physical in this universe of ours, everything we know or are likely ever to know, is part of the same cosmic symphony, is made from the same fundamental music, since everything is made from string.
But I still don't understand how it works. How do little strings become rocks and water and sunshine? So I asked.
When you got hair in your head, you're sitting on a chair, you're wearing pants, they're all strings.
Right. The idea is that all of the stuff that you just described, hair and the tabletop and so forth, ultimately, if you examine them on sufficiently small scales, you do find atoms. That's the old idea.
Let's do a little proton plucking, shall we?
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, so here's an ordinary atom, electrons swinging around on the outside, protons and neutrons there in the middle, that's the nucleus. Okay, now we're going to stop it, now, and pluck.
Right, so if you pluck a proton out of a nucleus and examine it very closely, we have learned that it's made of 3 quarks. Those are smaller particles that make up a proton. But we believe that if you look deeply inside a quark or deeply inside an electron, or in fact, deeply inside any particle, you'll find a little tiny loop of vibrating energy. That's the string.
Those 3 little strings there on those 3 balls?
That's right.
So the little one wiggling kind of slowly on the left, that's producing a particle different from that one on the right that's doing the frug or something.
That's right. You know, an electron is a string vibrating one way, a quark is a string vibrating a different way. So the particles, in a sense, are the different musical notes that these strings can play.
And then those things build up and build up, eventually become your hair, your pants, and the table.
That's exactly right.
So everything around us is a symphony of dancing string. It's a very nice idea, but there are a few little problems that Brian and I will demonstrate with a dance of our own when we return.
Nightline in Primetime, Brave New World continues after this from our ABC.
Water everywhere. Where's it all gonna go? Tonight at 11, Floyd blows through our area, leaving flooded streets and trouble on the tracks. We'll show you what's up in your neighborhood and how to get around a messy morning commute at 11 on ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
The most powerful V6 engine in its class. The most interior space in its class. Amenities that would surprise you in any class. For those seeking refuge from mediocrity and compromise, we offer the Sanctuary. Presenting the all-new Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking.
Announcing a back-to-school sale you won't want to miss because it's for a very special member of your family. You. It's Jenny Craig's back-to-school sale. Now that the kids are back to school, it's time for you to get back to making your weight loss dreams come true. And during the sale, you can get 30 days free, plus the cost of food. You deserve to look this good and feel this fantastic. Time is running out for this special sale, so hurry and call now. During the back-to-school sale, you'll get 30 days of Jenny Craig for free, plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-99-JENNY.
I'm a professional vandal. I break in, damage, destroy. I'm Peter Day, and I train our claims adjusters at Liberty Mutual Insurance to help them understand what it's like to lose a home. I help them build one, and then I destroy it. It makes us better at assessing damage from storms, fires, and just about anything else that threatens your home.
At Liberty Mutual, we have hundreds of experts helping you live a safer, more secure life. It's insurance in action.
Think of it as tough love.
Bette Midler! Bette Midler in rare form. Tomorrow's Oprah.
BC, a great movie every Saturday night.
I saw you in the audience. I think you were up in the front row, if I'm not mistaken. Very good.
Some people can't get enough string theory. Take Matthew, for example. He's 14 years old. He read Brian's book, The Elegant Universe.
When I found out that he was doing a speech at the Guggenheim, I had to come.
Hi, David. Thank you very much.
It's odd, really, that a lecture on particle physics would attract such a various and such a glamorous New York crowd. That guy there is the movie actor, Rob Morrow.
I've been told I look like you, so I'm glad that I... and it's very flattering to me.
Who, on the spot, offers Brian a small part in his next film.
It's small, though, but it's a little gem of a great little moment that just, oddly enough, would fit you kind of perfectly.
That could be fun. Oh, I do.
And, as is usual for Brian,
I'd be happy to.
There's a whole bunch of women in the audience, which his friend George Stephanopoulos can't help but notice.
So Brian's going to be the first, he's going to be the first physicist to have groupies. It's already happening, look.
Hello, Mother.
Well, that's his mother, actually.
Wonderful.
But the point is, all kinds of people, including non-scientists, are showing up at these lectures, apparently fascinated by the idea that after an 80-year search like the egg from our creation myth, we may have found the fundamental theory that explains everything. And like the egg, the new theory is simple and beautiful, as demonstrated here by artist Michael Motion. But I should warn you that the math that created this theory requires a host of strange new particles that have never been seen. But if string theory is true, the math says these other particles have to be there too. And that's not all, says Brian.
The theory predicts that there are at least 6 and probably actually 7 more spatial dimensions.
Which, by the way, means nothing to me. I have no idea what that could mean. Well, I know about up, down, back, forth, and side to side.
Just imagine more of them. Now, that's hard to do because
I can't imagine.
Our intuition is built up in a 3-dimensional universe.
So wait a second. Here's a theory that's trying to make the world simpler to understand, but ends up with all these extra dimensions, which are where exactly? I mean, where do you see them? I find this harder and harder to get.
We can get to the core idea by imagining that we lived in a lower 2-dimensional universe, a flat universe.
Would you like to take a trip to this place?
Sure.
I mean, since you designed the landscape. So, where is this?
This is 3-dimensional space, the
It's
universe
empty.
around us.
It's nice, it's simple. What do we do here? Oh, by the way, you're in green because you're Brian Green. I'm in red for no apparent reason.
Well, we could try to do something in this space that's easy to do in 3 dimensions, like trade places.
Like what?
Trading places.
Oh, okay. Why do we just do that?
Well, to show that it's easy to do that in 3 dimensions, but if the universe had fewer dimensions, like 2 or even 1 dimension, it'd be difficult and perhaps even impossible to trade places.
Well, let's try that. Let's go to 1 dimension if we can. Is there a position you get into for this?
Yes, it's this position right here.
Okay, ready, and go. Okay, so the audience should know that I'm the red one, you're the other color.
Right.
Now what do we do?
Well, try to get by me in this 1-dimensional world.
To the other side,
That's
right?
right. Try to slide right by me. Right, well, you
No.
can't, right? You see,
No, I'm
because
trying.
in a 1-dimensional world, there's just no room to get around me.
If we added a dimension, could we do better?
Well, yes, we can. Let's try it.
Okay, ready? Dimension 2!
Oh,
well, now I have height. This is better than before.
Yes, now try to get around me here.
Around you?
That's right. There's enough room in 2 dimensions.
I have no way to get around.
Just slide up and around.
Slide?
I'll help you.
Like a frog, I can
That's
do.
right.
Oh, my. Oh, this is too hard. Let me come down, because I'll tell you why. It might make more sense to go back to 3 dimensions, okay?
Okay.
Oh, man, I like 3 a lot better than 2
Yes,
or
there's
1.
a lot more room.
For the obvious reason that you can do this.
It's very easy
no
for us to
problem.
move past one another in 3 dimensions.
Now, what is the point of doing all this?
Well, the idea is that the number of dimensions that the universe has a big impact on our experience, the things that we're able to do.
Yeah, well, you said before that there were 7, right?
7
or as
more.
many as 7 more.
Right.
So when I was doing 1 and 2, I had no idea that we could do this thing,
That's
right?
right. That's
so
right.
if there is 7 more, then there are so many other things I could do. Except you said that the 7 are here now?
That's right. They're a little different than the ones that we're familiar with. You see, right now we see 3 dimensions. 1, 2, 3. The others are around us, but they're tiny. They're not big. They're tiny and curled up.
Tiny and curled up where?
Everywhere around us, actually.
I see nothing.
Well, let me show you. If we were, for instance, to focus in on this little region of space here and magnify it many, many, many times over. So here we are within the fabric of space itself. And you see those little curlicue things?
Yeah.
Those are the new directions, the new curled up dimensions that the theory needs.
So if we were small enough to actually live down there and bumped into one of those things, we would have experiences we've never had before.
That's right.
Of course, we're not that little. We are big. And so those are away somewhere.
Around us, but too small to be seen.
And does your theory, or this theory, require these extra 7 solar dimensions?
Yes, for the theory to hold together, you need these extra dimensions.
But if string theory requires extra dimensions that we have never seen, and extra particles that we've never seen, and strings that are too small to see, some would say, you know, this is no longer a simple or elegant theory. It's now much too complicated and much too hard, frankly, to prove.
That's completely wrong. In fact...
Well, it's not completely wrong, because you do have all these dimensions, these extra dimensions.
Right. The key thing to bear in mind, though, is the mathematical structure behind this theory is incredibly tight. It's incredibly inflexible. It dictates these features of the universe, and that's why we take them to heart.
The math insisted on these things.
Absolutely.
And you didn't have anything to do with that. It just came up.
It emerged from the structure of the theory itself.
GAB.
So the math did it.
1/3 GIJK.
You've got to follow where the math leads you, says Brian, and one day, if scientists find extra dimensions or some of those particles, well then, the theory may be proved. But until then, well, I have one last question. Maybe strings do explain everything, but can you have fun with them? I mean, what can you do with strings once you know they're there? Well, there are all kinds of things you can do, says Brian. As you'll see.
I think the most important feeding is the one that you start in the fall, so your lawn starts to look healthier in the spring, and consequently, you need Scott's Winterizer. When I put down Winterizer in the fall, it allows us to develop a good, strong root base, and it allows the lawn to endure the winter weather, and you get a real early greening. This grass is beautiful, thick, deep green. People will stop by and say, "How'd you do that?" Scott's Winterizer gives the grass a kickstart in the fall and makes it really look great in the spring.
Welcome to My Mailboxes, etc. You know, this may look like a regular mailbox, but let me tell you the secret. You get a street address, not just a P.O. box number. That means we can sign for your FedEx shipments and other packages. You get an entire support staff. Where else are you going to be able to call and check your mail? I mean, come on, who's going to do that for you? We'll also forward that mail anywhere in the world. Mailboxes, etc. We're making business easier. We're making life easier. Can your mailbox do that?
Some people get nervous when that door goes up. Not me. But then I deliver to all the shops. Nervous people like crunchy food. Don't sell much nervous food here.
Goodwrench Good Time Savings means great deals, like tire rotation and balance for only $29.99 or less. It's a good time to see GM Goodwrench Service Plus.
Good Time Savings? No wonder I don't sell any nervous food here.
Can we go with you guys? Sure, we're going to see the top-ranked Seminoles play NC State Saturday.
ABC Sports and the Waterboy would like to send you to the Nokia Sugar Bowl to be the honorary Waterboy. Check your local retailer for more details and watch ABC's college football.
Be here when ABC crowns Miss America 2000. It's the thrill of victory and the agony of high heels. Donnie and Marie host the Miss America pageant ABC Saturday.
America's got the most stuff, but do we have the right stuff? Find out with John Stossel as he travels around the world to discover, is America #1? Sunday.
This summer, put Cadillac Seville's amazing performance to the test and get a lesson in power and control. Then put our lease to the test. Lease a new 99 Seville for just $549 a month. Call for complete lease details. You'll even get a 3-year SmartCare basic maintenance contract at no extra charge. So drive a Seville today and put Cadillac to the test.
When we began the show, we described a moment in the history of time, the first moment, when things were so dense that we could see the raw stuff of the universe. Is it possible today to see, or at least to go near, or to locate raw stuff, the same kind of raw stuff?
Well, the closest thing today that reproduces conditions that are similar to those at the Big Bang would be the center point of a black hole.
The center point of a black hole? You mean when those black holes go down, that at the bottom?
That's right. When they collapse, the conditions there are somewhat akin to those that would have been around at the time of the Big Bang.
So, if Homer Simpson, you familiar with Homer Simpson?
Yes, I am, actually.
If Homer were to find a black hole that he could peek into so he could see for himself what it's like down there, and maybe, now this would be something, maybe down at the wild bottom he could see an actual loop of string.
Ow! Watch it, Coney!
Oops. Will Homer Simpson ever be able to tell us what is at the bottom of that black hole?
Well, according to classical general relativity without quantum theory, the answer would be no. He will never, ever be able to tell us what is going on inside the black hole.
Cool, man.
So, instead of getting to see a string, Homer...
Oh my God, I'm gonna be sucked into a black hole, I'm gonna be sucked into oblivion, I'm gonna be nothing, and what's gonna be coming out the other side, I don't know.
Jump!
...is about to become a string.
Piece the cake, son. Crack, 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 crack!
There may be at this moment raw loops of strings at the bottoms of black holes, but rather than suffer Homer's fate, physicists will not attempt direct observation. They will stick to their math or indirect proofs, which brings us to our final question. If one day, somehow, strings are proven to be real, what could we do with them that would be neat?
I think if you let your imagination run wild, you can, as the writers of Star Trek and Star Wars and Back to the Future have suggested, maybe there is the possibility of incredible space travel and perhaps even time travel.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Brian is not saying that once we prove string theory, the next day we can do something like this. But this kind of thing is only possible when you understand how space and time work.
There's no way, I think, that one would be able to build the technology to manipulate the fabric of space and time in such exotic ways if you don't fundamentally know the laws at work.
And that's what you're about to tell us, if you're lucky.
That's right.
How things work.
Right.
Brian is one of hundreds of theoretical physicists all over the world who think that now maybe we've found the theory that will lead us to all kinds of as yet unimaginable adventures. Because if we have at last found one explanation for everything, as Brian told the audience at the Guggenheim, just imagine.
What if, in our lifetime, we were able to tell with certainty where the universe came from and how it all began? What if we were able to tell with certainty what the universe is made of and what it will become?
That would be not just one of the great achievements of our time. It would be, he says, one of the great achievements of all time.
The search for the deepest laws of the universe is a distinctly human drama, one that has stretched the mind and enriched the spirit, and as our generation marvels at its new way of asserting the world's coherence, of hearing the long sought-for harmonies of nature, we are fulfilling our part. We are contributing our rung to the human ladder reaching for the stars.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions. Passenger front impact collisions, driver's side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
The look. Look who? J.C. Penney.
Flight 910. DC-9 service for New York Kennedy International Airport. Flight.
What's your priority?
Like an eagle.
Critics are giving For Love of the Game a standing ovation.
I'm gonna throw a little harder than usual today.
Exhilarating, among the great sports films of all time.
Don't smile at me. I hate that.
4 stars, a grand slam.
Boys are all here for you. We're gonna be awesome for you.
For Love of the Game is not to be missed. The most inspiring film of the year. Kevin Costner, For Love of the Game. Rated PG-13. Starts tomorrow at theaters everywhere.
I start every morning with ginseng.
I've taken garlic for years.
I remember my ginkgo biloba every day.
Only Ginkgo Gin combines ginseng, garlic, and ginkgo. Ginkgo Gin, the only supplement with all 3 in 1.
Critics declare Robin Williams gives an Oscar-worthy performance in Jacob the Liar.
This is the BBC. I admire what you're doing.
You must see this unforgettable film.
Would I lie to you?
Jacob the Liar, rated PG-13. Open September 24th.
Sunday, September 26th, 2 David Kelly shows, 1 great premiere night. First, Snoops, the new series critics say will be huge. Then The Practice, the winner of 4 Emmys including Best Drama, is back. Catch Snoops series premiere followed by The Practice season premiere, ABC Sunday, September 26th.
Gotcha.
Wake up at the crossroads of America.
Come on over to Good Morning America at Times Square.
It's a nice day for practice today. Nice day for practice. On 3 Raiders. 1, 2, 3. Raiders! Let's go now. Let's go now. Good day. Good day for practice.
Look, in some respects, television is still a fairly new medium. It only feels as though it's been around forever because most of us can't remember a time when it wasn't. But in many respects, we're still learning our own limits. Our colleagues on the technical side have totally outstripped us in terms of innovation, and already there are dozens of new technologies through which we can communicate with one another. Meanwhile, those of us who provide the information are running as fast as we can just to keep up. We've learned to do it almost instantaneously, even as it's happening in the remotest corners of the world. We are thoroughly experienced in being first with the obvious. And all the competition is driving us to do it even faster. There are some awfully good news programs already on commercial television, but even the best of them tend to look a lot alike. What Robert Krulwich and I have been testing these last few weeks with the help of the many people from Nightline who put this series together is the notion that as technology offers you more and more choices, we who provide the content will have to do the same. This was just a sample of where we can go, the kinds of subjects we can cover. If you liked it, we can do more. If you didn't, we can adjust. What we can't do anymore is stand still. I'll be back in a moment.
Water, water everywhere. Where's it all gonna go? Coming up next, Floyd blows through our area, leaving flooded streets and trouble on the tracks. We'll show you what's up in your neighborhood and how to get around a messy morning commute on ABC 7 Eyewitness News next.
Mr. Sinclair?
So how is he?
Well, as you know, he's very old, but I think that the hip replacement went well. Of course, he'll have to stay off his feet for several weeks. The best thing he can do right now is rest.
With its worldwide acceptance and high credit limit, Visa Platinum offers purchase power you can really use for those you really love.
Lean on me.
Besides, you know, if he had one, he'd do the same for you.
My mama told me
You better shop around.
You don't have to be made of money to afford the best for everyone in your family and for your home. The very latest styles and colors, the very best quality, and huge selections of everything you want. It's easy. Just move to the store where you always see more and save more on the best. Today's Burlington Coat Factory. We're more than great coats.
My mama told me you better shop around.
Feminine itching, painful irritation. Now there's new Vagisil cream with skin-soothing vitamins E, A, and D. Vagisil stops itching fast, and the relief lasts. Vagisil, a better understanding of better intimate care.
The most powerful V6 engine in its class. The most interior space in its class. Amenities that would surprise you in any class. For those seeking refuge from mediocrity and compromise, we offer the Sanctuary. Presenting the all-new Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking.
Flight 910. DC-9 service for New York, Kennedy International Airport. Flight.
What's your priority?
Like an eagle.
That's our report for tonight. We hope you'll join us a little later on Nightline. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
One last thing. Before we leave this subject of physics, I should mention some of the folks who helped us, and I got to admit that not everybody finds strings that attractive.
Atlanta, Dallas, Monday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Next on Eyewitness News, Tropical Storm Floyd floods much of the tri-state area, stalling mass transit and even forcing some dramatic rescues. All the details coming up next.
I'm always true to you, darling, in my fashion. Yes, I'm always true to you, darling. Darling, in my way.
Seven's got it live. Winning numbers for Take 5 next on Eyewitness News.
This is the news leader, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Tonight, Floyd's trail of destruction. You're looking at a live shot from Rockland County, where right now there is a state of emergency and the National Guard is moving in to deal with a county full of flooded roads. In some communities, people had to be rescued from the rising waters in their own homes. Other areas were spared the water, but tonight they face damage from powerful winds. And all of this, of course, spells trouble for the morning commute. Tonight, train lines and roads are in no condition for traveling.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Diana Williams.
And I'm Bill Ritter, in tonight for Bill Butel.
It has been a wild ride and mostly a wet one. Tropical Storm Floyd is right now in New England. The storm passed through here a lot faster than expected, and by tomorrow morning, the sun should be out. Here, though, is a quick look at where we stand on some very important issues. All public schools in New York City will be open tomorrow. In New Jersey, Governor Whitman says that individual districts will decide if schools will be open. As for the morning commute, expect delays. Tonight, Metro North says that it will have limited service in the morning. And there are problems tonight for New Jersey Transit and Amtrak. And of course, there are plenty of road closings that could still be a problem in the morning. We begin our extensive coverage in the Weather Center, where Sam Champion is tracking the path of Floyd. Sam?
It's like the last track, Diana. We've got the 11 o'clock information. 25 miles east of Hartford, Connecticut is that center rotation still around Tropical Storm Floyd. 65-mile-per-hour winds, the highest winds with that storm at all, and it is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. But what just happened, and why did it happen? We go back a little bit down the coastline to where we were looking at Hurricane Floyd, and all of the moisture and the winds were wrapped around its eye, and that's exactly what you would expect in a classical hurricane. However, by about 5 o'clock, Hurricane Floyd became Tropical Storm Floyd, and that blew two separate parts. The rain, heavy rain, spun inland. The winds stayed right on Long Island as the center of that storm passed right over the Nassau and Suffolk County border at right about 8 to 9 o'clock this evening. We now have some scattered rains and heavier rains that are pushing well up into northern New England, where the still gusty winds, the heaviest winds of the circulation, are still right along the coastline. But look how far the rain is separated from the center of that storm. Also back down to the south, a lot drier air. We have moved just about all the rain out of the area. AccuTrack will show you just some scattered showers. And though flooding continues and will continue for hours now, with some light and scattered showers in the Hudson Valley and in northern New Jersey, all these waters have to recede before we get the flood waters out of the area. We picked up some incredible rainfall totals in those directions. We got rainfall totals like 10 inches plus, 10 to 15 inches in these areas that are circled in red there. Also a little hot spot down into western New Jersey right around Trenton. To pick that up, look at Brewster, New York at 13.70 inches of rain, an incredible rain hit. And remember, you would normally expect this with a tropical system closer to the shoreline, but because that rain just blew away from Floyd as Floyd weakened and moved inland, these were the areas that were heaviest hit. We'll come back with your AccuWeather forecast, the bright sunny skies you'll expect tomorrow, but do think about the winds. They will stay up and gusty tonight, and the winds may even pick up a bit tomorrow morning before we see all of it diminish and become a lot quieter for the weekend. But we'll get to that in the regular weather forecast. Bill, Dinah?
Sam, we'll see a little later. As you saw in Sam's map there, throughout the tri-state area tonight, there is simply too much water. A bizarre turn of events after so many months of drought. In its wake, Floyd has left a mess. We have reporters scattered throughout the region tonight. We begin in Rockland County, where flooding tonight is the big problem. Joe Torres is live in Clarkstown with more. Joe?
And Bill, Rockland County will be talking about Tropical Storm Floyd for years. We are at right now Route 303 right outside the popular Palisades Park Mall, one of the few places tonight where you can actually see lights on. The power is out through much of the county. In fact, you can see the street lights behind me are out on this popular roadway. In fact, all the county roads in Rockland are closed to non-essential personnel. We've seen very few cars out tonight, and the county as a whole is in a state of emergency. We've just finished speaking with the Office of Emergency Management. You've got to hear this list of just a few of the things that are happening here in Rockland County. A man swept into the river in Tolman. Mudslides in Piermont. There were dam breaks, not one, but two. Roof and building collapses throughout the county. And then at the Palisades Parkway and the Bear Mountain Bridge, drivers completely abandoned their cars in roof-high waters. Not even the police could get to the cars. Rockland County took an absolute beating. In Nyack, cars submerged to their rooftops and street flooding around every corner. On the Tappan Zee Bridge, gusting winds that made driving nearly impossible. This accident was one of many. Tree limbs came down just about everywhere, this one on the thruway, blocking traffic. It took a front-end loader to scoop it away. With the broken limbs came downed power lines. This phone company crew came to upright a leaning telephone pole, and this caravan of 20 to 30 trucks from the Niagara Mohawk Utility Company in western New York arrived in Rockland tonight to provide a much-needed helping hand, something that Troop F of the New York State Police could desperately use. Troopers evacuated their barracks here after floodwaters poured down the hillside and into the station house. A power outage meant communications were also knocked out. Then there was the dam break, 2 of them actually, here at Hyanga Lake in Spring Valley. The surging rush of water forced the closure of roads and the evacuation of 2 condominium complexes and a bungalow community. Not everyone, however, was willing to leave.
The water came right through the middle there of our whole complex. It was devastating.
My car went through the gate, and when I came home from work, it was up on Pascat.
And we thought this was exaggeration at first when someone pulled up alongside our truck and said, "Have you heard what's happening in New City?" He told us, then we called the Office of Emergency Management for confirmation. They told us this was happening in New City and Suffern as well. The water in both of those municipalities so deep that the evacuations were taking place by boat. That is unbelievable. The military has been called in from West Point. The Red Cross is on hand, the National Guard, all lending a helping hand. Several hundred people, more than 500, have been evacuated to area shelters at high school as well as the Rockland County Community College. Tomorrow, the warning is that the kids who may or may not be in school should keep away from the downed power lines and the pools of water, but there's no decision made yet on whether or not schools in Rockland County will be open. Now, for what's happening in Bergen County, not far from where we are, let's go to Jim Hoffer. Jim?
Well, Joe, we're in Morris and Passaic counties covering that tonight, and our own set of problems here. Bergen County also hit well. This is a major thoroughfare in Totowa. You can see that it is closed. It remained closed, even though the waters we have noticed over the past hour have started to recede somewhat. Officials here had hoped that the rains would have stopped earlier this evening, but they didn't. In fact, they only ended here about 2 hours ago, and by then, it was too late. For 11 straight hours, Floyd's torrential rains pummeled parts of interior New Jersey. It closed major roadways and for many turned a simple drive home into a treacherous gamble.
Every place I turn, I'm running into floods, deep water, and even with the truck, it's hard for me to get through.
You know the saying, roads turned into rivers? Well, this is the Hamburg Turnpike in Wayne Township, and tonight, this turnpike is one of the largest rivers in Passaic County. Runoff from a broken dam in Rockland County and a reservoir forced families in Westwood to get out any way they could.
The water's raising real high now, real fast, and we're really concerned right now.
In places like Wayne Township and Lincoln Park, families living along the Passaic and Pompton rivers also had to make the tough decision whether to leave their homes. In less than 24 hours, Floyd paralyzed parts of interior Jersey, and for that, he's likely to go down in the history books.
The last time I saw something bad was about in '84, and this is tremendously worse.
County in a state of emergency tonight, evacuations taking place there. We're also told that in Morris County, the Ramapo River is expected to crest sometime tomorrow, 5 feet above flood stage. That's several feet, I'm told, several feet higher than the flood of 1984. We can tell you that evacuations are taking place there this evening. Also evacuating the entire Rochelle Park Police Department. Now, dealing with their own set of problems are the folks out in Southampton, Long Island. That is where my colleague NJ Burkett is tonight. NJ?
And Jim, eastern Long Island has been blasted with gale force winds now for the past 6 hours. And I mean blasted. It has not let up out here at all. Get a look at the Atlantic Ocean, as much of it as you can see on television. All that out there is foam for as far as the eye can see. The story out here is not the rain, it's been the wind. Trees are down, power lines are down. This is one storm that doesn't know when to quit.
The last gasps of Hurricane Floyd came in 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, enough to tear the limbs from 300-year-old trees, knocking out power to thousands of homes. This downed power line forced the closure of one of Southampton's major highways.
The waves have been enormous. If this were high tide, I wouldn't be able to stand here. But the fact is, the height of the storm is occurring during dead low tide. And that's crucial, because this storm could have been a whole lot worse.
It didn't start out that way. Hurricane warnings were posted at dawn, And the storm's sudden speed turned casual storm preparations into a race against time.
We're on the downwind side of the dock, facing into the wind, and hopefully this will be quick. This will be quick, and you know, we'll ride it out.
The local fishing fleet raced back to the docks, and thousands of people raced to the supermarket.
What do you have there?
Water, food, batteries.
Water, food,
batteries, candles.
I'm loaded, even got a kerosene lantern. So we're set for it. Let it come.
In Southampton, custodians set up cots in the local high school as volunteer firefighters forced oceanfront residents to get out. And downtown, shopkeepers taped up their windows and boarded up their storefronts.
We don't want the windows to break. They're over 110 years old, and it will be quite a problem. All the furniture will get ruined. I'm just hoping it'll go by. That's what we're hoping. We don't mind we did the work. We'd just rather it go by. We really do.
High tide rolled in tonight on 12-foot waves. The wind did not let up, trees continued to snap, and the storm refused to die.
With these type of things, you never know what you're going to get into, and to take a look at the size of that eye as it's been moving up the coast, it's done the same thing to us as it's done to everyone. You know, you couldn't help but go out and try to be prepared for this.
Nearly 50,000 homes are without power on Long Island tonight. Most are in central Nassau County and here in eastern Long Island, many of them here in the town of Southampton, also on the North Fork of Long Island in the town of Southold. But no corner of the metropolitan area has been spared by this storm. Up and down the coastline here, there has been flooding. There have been trees pulled up, power lines down. I mentioned before that the tide is rising here on the Atlantic Ocean, eastern Long Island, once again, and that's posing serious concerns for emergency management officials who thought that the wind would shift. The wind hasn't shifted yet. In fact, it's been continuously out of the south, gusting over 50 miles an hour at times. It's been blowing steadily 35 to 40 miles an hour all afternoon into the evening. As I said, people have been going to shelters, they've set up shelters. Not everybody has actually gone in to take advantage of what the Red Cross has offered. A lot of people have actually moved elsewhere on Long Island, gotten off of the South Fork and the North Fork, doing everything they can to try to avoid having to deal with the effects of this storm on the coastline. Let's go back now to you in the studio.
NJ, again, tell us exactly how long the crisis, it'll take the crisis to be over out there. All right, we do not have NJ, we lost our signal. We're going to push ahead here now with our team coverage. If you had to commute today, you know that mass transit took a big hit from the floods of Tropical Storm Floyd. And tonight, much of the tri-state's mass transit is still very much a mess. The big question now for hundreds of thousands of people is what all this means for the morning commute. We begin that part of our coverage with Sarah Wallace. She's live at Grand Central Terminal. Sarah?
Well, Bill, I wish I had some good news for you. I don't. We have just heard from Metro North that there will be they're saying very limited service for the morning rush. In fact, they're also telling us they're advising their customers to get other means of transportation or stay home. Stay home. That's a pretty incredible thing that Metro North is saying tonight. This is because of downed trees, mudslides, and high water on the tracks. In some cases, we're told the Hudson River is literally several feet high on the tracks. As of tonight, 1 train per hour on the New Haven line, nothing, however, on the Hudson and Harlem lines. If you got out of town earlier today, that was definitely the ticket because this evening's rush was also anything but.
What's the likelihood I'm getting to Beacon tonight?
A bad sign at Grand Central. The big board signaling it was to be a rough evening rush on the rails. First, service was suspended on all 3 lines shortly after 5:40 p.m.
My family thinks I'm coming home. I may have to go back to the office and find a couch.
Cell phones and pay phones got suddenly busy. So did the bar. And then a beacon of hope.
Here's the first train going out of Harlem line. 650 is making all local stops to Brewster North.
And even when some of the trains did start running again, there was still confusion.
Well, the train was supposed to go to Brewster North, but as it was about to leave, they said it was only going as far as Chappaqua. So A lot of people had to get off the train really fast.
Some riders, though, dealt with the delay just fine. After all, they had been warned to head home early, and Metro North did put on extra trains beginning at noontime.
And you just didn't heed the warning, huh?
No, I didn't heed the warning. Most of my staff left early, but I held down the fort.
So again, to update you here tonight, 1 train per hour on the New Haven line, nothing on the Hudson and Harlem lines, but as of tomorrow morning, Metro North telling us there will be very limited service. In their words, they're advising customers to either find other means of transportation or stay home. Metro North, not the only people having problems tonight. Lara Spencer's in the newsroom with more on that part of the story. Lara.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We are going to try to bring you up to date on the commuter situation, and it does not look good. There are some big problems, especially on New Jersey Transit. 2 major problems, to be exact. Because of flooding, there's no service tonight out of the terminal in Hoboken, and at Penn Station in Newark, there's no Northeast Corridor or Coast Line service. That is also affecting Amtrak, which shares the tracks there. Now let's talk about flooding, and there is a lot to talk about. Many streets and roads closed. The worst of it in Rockland County. There is severe flooding there, as Joe Torres told you. All of the parkways, highways, and local streets are closed. In Westchester, the Hutch and Bronx River parkways are closed from the Bronx all the way to the Cross County Parkway. And the Sawmill Parkway is also closed from Hastings-on-Hudson to Interstate 84. In New York City, we did not escape. The FDR Drive southbound is closed between 63rd and 96th Streets. And in New Jersey, the Garden State Parkway closed at exit 148. Now let's talk about power outages, and much to talk about there. More than 4,000 people affected in New York City. Con Ed reports almost 11,000 homes without power. In Westchester County, 21,000 people without. In Rockland County, Long Island Power Authority reports 26,000 people without power, and 48,000 are without power in various parts of New Jersey. Now, of course, we've talked to all of the utility companies. They have crews out tonight. They're doing their very best. But, of course, the flooding is making that difficult. They are trying to get the lights back on, and we'll keep you posted on that. That is the latest from the Eyewitness Newsroom. We will be watching the situation, though, and bring you any changes as they come. For now, Bill and Diana, back to you.
Okay, back in the studio here. And I think the storm may be over. We're going to see sunny skies tomorrow, but boy, we're going to feel the repercussions from this storm for quite a while.
Just ahead on Eyewitness News at 11, our coverage of Tropical Storm Floyd continues. We'll have more live coverage when we come back, so stay with us.
You're watching the news leader, ABC 7 Eyewitness News, with Bill Butel, Diana Williams, Scott Clark with sports, Sam Champion with the AccuWeather forecast, and the Eyewitness News team.
This summer, put Cadillac Seville's amazing performance to the test and get a lesson in power and control. Then put our lease to the test. Lease a new 99 Seville for just $549 a month. Call for complete lease details. You'll even get a 3-year SmartCare basic maintenance contract at no extra charge. So drive a Seville today and put Cadillac to the test.
Stern's Super Sale Mattress Event. 50 plus 10% off and extra dollars off our entire stock of mattresses. Get free delivery with purchases of $5.99 or more. Free bed frame, free removal of old bedding, plus free in-home setup. Buy now, no payment or interest for 3 months. Order by phone 1-800-555-BEDS. That's 50 plus 10% off and extra dollars off. Going on now at Stern's.
You belong at Stern's.
Montefiore has healed thousands of children. In fact, if every sick child we made better flew a kite, well, just imagine. But so many more need our help. That's why Montefiore is building a new children's hospital unlike any New York has ever seen. It will raise healing and hope to new heights. Help us build a new children's hospital at Montefiore. To learn more, call 718-920-2600.
We're back now with our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Floyd, and we are joined on the phone right now by Ed Jacoby, who is with the New York Emergency Management Office. Mr. Jacoby, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good evening, and thank you for being with us this evening. The situation, as we've seen it so far, is at its worst in Rockland County. Can you give us an update on what's going on there right now?
Well, you're absolutely right. Rockland County seems to be getting the brunt of the storm. They've gotten between 8 to 10 inches of rain, in some places up to 13 inches in isolated areas there. Governor Pataki has declared that county is a state disaster emergency. We're moving Department of Transportation equipment in to help clear the state roads. Right now, there's not a state road that isn't totally or it isn't totally clear.
We heard Joe Torres talking about people who were literally trapped. Have you been able to get everybody out in areas where they are trapped by the water?
This we're not sure of because, of course, it's dark now. It's raining very hard yet. The wind is blowing, and we're looking at all those cases as they come up. And the local emergency departments, the fire and rescue squads, are working on those. We're providing, right now we have 150 National Guard in there assisting the local people. Got 73 guards that are coming in addition to those 150.